was a lot of yelling. It wasn't a lot of good discussion. It seemed like I don't know. I didn't see a productive conversation happening, so I didn't really come back. But now I'm here observing to see if there, is something worth staying for.
Good. Okay. Yeah. Like, what questions do you have then about the flat Earth?
Is it a literal belief or a philosophical mindset?
That's a good question. Wow, I've heard a lot of people ask questions about the flat Earth, and I don't think I've ever heard it put quite that way. It is definitely a literal belief. We have made observations that demonstrate conclusively, observations and measurements that we can't possibly be on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles, which is claimed. So, are you familiar at all with mathematical proofs or logic? Like, for example, it's demonstrable that when you have a conjecture, if A, then B, and then you find out that B is not true, if not B, then you can say that not A is also true. And also that when you make conjectures in mathematics or logic, it only requires one counterexample to disprove a faulty conjecture.
Yeah, I would not say that I'm super familiar, but I know from high school geometry. So I would say I have that level of understanding of mathematical proofs, which is not that much, but some.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll tag you in this chat we've got with this channel. Do you see your name there?
Yeah.
In the little chat. Yeah. So I'm just going to put this image up for you. So this particular image that I'm going to put up here, we call it the Black Swan argument for flat Earth. So are you familiar with Black Swan phenomenon in general? Have you heard that before?
I'm not familiar with that outside of the movie The Black Swan. I don't know if that's relevant or not.
Was it a good movie?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, neither have I.
It's supposed to be.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that movie, but the reason this is called the Black Swan argument is because of what I was just saying to you about counterexamples. If a lot of people don't know there's black swans, I happen to have known since I was a teenager that there's black swans, because when my boyfriend in high school was taking me to the prom, he first took me to this very fancy restaurant in Kalamazoo, Michigan called the Black Swan, and they had little pair of black swans in the pond there. It was very cute. But anyway, a lot of people have never seen a black swan, and so they might think that all swans are white. So they could make that conjecture, all swans are white. But then as soon as they see one swan, they can no longer claim that statement. I mean, one black swan. Did I say that right? Not sure. But anyway, once they see black swan, they can no longer say all swans are white. You got that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's another way of showing the counterexample. So anywho, back to the argument there. It says there, so the top of this is from our friend Quantum Eraser. He comes around this channel. He put this in the year 2020 into this format here. That's why at the top you have one of his colloquialisms, holy shnikes. This is going to leave a mark. And then I'll just read it to you. You can follow along. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. That's what we just talked about. You would have done that in your geometry class. Yep. Yep. Before we get to the next part, if you could look at that picture, the image there, and if you could tell me, where do you think the horizon is in relation to those oil rigs? Would you say the horizon is behind the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs, other?
According to this, it looks like the horizon is in between the oil rigs.
Wow.
No, behind them. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking at my smaller monitor. Yeah, it looks like it's
Oh,
behind
yeah, look
the
at the
oil
bigger
rigs.
one. Yeah, it totally is. Yep, because that's the place where the water appears to meet the sky. Yep. It's totally behind there. Yep. So, anywho, it says there, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles, we call that the P statement. Then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the Q statement. So let me just pause there. What was your name again?
Dog parks.
Dog? What is it?
Dog parks.
Oh, Dog Parks. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, it's kind of like Dog Barks, but Dog Parks. Okay, I should be able to remember that. Anywho, what I wanted to say there. Okay, because that calculation right there comes from the globe model. So the purpose of doing this is to examine the model that we are given by so-called mainstream pseudoscience. And we could talk about why there's pseudoscience later if we want. Not all mainstream science is pseudoscience, but of course, anything having to do with the globe is pseudoscience. And it's just fraudulent in general. But nonetheless, we're testing their claim. So this is their claim. We didn't make up these numbers. This is their claim. They said the horizon would be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. And so, yeah, because you took geometry, you can understand that. If we have a sphere, we can take measurements and we can predict, what that drop would be and where it would begin.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep, and there's things called Earth curve calculators. University of Washington has one, and they're all going to use that formula. So, and that's what those parentheses there mean: geometric horizon curve calculators. So, not Q. This is what the image is showing you, but it's not just this image. We just established it only takes one counterexample to disprove a faulty conjecture. So some people like to get all agitated. You're not agitated yet, which that makes me happy, but some people get very agitated about this image. So if you are agitated about it, I would just say you can go out and measure it for yourself. You can look at one of the other thousands of observations. You can look at the laser test, so on and so forth. But we're only looking at this one right now. Yep, we're only looking at this one right now. So in this image, it's not just the image that's proving it, it's the fact that this is a still shot from a video that a person took out here in California where these oil rigs are. You could, if you cared enough, Dog Parks, you could go to California and you could do this observation yourself. You could see, the horizon beyond the oil rigs. And those oil rigs are like mile markers. So we know it's established fact that the platform habitat is at 9.41 miles. The Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles. The observer height in this case was 1 foot. So when you put square root of 1, which is 1, into that formula, you get 1.225 miles. And yet, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong picture. The one we're looking at there it doesn't even matter. There is another one of the same place where it's 1 foot, but the one that I gave you is actually 5 foot. Or no, it says actual 1 foot. Doesn't matter. If it was 5 foot, it'd be 2.73 miles. If it was 1 foot, it'd be 1.22 miles. Either way, you can see the horizon is way beyond both of those numbers because Platform Hill House 6.21 miles, Platform Habitat 9.41 miles, and yet the horizon is clearly like more than 10 miles. So you're seeing too far to live on a globe of the dimension claimed. So then we say, therefore not P. We've disproved the P statement that was if the Earth is a sphere with radius 3,959 miles, so it is not a sphere. That's the whole reason we're here. So yeah, it's not a philosophical it is not a philosophical position. It is a geometrical measurement and logical proof. That's pretty much our argument. What do you think about that, Dog Parks?
I guess the question I have then is why is the conclusion that the Earth is flat, not that the Earth is a different size than we expect it to be?
Great question. Yes. So part of the problem here is that the fantasy globe model recalcitrant adherents have built their entire pseudo-scientific fantasy sci-fi world on beyond this radius of 3,959 miles. So I hear what you're saying, but even if you were to say, oh, well, then could it be a radius of 4,000 miles? Could it be bigger? Could it be smaller? You could test all of those, and you would also, because we also have observations that are way further than this. In a minute here, I'll show you some more of them. There's never been any observation of curvature or objects disappearing from our view for any reason. And then there's other things, like radio wave transmissions that have gone, outrageous distance. You can't just say, no, this is an outrageously big Earth. I mean, that has also been disproven and can easily be disproven. But, even if you wanted to think that, that's not what they're claiming out there. So it's kind of like the purpose of this is just to, you just poke a little pinhole in their little, globe that's made of nothing, their little beach ball, and it just deflates and it's just not there. Because they're not claiming a giant Earth, right? They're claiming 3,959 miles. All their calculations, all of their claims, all of their official nonsense is based on that radius. So that's the reason.
I mean, I get that. I guess for me, just going based on that image alone, the conclusion I would come to would be, at the very least, then, that the size of the Earth is different. What cements you over to the other side that is flat past that? What's the thing that moves you on over to, yep, the Earth is flat? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you're still hung up on that. It could be bigger things. So I'll get you the other list of observations. Which this also is just a sampling. It's not like every single observation. I gotta scroll back here and find it for you. But yeah, I mean, what cements me is there's never been curvature measured anywhere, and also that there's many other observations that are much further than this, and that you can't just claim a bigger globe because you understand that there's this whole there's some professional globe believers that will come in here and say, the body of science says it's a globe. The body of science says it's a globe of 3,959 miles. So that's the one we're working on. I mean, is Neil deGrasse Tyson going to come out tomorrow and say, oh, sorry, guys, it's actually 10,000, and then we'll just change our little list and, we can have the observations that will disprove that radius. We're just disproving the radius that they claimed, because that's our job. I mean, that's our mission. We don't need to. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, there's the other list. If you click on that.
I am I would say I'm open to not just downright accepting the scientific authorities on any sort of statement. I definitely am open to that. I am agnostic to the shape and size of the Earth, as I feel I am limited in my current perspective. I have not actually myself witnessed that curve. So I could stand in an agnostic, point of view. I guess that's where I'm at.
I like that. Yes, because Doug Parks, I would be very concerned about you if you let me talk you into it in 20 minutes. I'd be very worried about you. Yeah, because you came in here not even knowing that we had objective measurements and logical arguments. You thought we were just sitting around philosophizing about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought at first too. I thought, oh, these people, they just must be living in the dark ages. They just romanticize the past and they prefer simpler times. So that must be why they're doing this. No, it wasn't until I tried to find some evidence for the globe so that I could show people how they were wrong about flat Earth that I realized that there was more to this argument. And then eventually, over time, I came to understand that not only is there something to this argument, there's absolutely nothing verifiable, testable, repeatable, measurable in the globe claim. So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate you being agnostic, because if you're welcome to stay here as long as you want, but when you, and come back any other time, but, I would hope when you go away from here that you will realize that this is a serious claim and that it's not just a joke, because that's kind of like there's like a propaganda campaign to try to treat Flat Earth like a joke or a meme or misrepresent our position and so on. And so, for you to actually admit that there might be something to it, to the point where you're willing to be an agnostic, I appreciate that position.
Yeah, I appreciate the respectful conversation and sharing your views with me. I gotta get going, but yeah, I'll definitely be back at some point, and thanks again. Have a good one.
Yep, see ya. We've got somebody new up at the top, CMQI. Or did they go away? I think they did go away. Inside Secret is here. Oh my, they choose seeker. Oh, one. Yeah. Okay. Does anybody else here have a question about the Earth? Oh, Salt Lake Stacy's here. Welcome. Good to see you back. She might be at work, so whenever you feel or are able to or feel like talking, Stacy, just jump in here. Oh,
a 20-minute break.
Great. All right, 20 minutes. Anything new on the flat Earth where you are?
It's cloudy today, but I saw a contrail in the sky, but that was one which was actually just a contrail because it dispersed really quickly, and I'm near an airport. So that was a nice thing to see compared to the other ones you sometimes see in the sky.
Yeah, we've got
What side of the world do you want? You have a unique accent.
I'm half German. Das ist gut.
Das ist gut.
Oh, Crouton, yeah. Meet Stacy. Crouton is a globe believer. I don't know if you feel like having a discussion with him. He's talked to a bunch of us here already. Salt Lake Stacy has done a bunch of like field tests and observations. She's really good at explaining things. Did you have any questions for her?
I don't have questions, but others may have questions for me. I mean, the only question I believe is why do a lot of flat earthers believe that everything else around it moves but us? That would be my only question.
Oh yeah. Do you feel like taking that one, Stacy?
Yeah, I can try and respond. So you're basically saying, why do we see the stars move, but why does not the Earth move?
Right. Why is everything that we observe outside of or inside, depending on what believer you are of the container system, move, but we don't?
So I would respond to that firstly by in the perspective you have, you are conflating the Earth and the sky as if it's the same thing and it shares the same properties and stuff. Whereas I would make the division that the Earth is foreign to the sky, or at least like the stars, for example. We can't go and touch the stars. They say we can fly to the stars and to the planets and stuff, but I've never been up there, and as far as I can tell, the Earth is stationary. I guess you could get technical and say, well, what if the Earth is actually moving in relation to the ocean, and is the land as fixed as it is? But that's the furthest I could go into speculating the movement of the Earth. I don't think there's enough. Well, I don't think it's something you can prove. unless you could go to the stars.
Well, I've heard the question that you can't see the curvature of the Earth, but you clearly can if you're standing on the ocean and you watch a ship depart. At some point in time, that ship will leave your view at about 20 miles, I believe it is, at the horizon, where all things essentially cease to exist, or that the edge of the world is perceived at. Even if you were to take a ship from coastline, I have not personally done it, but I have read research or watched documentaries or seen studies. But personally, I've not sought that answer, though, because I am a firm believer that you can't just only believe life and what you can perceive when there's others who've looked for these answers that you are asking for and have tried.
What about me? I'm looking for the answers. I've gone and I've looked at ships sailing away. I've done field tests. So, like, now you're discrediting what I've done for what all these astronauts claim to have done. So where do you draw the line between who you trust and who you don't trust?
Well, I've been lucky enough to be able to go on a cruise. And so departing from the cruise, I could see the land essentially disappear away from me as I had departed on from the ocean from my own observation-based look. I wasn't going on to specifically do a study, but I did watch the land disappear from behind me. And it wasn't due to the fact of, vision and or clarity. We had reached a point at which we were over 20 miles out from the coast of where we departed on, where that drops. If you were to perceive a height distance from where that measurement would be at exactly 20 miles out from the coast, you'd essentially perceive roughly a 266-foot drop. That is the most drop you'll see between that curvature. It's roughly about point. Let me find that again. I was doing some math over here. Sorry, you guys. I was doing a lot of stuff when I was quiet.
Yeah. Can I just
0.12 curvature? Like that's the degree in curvature that you would see. But yes, you can cut it. Sorry.
If I'm verbally speaking to you, the further I get away, are you going to hear me forever? Or is it the curve which is stopping you from hearing me the further I get away from you?
My human ears might not be able to hear you because I cannot perceive that sound from traveling, but other animals or things could because they have more sensitive hearing. To limit my perception based on my hearing is not a good analogy, I think.
What I'm trying to get at is with sound, we experience sound attenuation, and in the same, obviously it's not the same. Our sound is different to our sight, but when we get further, we can't hear forever, the sound will attenuate and you won't hear it anymore. And in the same way, we won't see forever. So you can, I doubt that you would be the kind of person to say you can't hear anyone because of the curve of the Earth. But then why are you saying you can't see things because of the curve of the Earth?
Because you're comparing two different measurement type systems to equate with each other. Your hearing is, you could create a tool that will allow you to be able to hear those things that you can't hear, but you can't create a tool that can look over the curvature of the Earth. So being on that ship, they had these little binoculars that were on the ship that I could look back on, look out in the ocean on, and do and see things. And these binoculars, which should have given me further perception, meaning I should have saw further than 20 miles, did not allow me to see land beyond 20 miles because that land had disappeared beyond the Earth's curvature.
Do you think if we had, if the Earth was flat and not curved, would you be able to see, how far would you be able to see before you can't see?
It would be dependent on the tool that you are using. If I can create a tool that can amplify sounds in such a way that I cannot perceive it with my human ears, but it could measure and perceive it and interpret that audio source for me, that means I've created a tool that can do that for me. I cannot create a telescope, a magnifying glass, a set of binoculars that will allow me to see over 20 miles beyond sea level.
Okay.
You cannot. That you would have to create something that would have to refract off of something, because beyond that curvature, the angle of curvature changes at, like I said, it's like 0.12 degrees, which is roughly 266 feet lower than your perceived sea level.
And if I can't see something before any curve is meant to be there, what does that mean? So, like, say if something's meant to disappear 5 kilometers away, but I've only been 2 kilometers away and it's disappeared, does that mean
then
it's curvature?
No, because then that means you're potentially being your perception of sight is being distorted by something else. It could be environmental based, it could be clouds, it could be whatever. So you cannot perceive 20 miles out onto the ocean per se, because there is an environment that exists between you and that 20 miles. So your actual vision is probably about 4 or 5 miles before you start seeing ships depart off of the horizon. But it's not because of the curvature, it's just due to the amount of just things in the air that you see.
So then
but the true distance of the curvature drop off is 20 miles.
Why are you saying when you were under cruise, the land disappeared due to curvature and not just due to the environment?
Because, like I said, there were binoculars on the ship that I could look back out on. So when we were coming and arriving to Cozumel and whatever, I could see the land approaching. They just give you that ability to be like, oh, look out in the ocean, look and see. And as we were out in the middle of the ocean, I tried to look around on these binoculars that should have amplified my vision, allowing me to see further and or beyond what my normal eyes could see, and the land was just not there. It was beyond the Earth's curvature.
Okay.
So I don't see that as being the same as using audio, because if I can create a tool that allows me to hear things I can't hear, then I should be able to create a seeing tool that allows me to see further than I normally would be able to. But you can't see beyond the curvature of the Earth. At that point, you're looking off into the sky because the Earth has a curvature to it. We're only limited to seeing that sky at 3 to 4 miles just because of natural light pollution, evaporation of the ocean or whatever, some case, depending on where you may be.
So
if you're
what
looking out on top of Mount Everest, though, you'll be able to see more than 20 miles. You'll be able to see, I forget how many miles. Go ahead, I apologize.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something about what I've observed of what you've been saying and like a specific perspective you have, but it's just, yeah, I've lost it now. But
sorry, but yeah, at sea level,
communicating on different wavelengths. So what do you think the main thing between this conversation, what do you think the biggest clutch between what you're saying and what I'm saying is?
I don't know. You're stating that you went out on a specific voyage based on your research and you learned something. I believe just based on my observation, even though I didn't go out and do research, this is what I perceived based on mine own eyes, and then based on the facts that have been given to me through my own research, knowing how the Earth's curvature is, and we just can't get to the same conclusion. And I don't know why that is. And that's why people do experiments, to try to get the same results to determine which one's more accurate, and we're just not at that point. It's where that agree to disagree. I'm not saying your experiments were wrong, but maybe based on what you did versus based off of what I did in my observation were just different. And then based on the facts that I have decided to accept as true, it makes sense to me. And there are certain facts that I believe to be true that you don't believe to be true, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. It's just that that's not your observation or belief in that aspect. Our observation, we're coming from two different standpoints.
Now, conversation, I've noticed you seem very much like in the globe model, it gives you limitations. Once a certain distance is reached, you won't see something, and therefore when you jump into the idea of the Earth not being a globe, then you're sort of taking away limits, as if there's no more limits on site. Now, if we just keep making tools on a flat Earth, we could essentially see as far as we could see if we just make tools, but I think that's a bit unrealistic. There's still limits and thresholds that we can't engineer our way out of in this world, whether it's flat or a globe.
Yeah, she's saying that there's other limitations to vision. I guess you're ascribing whatever you saw to curvature when there can be other explanations for it. I actually missed the beginning of what he was claiming that he saw.
No, I get what she, and the same as that instance, binoculars don't allow me to see through clouds either. So, I didn't have true instruments that would allow me to be able to see beyond what our normal eyes would allow us to see. If there's atmospheric interference, binoculars is not going to be able to see through that without giving me some other third party abilities like infrared or something like that. And I didn't have that. So I can't say based on my observation that is solely true. I just believe it to be true based on the facts that I understand, that I believe in, excuse me, not that I understand, the facts that I believe in, it just makes sense. So, like I said, we're at an impasse in regards to, I guess, the whole curvature thing, because you're saying you observed something and witnessed something, and I'm telling you that there's tools that have been created to do such said things, but I've not personally experienced or used those tools to say that my answer is definitively true. I'm just going based off of the fact that the Earth is a globe, and this is what I perceive based on what I know.
I'm suggesting that limits to our visibility is due to environmental things and perspective, whereas you're pinning it on the curvature of the Earth. And yeah, that's our impasse. Anyway, I do have to get back to work.
You don't think there are tools? Okay, have a good day.
There are definitely tools, but there's still limits. We can't play God and just make some impossible thing possible. So there's tools, you can improve your vision, but you'll still reach limits. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to head off now, but it was nice talking to you, and
nice talking
enjoy
to you too.
Everyone.
Thanks, Stacy. Great to hear from you.
Bye, Stacy.
Yeah, I mean, while you were talking there, I guess, there's a few things here. You did admit there that you're presupposing the globe. So, because you're assuming there's a globe, you're saying that curvature is causing the visual effects that you're seeing, whereas there are other explanations. So, for that reason, the curvature, your observation does not prove curvature, because there could be other explanations for it. And also, you admitted you weren't really measuring things, you didn't have the right equipment. So, to just go by your belief, like you said, and you're wishing to believe it's a globe, you would also have to dismiss all of these other observations that have been made, that if you cared enough to figure out the truth about your world, you could go and see them. So, for example, Sunny on the Plain, 41 minutes after the hour, is showing you Sunset Beach to Mount Orizaba on Catalina Island, 30.88 miles, and there's 486 feet of missing curvature in this photo. So when we're talking about observations, many of these observations that have been documented, we're documenting the observer height. We're documenting the exact distance to the phenomenon that we're observing. We're plugging the numbers into the Earth curve calculator put out by globe adherents, such as the University of Washington, and we're seeing what they predict, and we're comparing it what we're seeing in reality, and we're seeing that those things don't match up. So that's a very different argument than just saying, I want it to be a globe, so when I see things, I imagine that it's a globe and that's the reason for it. Even though I acknowledge there might be other things, I'm just going to stick with thinking that it's a globe. So, do you see any problem with that line of reasoning?
Well, Archie, my apologies. I feel like y'all are both but we're both in that same exact belief system. You guys are going based on your perception, and I'm going based off of my perception, also So you're
I just explained to you the difference. I just explained to you the difference. You're just looking at something and thinking, I want it to be a globe. I think it's a globe, so it must be a globe. Curvature must be causing this, even though you just conceded to Stacy that it could be caused by other things. Whereas when we are doing the observation, so the one I just explained to you about Catalina Island, that's sunny on the plane. Are you in the chat there? Put at 41 minutes after the hour. Then Okay, well, I'll tag you in there so you can take a look because there's some good demonstrations here. KW, what is, I can't even remember your name. Oh, CR, okay. There we go. So anyway, so then also Sunny and Flat Lloyd have both put in information about the Canigou observations. Those are
so I'm looking at this picture here, and this doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know where this vantage point is supposedly from. Is this from sky, or is this from the top of a mountain?
Are you looking at the Catalina or the? Are you looking at the Catalina or the Canigou? What one are you looking at?
Oh, technically, Sunny on the plane.
Yeah, okay. So there's also a link there where you can read more about it, and that makes it easier to see those little labels. So this is, 255 miles infrared image, Guinness World Book winning long distance photographers. That's what, and Flat Lloyd's is just another version of that same thing. So you're not going to see this on a globe.
But I mean, from that vantage point, it looks like this was taken in the sky, not from the land. So you're going to get a different view distance than you were going to be able to see from land.
If you go on to their website there, that's just one of their observation. There's a whole bunch of other observations. I don't think it's taken from the sky. What makes you think it's taken from the sky? I don't think so.
It's either taken from the sky or from another light vantage point. For instance, like I said, if you're at sea level and you look out over the ocean, your vantage point of the Earth's curvature at that point is only 20 miles that you can see supposedly from the drop-off road. And the reason why I keep on saying things such as supposedly and using the words in my belief is because I don't want to tell you guys it's a fact and then you guys feel offended that I'm calling y'all dumb for not accepting it. So a lot of my words where I say belief and are just my ways of just saying, this. I have my belief system are in the facts, and there have been facts that have been given to me. But I don't want to say that and tell you guys that you're factually wrong because I feel like there's a belief system that exists in this as well. The observational belief.
Where are you getting 20 miles from? Sorry.
It's just
yes. Where are you 20 miles from?
So there's a formula that you can use to determine the Earth's curvature based on the distance and perceived height level that you're at that you can use. I'll put it in here.
Oh yeah, Sunny on the Plane said Mount Canigou is taken from another mountain. 9,800 feet height. There should still be a mile of curvature blocking the view of Canigou. So there you go. There's your answer of where it's taken from.
That's the formula that you can use. Actually, I'll just copy all this for you so you can see using based on the facts that were given to us. Excuse my language. And assuming that these are facts that we have no choice but to accept. Dang it. If we're assuming that, then that's where I get my distance in 20 feet is the drop off at which you would call it. So from a height distance at 20 miles out, that distance starts to drop at 266 feet relatively to 20 miles out. So if you were to shine a laser from that distance to hit a target that was 20 miles out, you would notice that from that same, if you started on a board that was 10 foot tall and you put that laser in, or excuse me, that was 50 foot tall, or excuse me, we didn't need something larger than 50 feet tall. We need something like 300 feet tall. If you were to put that at the bottom of a board that was 300 feet tall and shot 20 miles out, that laser point will wind up at 266.7 feet above the position at which it started. So that's what I mean by like height of 266 points. That's assuming that the land is perspective-wise flat and following the curvature of the Earth. So now if you're at the top of Mount Everest, though, that vantage point becomes something completely different. At the top of Mount Everest, your vantage point is then something like 220 miles out that you can see because you're at a higher elevation.
So you really don't see what I was trying to get at earlier, that you've admitted it several times that you're presupposing the globe, that you believe in the globe. Like, have you ever considered, like, if you are going to continue to debate this topic, have you ever considered, like, actually putting it to the side and considering that we don't live on the globe and accepting the Earth as it presents itself? Have you ever considered doing that?
I mean, I love science. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm a big sci-fi person. I don't think there'll ever be a chance where I'll ever be convinced that the Earth is 24/7 flat Earth. I like to give my arguments, and where somebody can give something else that's a valid argument against what I believe. I'm not here to say that you are wrong, but there are just things that I don't know, that I don't have the answers for, and I can at least say that. I'll admit to when I don't have the answers to something. But when you have a mathematical structure that exists and understanding that there are multiple things at play here, like the laws of physics, the laws of gravity, the laws of, you have these things that are just true to science as a nature, it begins to question, how can the Earth be flat? From a perspective point, yes. But overall,
just because it is, because that's how I get it. You're into sci-fi. You saying you love science and sci-fi, that told me everything I need to know. So thank you for answering my question. I mean, so you understand that what we're looking for here are empirical observations. I know it's been explained to you several times since you've been in here that this is a geometry question. It's not a science question, because, but if you were wanting to talk about science, then we would want to remain empirical and use the classical scientific method where you're testing a cause and effect relationship. I guess I shouldn't speak for everyone. I think that the so-called people who call themselves, scientists doing science, many of them are not. They are making conjectures, just like you did, usually with the presupposition of the globe. And they have gotten so far away from empirical science that it's an embarrassment to the term science. And it would be incredibly embarrassing, to the original thinkers who came up with a scientific method as a way to objectively test cause and effect relationships in our world in order to come up with an explanation of the objective reality that we actually observe.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Does anybody else have a question? We got some new people that came in here. We've got, I don't know who we've got that's new. That's any of these people in here, Globe Believers? I don't know who Daz Waz is. Daz was, welcome. How are you? We're doing Ladies' Night here for another hour or so. I guess, Master A, you must be a Globe Believer. You can ask a question if you want. Kabuki, welcome. These are just people I haven't talked to before. Some of these I've definitely talked to before. Maywen0102, Raiden, welcome back. Maybe you have new questions. One spliff a day. Outlaw. Do any of you guys have questions about Flat Earth Wanderer?
I do. I guess it's more of like a statement, but I'd like to hear your opinion on it. I said it in chat, but yeah. So you were just talking to Krutwan about like when would he start believing in flat Earth or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Exactly.
Right. I think, in my opinion, like I think flat Earth would be more credible if there's like a consensus. But from what I've gathered, like there's a lot of disagreement within the flat Earth community on what flat Earth actually is. Like, can you address that? Like people don't believe in the ice wall, or some people like have a model, and then other people don't ascribe to it. Like, there's just like a lot of like disagreement and like no true consensus on what flat Earth actually is. So I don't know.
Yeah, we're not the Borg. Yeah, I appreciate you recognizing that, Maywin, because sometimes people will come in here and they'll say, yeah, I just talked to you guys last week and you said that, and now you're saying this. It's like, no, like we're made up of a bunch of independent individuals who have their own journey and ideas. And I guess, the faction, if you want to call it that, where you have landed,
Exactly.
are the groups. This is exactly, guys. This is cracking me up. Anyway, we are, yes, our faction, if you would like to call that, is the Let's Stick to Empirical Evidence faction. Yes. So flat earthers, if you lived in the time before the globe delusion was, widely propagated, it was first invented, of course, back with the Pythagorean cult. It was a cult mindset, an idea that the Greeks, some of the ancient Greeks religiously came up with because they believed in the sphere, and then they tried to push that on others. But, over the last 100, 200 years, it definitely gotten pushed more. But, before that, people would just be flat earthers because that's obviously our Earth is flat and stationary. So, it's the same thing now. Like, just because a person figures out that the Earth measures flat doesn't mean that they're going to agree on all kinds of other things. We agree that there's no globe, right? So we are not a unified organization. That's right. We have no leader, but we do agree on that one thing, and that's really all we need to agree on. It's our mission. It's our focus. It's why we're here. We believe it's important for the world to be able to start using their brains again, which a good start toward doing that would be to get rid of all this pseudoscientific nonsense. I mean, maybe then we would have more people out there doing real scientific experiments, discovering things about their world, exploring the world and so on its own terms, learning things. And that's what a lot of people are doing. So yeah, we don't expect people to agree with us on anything else, really. I mean, we're just that there's not a globe. Yeah, there you go. Is that a good answer for you, Maywin? Did you like that one?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine, but that's like kind of a problem I have with the flat Earth community. Like, if like the thing with like globers is that like people who are well versed in what the globe is, they're all at like a fairly strong consensus. Like, you probably wouldn't find like much people would disagree about like within that group, but like there's just so much that flat earthers like disagree about or like don't know about each other's position that it's like kind of hard to like if I was like wondering about vaccines, then like I would go to multiple scientists.
Oh my gosh, we're not doing that. We already brought that up earlier. That's not. I don't know why that's all of a sudden the topic for tonight. Yeah, we're not talking about that. Who else is speaking up there? Hello. Yes.
It's me. I gotta go. I just want to tell you guys I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Y'all have a good night.
Crouton, yes, come back anytime. Yes, thank you for being
I'll be back. Y'all can't keep me away. I might not agree with you guys, but I like to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys want to jump on you with your formula. Yes, come back in an hour if you feel like it, because I know they want to dissect your little formula there, so you'll have a good time. You could go over that for like 5 hours, and I'm sure you'd have a great time. So definitely come back.
I will definitely. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know if any other ladies have input about that question. I mean, I thought my answer was fine. We all agree that there's no globe. Like, I don't know. What else is there? That's why we're here. Does anybody else have a question? Yeah, I saw you in there asking in the text about if we liked Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. Was that you that asked that, Maywin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else wants to talk about that because I read those a long time ago. I printed them off and I looked at them, and I remember liking them at the time. I should go and look at them again and see what I think about them now. I probably would like some of them more than others would be my guess. And when I've heard other flat earthers talk about it, I think that's been their take on it too. That, but that's true with any, if you're going to have 200 proofs of something, some of them are obviously going to be stronger than other ones, right? That's just the nature of the beast.
Who's like the most like representative of your faction? Like on YouTube, I guess. Like,
we shouldn't have called it a faction. That was my word. Now you're going to call it a faction.
I mean, just like the position, like just that like flat Earth exists, but like they don't ascribe to like any sort of model.
Gosh, everybody that's in here, have you ever heard anyone in here present a model to you?
Yeah, no, I'm saying you guys don't present a model.
Yeah. So that's the position. That's right.
Yeah, so is there like, because there's like people, there's flat earthers on YouTube who have like a model, right? So is there anyone who like doesn't like, anyone who like represents this position well, where like it's just flat earth and like there's no model thing?
Most of the guys in here, maybe all of them. I'm not like going to sit here and like grade everybody, but like, like I said, I've never heard anybody in these channels, these particular channels, claim a model. So they all hold to that position very well, which is the only position to have. So have you ever heard of the Flat Earth Society, Maywin?
No. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's good news that first you hadn't, because it used to be like talked about a lot. Like now people like really don't talk about it anymore. I think it's been discredited, which is wonderful celebration, because it used to be people thought the Flat Earth Society was there to promote the idea that the globe was a lie and to explain about how the Earth measures flat. But then it came to be very obvious that that was not their intention. And in fact, I ran into them when I was first searching this, and they confused me. They have these little forums that I used to go to, and they'd occasionally have like a decent thought question in there, but their main activity of all the like main people that hung out there was arguing over models. I think it's this model. Here's the new model I thought of. Oh, how about this model? Why is that a problem? I know that you're not going to really get why it's a problem, Maywin, but it's a problem. So it's a celebration that we've gotten to this point where we're not doing that, because we are just disproving a false model. So there's no reason for us to replace that model with another model that is going to be flawed by definition, because you cannot, the Earth is such a complex system and we're not able to go to the outer limits of it, so we cannot come up with a comprehensive model. And why would we? We just work so hard every day, like we just did with this crouton guy, just trying to show him there's no curvature measured anywhere. There's no spinning measured anywhere. Like that's just a full-time job. We don't need to be like doing other stuff. It's a waste of time.
I don't think it is.
I know you don't, because you're a globe believer. You love models, right? You want to have an explanation that, and many people, and I guess if you're going to force me to comment on the phenomenon, I would say it's sad that many people do jump right from the globe model to another rigid, fundamentalist, mind-numbing belief in a model or whatever else. I mean, it's not necessarily a model. There's many flat Earth Pied Pipers who will lead people, right off the flat cliff, just right onto just another rigid belief system that's going to limit them and have them just following an authority figure instead of learning how to figure out the world for themselves. So if you insist on me commenting about it, there's my comment. Did any other ladies have a comment on that? Lifeologist, Minerva, Jenna. Jenna's mom. Nope, guess they're going to stay quiet. Okay, I don't know if you got any other questions. We've got Raiden. We've got one spliff a day. Are you there, one spliff? Did you have any questions about Flat Earth? I've never talked to you before, so I don't know if you're new here.
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, welcome. Thank you for speaking
Thanks.
up to say hello.
I would like to say I like old dude's model.
I'll see what I'll do put in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yes. People used to post that all the time. Yeah. That's good, old dude. Thank you for putting that in there. I guess Luke's listening to me somewhere because he's addressing me. Why don't you just come in and talk to me, woman to man there, Luke? That's, you're so shocked. Like, why don't you just come in? Maybe they banned you. I don't know. Yeah. Thanks for insulting me. I appreciate it. That's like some of the things I've learned the most are from people like you, like who just like throw random insults at me because they're really like triggered and upset by me. Like, I didn't used to be that way. I don't know if you ladies have any experience with this, but like I used to be a real people pleaser. And then I found out that like, because then random people would like attack me and be like, what is going on here? What have I done? When did I claim I was this thing? And you say I claimed it, but I'm not. You know, I'm like, gosh, where is this coming from? But then I realized like, I can be the villain in their eyes and it's fine. You know what I mean? Like they need that. Like Luke is calling me the villain there in his DM. He says I'm a horrible person, etc. And he's doing it in the YouTube comments, I know, because other people have tagged me in it. So, you know, Luke needs to be angry about me, and I'm going to let you do that, Luke. And it's not going to change who I am. It's not going to change the truth that the earth measures flat and there's no globe. So if you're willing to become the villain for people, like, you can get way more done. I'm just here to tell you, because yes, sir.
Yes, sir. People can't deal with reality and the truth.
That's right, pathologist. Yeah.
Nor change either.
Yes, I think change is the big thing. I think you are. Oh, Luke says, please read my DM to the room. Oh, I'd be thrilled. I didn't want to do that because, you know, it is DM, but you're also commenting publicly about me on YouTube. He wants to share me to share the full context if I'm going to represent him. No problem. Yep, I will read the entire thing. Of course. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning. 3:43 p.m. Oh gosh, I didn't even. He insulted me back on May 17th. I didn't even notice that. Thanks, Luke. Gosh, I triggered him back 4 days ago. You're an evil person. Please don't do what you're doing. You're hurting people. Please consider that you are not engaging with intellectual honesty. You are attempting to assert necessary requirements from others to provide evidence, but you are being a horrible person guised in a sweet-sounding woman. Your method for this is bullshit. Bull, period, shit, period. That was 17th then. I did not see that, Luke, but I wouldn't have responded anyway, so it really doesn't matter. May 21st, 10:07 p.m. I think you're a nice lady, like you are able to be a nice lady, but you are so evil and ignorant. It really shocks me how you can be so pleasant, but so ignorant to reality. Like, it appears incredibly crazy, ... Even more crazy than me randomly messaging you to tell you this. I am shocked. 10:08 p.m. You would be correct. Slight smiley face. Please read my DM to the room. If you would like to represent me, I don't mind you sharing the full context to the room. Please read the full message. All right, you guys have heard it all from Luke.
He was better off with you not reading that out loud.
I know. That's why I didn't do it at first. I was not wanting to, like, you know, be rude, right? Rob Noxious gets it.
Daddy, I wanna be naughty.
Do you have a question about the globe, Rob? I like Flatloyd's comment, the diaries of a trapped globie. That's good.
I don't know much.
Who said they don't know much? Is that Rob Noxious or somebody else?
Can you tell me a story about the flat Earth?
All stories are on Flat Earth.
I love your voice.
Well, probably somebody else should talk to then, because I just told you I prefer to be the villain. I much prefer to be the villain, right, Raiden? Didn't I explain that? You understand. You're Superman. Yeah.
I do. Are you well tonight?
Yeah. I am. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really good. I had this really amazing cup of tea right before I came into Discord. My son had lemon ginger. I had raspberry leaf. It was good.
No, I like your voice. I wanted to ask you, this doesn't really have anything to do with Flat Earth. Have you ever thought about doing radio?
Really?
No, because I'm just, I'm not into that kind of thing. I mean, the job that I'm doing, I prefer.
Oh, you do have the perfect
big
voice,
in the
by the
90s.
way.
You would have been big in the 90s.
You have a great voice for radio, by the way.
Well, if somebody wants to start a Flat Earth radio station, I mean, actually, I was watching Northern Exposure. Have you ever watched Northern Exposure, Raiden?
I have.
Did you watch all of it, or just like a little bit here and there?
Just a little bit here and there.
Yeah. Because I saw, I had the DVDs, because it used to be, it wasn't on any streaming services. Now I think they have it on Amazon Prime. But anyway, I did a watch of the entire series. And it was great. Oh, it's because I was living in this cabin with no internet. That's right. That's when I was doing that. That's right. And so that was
probably one of the best TV shows ever.
Oh, who said that?
Rob Noxious.
Oh my gosh, we agree on something. Actually, I think we.
How many seasons of that? How many seasons do they have?
Was it 6 seasons? It was the last 2 seasons everybody didn't like, but I still watched them.
6?
I think so. I'm pretty sure that's true. I don't know. I'll look it up. Just, I don't want to say something that's not right.
I remember the main guy. It was the Dodger, right?
Yep. Northern Exposure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So,
Quiet, you.
6 seasons. I was right. 6 seasons.
Flat Earth males, be quiet.
Oh, yeah. We're doing Ladies' Night. You probably didn't know that, but anyway, I was bringing that up for a reason. Anyway, yes. When I was watching that was one of the times when, I couldn't really come to Discord Flat Earth because I was, like I told you, I didn't have Wi-Fi. And I was thinking, the guy, who has the radio show, is his name Chris? I can't remember. It's been a while. But anyway, that kind of reminded me of Discord. I don't know, just the whole show kind of reminded me of it. But it made me think of how, we're kind of this weird radio show. Yeah. And with a lot of interesting characters in it. So, yep. It's a good show.
Girl,
you should watch the rest of it, Raiden.
Girl.
But I don't know. People didn't like season 5 and 6. I can't remember why, but definitely seasons 1 through 3 are really good. Especially season 3. I think it was the finale of season 3 that I really liked. I haven't gotten to that on my second rewatch.
Remember the bear?
Tell me about the bear.
It was a fuzzy bear.
So, Rob Noxious and I have agreed on 2 things. This is the one. The season 3 finale of Northern Exposure, titled Sicily, is a standout episode that tells the story of the town's founding in the early 1900s. Yeah, that is a hilarious episode. I gotta watch that one again.
Graham Greene, the guy that he's in that. Dude, he's played an Indian in just about every freaking show ever.
There's only so many Indians.
That guy's great. I love that guy. Yep, he is great. Yep, he's that like kind of teenager, guy that he first meets on the road in first episode. I feel bad. I'm not a good fan. I can't remember his name either. It's been so long.
Remember the Indian in Poltergeist?
I never actually watched that. I don't know anything about that besides just the little kids like staring at the screen, like, you know what I mean, like that kind of image from it. I don't really know anything about that.
He was the medicine man in
Josie Wales.
Dancing
Josie Wales. Yeah, Chief Dan George, I believe his name is.
He's in a lot. He was the he was Dances with Wolves, like the guy that he always talked to.
Yep, and he was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He's the big Indian who tore out the sink and threw it through the window.
Holy crap, he's been in everything, man.
Hell yeah.
So Rob Noxious, I wanted to ask you, so we agreed on two things. One, Luke shouldn't have asked me to read that DM out loud.
And I'm
Two, was Northern Exposure is a great show, right? And then 3 is going to be There's No Globe, right?
You broke up on the last. I didn't hear the last one. You said 3 what?
There is no globe.
Something's wrong. Let me check my mic real quick.
Yeah, Rob. Don't you know that the radius value has been repeatedly falsified and that there's nothing that can save you? Nothing can save your mind ball now. It's gone.
Uh-oh. Here comes the best friend.
What keeps you on the globe?
My love for spherosity.
Your love for balls.
I mean, I feel like these people who are willing to admit it's an emotional attachment and they can't handle reality I feel like that's progress. It's, at least you're moving past the denial stage. Yeah.
This is like walking into the asylum and the patients have like the white coats on and shit. This is so awesome. I love it here.
Yeah. See, but if you were in the asylum, like, I don't know if we would in our therapy sessions, would we try to get you off the globe,
exactly.
or would we just, I don't know. Yeah. Would we just medicate you, and send you to a checkers night,
shock
I think
therapy.
you guys are going to love this. Maywin is in the chat saying that the air is composed of multiple mediums. What?
Can you give me proof for why it's one?
Understands. Yeah, the air is one medium. Water is a totally other medium.
Where's the proof? Or citation? You can say I've lost my mind, but I'm just curious. I just want to see a citation.
No, that's absolutely bonkers.
Just give me a citation, please.
The air is the air. The water is the water. You can have refraction through two mediums, right? Air is a singular medium, and for you to try to argue this is just a cope.
Okay, actually, no. What's the definition of medium first?
The definition of medium, you don't know it?
Can you tell me?
A medium would be something like water or air, where things can move, experience buoyancy density through these mediums. Notice that when you're talking about air and water, you say mediums, plural, because they're two different mediums.
Yeah, if you just want me to read you the definition, I mean, there's many definitions of medium, but you're looking for the intervening substance through which impressions are conveyed to the senses, or force acts on objects at a distance. At Oxford Dictionary. There's a bunch of other ones.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
So, when you say that air is one medium, like what does that mean? Does that mean like air is like completely homogeneous and like all the, is it like completely homogeneous? Like, is there no like difference between, like the
Well, I don't know about that. I just know,
density gradient in the air.
in classical physics, refraction, is it requires two mediums, and usually, it's between air and water. Sometimes, light refraction itself, actually more often when you're when you're doing this in a physics class or doing ray diagrams and so on, you use a mirror. I mean, or you go from air to the water, like the bending. Have you ever seen the bending straw thing? Have you ever seen that demonstration where you looking from the air to the water? Yeah, I mean,
so, yeah.
Air to water. So in that particular demonstration, then you're talking about air as being a medium and water as being the other one.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Just I just want to see, I guess citation saying refraction can't happen through air only because, or something like that, or air is one medium. A citation saying air is one medium and refraction cannot happen through that. Just for the guys in the chat, I guess.
I think a lot of your issue is with the word refraction is you guys are overusing it to cover quite a few different phenomena. Refraction.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, I was going to say that too because, they're using it, and that's not what they mean. Yeah, good point.
Exactly what Heretic said. Nope, it's anisotropic. But they don't understand the difference between these anisotropic and isotropic mediums.
Are you still there, Minerva?
Yeah, I'm leaving work.
Oh, okay. So maybe you can't talk right now, but I was just going to ask you something. But when you are at a place where you can talk, let us know. Yeah, so I don't know. I was going to, I just told myself before, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, I guess. It's probably because, well, I'm not even going to get into that, but, oh yeah, if there weren't other questions, from Fantasy Globe adherents, I was going to talk about this book that was one of the first books I read that really explained Flat Earth to me, because every time I bring it up, nobody's ever heard of it. It was published in 2016. I'll take a picture of the cover and the table of contents, and then I'll find a link to it. His name's Edward Hendry, the author of this book. So yeah, while I'm doing that, is there anyone else in here that has a question about the flat Earth?
I have one quick one.
Oh, go ahead, Raiden.
I just want to know what your opinion was. If you just took someone who didn't know one way or the other, what would you tell them would be the best way to find out what the shape of the Earth was? Would it be to go into space and take a picture or measure it, or what would you tell them?
The second one. Yep, measure it. Yep, definitely not going to tell them to go into space, take a picture. I mean, I saw, Sunny earlier was, I guess people who are into space pictures, because Sunny put a picture, which I think is maybe from the Red Bull jump. It was a long time ago. It's probably gone away now because of these chat seems to disappear. You know, I mean, people who are like obsessed with space, I guess, you know, they can find some of the pictures from up there that show the flat horizon. Yeah, here's the one. I found it. Good, it's still there. I'll save it for you because I don't think you were here when he put that in there. So, like, I would never use that as a proof, but I would use it as raising a question, you know, because the images from high altitude, so that one, it looks like it says in there 127,570 feet. And then what do you see there, Braden, with the cockpit, outside the cockpit?
I'm not in front of my monitor right now. I'm sorry. I'm in another part of the house. So I can't see.
Okay, I could send it. I could send you the picture if you really want to see it, as long as you're not going to send me mean messages like Luke if I send you a message.
No, I don't want you to inconvenience yourself. If you don't feel like it, that's fine. I do agree with measurements. If someone does take a measurement of the Earth, do you think it should be checked by someone else? Accuracy?
Yep, for sure. Yep, all things should be repeated
I'm
and
glad
checked.
you said that. That's good. That's fantastic. I talked to someone else and they said no, and I thought that was dumbfounded me.
I'm not. I wouldn't argue with the person who said no. It's like, I mean, whatever. Like I said, we're not all the same person. We are not the Borg. We have our own ideas. You know, we don't.
At least you have enough common sense to understand that stuff needs to be checked by someone else. So that's good.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what context the conversation was in, so I can't comment on that or what reasoning the person might have had for their answer. Or
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask you, if you measure the Earth, would you want someone else to check your results for accuracy?
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's the thing about a lot. Yeah, that's the thing about a lot of these observations, because they are given, you know, they are given exact distances, observer height, expected drop, what's actually seen.
At least you do have enough sense to understand that you could be in error and not know it, right?
Well, I guess, you know, if you're talking about one particular measurement, but I know for sure that I'm not in error about the globe model being destroyed. There's no, because I have, as I think you heard me mention many times before, I mean, I know that that logically the globe is impossible. It's mathematically impossible. It's logically impossible. There's no evidence for it. You know, it's just not, it's not there. Like, how can I be wrong about a thing not being there? It's just, it's just not there.
Well, I'm just saying, you understand that you're not beyond making a mistake, right?
I make mistakes in a lot of areas and have made mistakes, and then I've learned from them. No, in the case of the fantasy globe, the verdict is it's not there. I mean, that is just...
Forget about the globe, just measurements. Mm-hmm. You did say you would want someone else to check it, right, for veracity and accuracy, etc.
Of course, right? Yeah, that's I mean, normally, yeah, when you take, even if you're just doing the measurements...
That's fantastic.
If you were just measuring something in general, you know, yourself, usually, like, you measure it 3 times, you know, make sure it's right. Or if you're doing it like in a scientific experiment, you come up with your margin of error based on the limitations of your measuring device. And you usually do take 3 or more measurements, and then often you'd average them together, and then you calculate your percent error. Like, yeah, that's a normal thing.
Sure. Okay, fair enough. I feel the same way. If I was measuring anything, I would want someone else to come behind me and check it, just to make sure, because I understand that I'm not beyond making a mistake, even if I think I'm right. No. I think a lot of people can't admit that, though.
But what was the point?
I wasn't trying to make a point. I asked her a question and she answered it. So you might have been late.
So you think you might be wrong about the globe there, Raiden?
I can be wrong about anything. And I admit that.
Good, because, yeah, I think you might be wrong about the globe. And I feel like you might get there eventually.
Probability is a different story. That's not what you asked me, so. Sure, I could be wrong about anything. And I'm man enough to admit that.
I have a question.
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, actually I have a few questions, but I'll just start off with this one. Do you think that people, the vast majority of people, believe Earth is a globe because of a mistake or because of an intentional conspiracy? Like, do you think people are just wrong, or do you think people are deliberately led to believe something that you think is false?
I'll give my answer, and then if any of the other ladies want to chime in.
Yes,
it depends on the person. It depends on the person. A large majority of the people are just repeating the story that they've been told. For example, in the educational institutions, they're just passing on what they've been told, and they believe that someone smarter than them, is what we keep hearing people say in here, that someone else has checked it, must be confirmed, there must be science behind it. They believe in it. They're not like most of the teachers out there are not going to be sitting there thinking, we're going to tell these kids it's a globe, but we really know it's not. So that's one institution, educational institution. Military, I would say for them, they're not out there. Most of them are not out there claiming it's a globe. So I suspect, and what I've heard, just anecdotally, is that there's a lot more people in the military who are not going to be publicly stating it, but if they, there's a lot of highly intelligent people in the military who use the Earth as flat and stationary every day and realize their weapon systems depend on a flat and stationary Earth. So I feel like there's probably a significant number of them that realize the truth, but they're not going to be out there proclaiming the flat Earth or anything. Because they're just matter of fact people that don't want to cause problems for themselves. Let's move on to NASA. That is the one that most people have the biggest problem with because they think that we're claiming that everyone in NASA is in on this deception. In no way, shape, or form have I ever heard any flat earther claim that. The only people who say that are the globe believers, because it's very obvious that you could work for an organization if you're on the lower levels, not know the overarching mission or what exactly is going on at the higher levels in your organization. You just have your little compartmentalized function that you take care of, whatever it might be, working on the computer, working on technical things, fixing things, putting out images of the globe, like Robert Simon. I'll try to find some information about him if you're interested, but he's a NASA employee that right on nasa.gov website says that he creates images of the globe on the computer, one of them being the big blue marble that most people assumed was a picture taken from space. But no, it's right on the nasa.gov website that Robert Simon created this image by wrapping flat maps around a ball to match people's expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. So, yep. I mean, I can't know who all these people are, what they do or do not know, but my, just observation from what I've seen is that a vast majority of these people are just repeating what they were told, and they're not purposely trying to deceive people. What do you think?
Hey, how you doing?
So just to be clear, you think that people think it's a globe as a mistake, or do you think that do you think that anywhere in the process that there is a conspiracy going on, that somewhere down the line people believe that the Earth is a globe because they were told by people who, in your opinion, know otherwise but are trying to deceive? Or do you think it's just a measurement mistake or something?
No, I mean, I don't think the original globe model put out there is a mistake. No, I mean, I think, it started with the ancient Greeks and their Pythagorean cult and their philosophical idea that sphere was a perfect shape, that, they weren't even claiming, of course, to go out there in space or do any of these things. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lie that, was passed on through time. And then eventually they came up with this, fraudulent organization known as NASA that, yeah, obviously some of those people at the top know that they're complete frauds. I mean, there's no doubt. But, yeah, I don't think it was an honest mistake. No. It might have been like at one point, it might have been at one point back when they were just, philosophizing about it. They might have actually thought they were right? But then once we had the technology to be able to go high enough, I think Lifologist was referring to that earlier, some of those tests that they did early on, and they saw that it was a flat horizon, no matter how high they went. And then they decided to just, keep lying to people. But that's not a large number. That's just a small number that's doing that. Most people are just deluded and they don't look into it enough to realize what's really going on. What was the one you were referring to, Lifologist? The project something or other? I can't even remember the names of all the...
The Johnston Island bombing. Is that the one you're talking?
All those projects they did in the 50s, I don't know. It's maybe that's not what you were referring to, but yeah. So anyway, did you have anything else you wanted to add to this guy's question about whether people are consciously deceiving or just making a mistake? Lifologist, did you?
Did I say you can freaking have that? No, I did not.
What? Somebody talking?
Yes, we push.
Oh, this is Demi02 Gaming. Yes. Did you have a question? Maybe you could speak up, Domi02 Gaming. Or are you just hot miking?
Ready?
Hello. Domi02? Are you there?
Miking Domi. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so you brought it all the way back to Pythagoras. You like do you think Pythagoras? Okay, I'm gonna just meet this guy right ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think
Is that
Pythagoras?
guy just hot miking? I should probably mute him from this side then. Oh, somebody did. Yep, somebody muted him.
Somebody already muted him. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
What?
I'm sorry. I kept interrupting you, just checking on the muting situation, but I am ready for you to finish your sentence, and I will be quiet.
For sure. Do you think Pythagoras... So you brought it all the way back to Pythagoras. Do you think Pythagoras knew that the Earth wasn't flat, and then to his cult Pythagoras knew that it was flat, but then told his cult that it wasn't flat, or that it was a globe? Or do you think that he made the mistake, and then the conspiracy goes back to NASA, or goes to NASA? They're the ones who found out for sure that it was flat, and then they told everyone that it was a globe, or did Pythagoras know and then lie to everybody, and the conspiracy started there?
If only we could ask him, but time travel's impossible since Einstein's theory's been debunked. So, I mean, I'm sad about Pythagoras because, the Pythagorean theorem is great. Like, he came up with that. That's totally useful. I don't know why he went off the deep end with this other thing. Well, I think they probably just sitting around, shooting the breeze and looking at the stars, and they didn't really know what they were talking about because they couldn't get up there, and so they just made up a story and stuck with it. I have no idea. I wasn't there, so I don't really know.
Okay. So, this probably made a mistake, but then NASA made the intentional conspiracy. So, my follow-up question is, why did NASA do that conspiracy? Was it just basically to, conceal this, paradigm-shifting thing that would just change how we, look at the universe, and so people wouldn't freak out, or is it because of something more sinister, like they could benefit somehow from the Earth being round?
Yeah, this is a common question that people ask. You know, they ask, why would they lie? I think it's a natural first question for a lot of people. It was never my first question because, you know, by the time I got to this, it was kind of like, yeah, I mean, governments lie. Like, that's just like, you know, we don't even know why.
We can
A lot of times it's for profit. I mean, you know, profit is probably, you know, they're making millions of dollars a day off this NASA scam, but it's also like a mindset, you know, if you're asking my opinion, which is only my opinion, obviously, it's a mindset. Yeah. You know, I've brought this movie up several times here. The Truman Show, you know, that movie is an allegory for a man who's trapped in a world where the boundaries are artificial, and he's being, you know, the way he thinks about everything is being controlled. There's fears being instilled in him that are not natural fears based on reality. And the globe model does all those things and more. Yeah, it keeps people limited in their thinking. It keeps them thinking we're stuck here on this ball and only these elite people can get off of it. But maybe one day we'll get off of it. And even if there's problems here, and I'm depressed because I have cognitive dissonance because the reality of the Earth being flat and stationary is what I experience, but everybody keeps telling me on TV it's something else. And if this cognitive dissonance leads to depression, then, you know, I can dream about my fantasy life on Mars where I will be, you know, having 12 Martian wives or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, it's just another way to control the minds of the population with a bunch of bread and circuses that happen to be, you know, out there in the sky where you can never go, you can never verify their story, and you just have to believe they're bad science fiction that's not even as good as Hollywood science fiction. It's like low-class middle school animation, some of this stuff. I mean, have you seen their stupid Mars rover pictures? When I saw those, they're little animations. I mean, I guess they claim they're videos. It's like, what a joke. I mean, they're just a joke, NASA. I can't even believe people take them seriously. They're a joke. Anybody else want to add to that? The ladies here, the why would they lie question. I mean,
is it ladies?
You mentioned,
yeah, for another 17 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, we got 17 minutes left, and you got to leave.
I don't have to leave, but it's just the end of this particular event. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, so you mentioned something interesting there, where it's like part of your answer was like, oh. It's basically to limit people into thinking that that they can't, you know, leave Earth, or that they can't go to Mars or something. So do you think, or that only like rich people or the government or whatever can leave Earth and go to space or whatever? So do you think that it's possible to leave?
The angle, and the other is going to be under the sun.
How are you going to prove all this?
Okay.
What are you using to measure?
You're going to use your own measurements. What you use, you know, your navigation, your sailor stuff. We're going to use that.
You don't have that equipment.
You have it. I'm just saying that's a challenge for you.
I don't know if you're standing underneath the sun.
No, not right now.
You will be with yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
You said you will be
not with myself.
I don't know where you're standing. I don't know where you're standing. You don't know how to tell me if it's directly above you.
Yeah, it's not. I'm Egyptian, and it's not above me.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's not above me right now. It's in the afternoon or something. So we're gonna do that in the afternoon. I'm gonna do it to somebody, no problem. I got people.
Yeah, so how are you gonna prove that it's directly above your head?
Bro. What do you mean?
So you don't even know what I'm talking about, yet you want to try to do this. That's crazy shit.
Your talk is irrelevant, you know that? I'm just stating what I'm gonna do.
Okay, how are you going to
What
prove
are
that
you
it's
gonna
directly overhead?
correctly overhead? I guess I'm gonna choose a time zone, which is no, I'm gonna choose a season, a specific day when it's right above my head, and I'm
So
gonna
not
do it
tomorrow.
else.
So not tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, not tomorrow. Yeah, I was right. I was wrong about this part.
So
Yeah.
how are you going to prove it's directly over your head?
No, we're gonna
Google
do it approximately. You know, approximate.
Oh, so if we use approximations, then our numbers are going to be different. So what's going to happen is now your test is done. Now we can't do your test. Now we're done. You failed.
No, I'm gonna win under one condition. No, under one condition.
failed.
If the difference,
no
if the
condition.
difference is too big, if the difference is too big,
No.
nope.
You don't. What's too big? What's
Nope.
too big? What's too small?
The
What's too
difference.
big? What's too small? What? What's the number?
What's the number?
Yeah, what's the number?
How can
What's
I-
too big
how
and
can I-
what's too small?
Once we measure it, you're gonna see.
Oh, so you're going to determine if the number is too big or too small?
Yeah, we're gonna debate it. Yeah, we're gonna debate it at the time. We're
Sorry.
not using any
You're not,
technology.
you're
We're
not very scientific. You're not
What-
very.
what-
You don't do any. You have no controls
exactly.
that you're
I'm using your own tools.
You're just guessing.
I'm using
you don't
your
have any
tools.
tools. You don't have any
It's your
tools.
tools.
You don't even understand how they work. You, don't
your tools.
speak
Definitely you
over
are
me.
not
Don't
using
speak
our tools.
It's your
motherfucker.
own tools. It's your own tools. No.
We are
You
not
said
using
that-
fallacies. No, we are not using fallacies. Your tool is an appeal to future fallacy. Someday, if you stay alive, you will do that shit. No.
Yeah, you're
Just
you're
listen.
starting
It's
to
a
realize
fallacy.
the gaps in your tools. There are
It's a
gaps in your
fallacy.
tools, okay?
We are not using fallacies. We are not saying, oh, one day in the future, we will do that to validate to be flat. No. We are not
That's the
appealing
only
to
way.
future. But you are doing that, so don't claim that you are using our tools. Thanks.
It's your tools, and you see the gaps in them. Because I'm gonna use them, and you see the gaps. You've seen them right now.
Yeah, I see the gap from 3,000 mile to from 93 million mile to 3,000 mile. Yeah, I see the fucking gap that you have on your globe claim about the distance to the sun. Yeah, like Matthew Learns claimed that he measured 3,000 mile. I see the gap. You claiming 93 million. So, yeah, that's a big fucking gap. Can you mute yourself while you're making the dough for the bread, please?
No. Oh, I'm shaking. Wait, sorry.
Guy's not here anymore, huh? Oh, he's here.
No, I'm trying to take a shit and search for something.
Who else we got in here? We got Nash. Globe Defender. What's up, guys? Who's in there right now?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, Ranger? People still trying to prove the Earth is a globe.
Indeed.
It's funny that they're doing it without something having relevance to the Earth being a globe. Like they're trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat. It doesn't happen because it's not even anywhere used in the system they're trying to use it for. Like this guy trying to show that linear distance to anything that they're seeing in the sky is something to do with celestial navigation. He's not able to bring up a citation or any other source that shows that that's actually the way they do it, which proves that he doesn't have a point. So it's irrelevant unless he can put anything to what he's saying that would make it relevant, not just him saying it. So very interesting. Sporadic in the house. What's up, bro? Are you at work? Maybe driving to work? You got Calaman. Calaman, if you're there.
Afraid to speak.
Calaman. I don't think I've ever spoken to that guy, to be honest. Have you talked to him, Radwin?
Nope.
Interesting. Others.
I find it interesting that we have a glober who passed the triangle test like that. 2 images later, he didn't know what a triangle was anymore.
Oh, well, that seems to be a theme, man. Because that guy, remember what I was talking to, that he sounded like he likes the fact that we question people that come through here that talk about science and all that. He's like, yeah, I can't believe those guys the way they are. And then when who was it came through and asked him, like, if
Yeah, that was yesterday or the day before.
if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, and he said, yeah, like all that, like he went through the whole thing, and I think you gave him the triangle test too, and he like failed that. It's like everybody that you so far that you've been doing this to has been failing it after the fact that they've already claimed they understand what triangles are and they've made it clear. That right there, man. I don't know what you call that.
No, I think part of it. Hold on, just a second. I think part of it was that approach. Like, on the grass cutting going on. It was the approach. He started off simply asking him about shapes. We started off at shapes. He asked him if he knew what a triangle is. Then he presented the test and he passed it. But I believe if it was different, like if we were already talking about the shape of the Earth, you know what I mean? He would fail based off the information he was already trying to present to him, and he would conclude that he's saying, straight lines are triangles. So I'm going to say no, none of those, or fail the triangle test on purpose, knowing that we're talking about the shape of the Earth. So if it would have been backwards, he would have failed. That's why he went from passing to failing.
That's my style to, be nice when I give them usually. Just la-di-da-di. Do you know what a triangle is? Yes, no. Oh, you don't know what you think that's a triangle? That, blah, blah, blah. Then Once we get them to know what triangles are, then we have to break the news to them that doesn't work on the surface of a ball. That's when they no longer understand what triangles are. They forget. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know anything about triangles. You need to have a sailor do something. I don't know what the fuck the guy started spazzing out about.
He wanted to you talk about the one that you just spoke to that he's right now.
Yeah, the boss guy who's still here. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. He wanted to have linear distance to something. Otherwise, what you're saying is invalid. That's what he was going with. He was going with linear distance being something that should be spoken of when you're doing this. And dude, like nobody in celestial navigation uses the idea that let me talk about sine and cosine. Like he's trying to make it relevant, dude, so that we can factor in linear distance to the thing we're looking at in the sky. That's what he's trying to put to. Like he's like, well, it needs to be. Well, you guys are not doing this. That's the funny part. He's trying to make because he can't save the fact that he already spoken of what a triangle is, and now he's gonna come back with this. That's wild, man. Hashib, welcome to the room.
Thanks.
So, we're asking people here, do they think the Earth is a globe? And if they do, can you defend it? Hashib? Hello? It's too good, man. You like that, Kimbo?
They're losing their mind, I think. It's starting to sink in that Mars has been canceled and they're dismantling SpaceX as we speak.
What a freaking win, dude. Like, golly. I mean, you just like right now, you got your drink in your hand, you're in a little tubey floating down the river, just looking at these globers go insane. You know, like
You know what's really funny about this whole thing? It doesn't even affect us at all. Except we get to launch helium balloons in a party somewhere. That's it. We can just laugh at them and everything else. That's it.
Too good.
No, if it doesn't affect us, you can pretend to go to space or not go to space. It has nothing to do with the Earth being flat. You can come in here and now you can't even cry about space because you don't have anything. They quit.
Yeah.
They gave up.
They quit. They're defunded. They defunded NASA. Now they're defunding SpaceX. Let's try to defund all of endeavors to go to space. How about that? Let's just collectively defund everything.
And guess what? GPS will keep working. Cell phones will keep working. Our internet will keep working because we never use that shit.
Yeah.
24% cut from NASA. So obviously they don't want to get rid of everybody yet. It took them down to 18 billion a year now from what their ridiculous number was. That's still ridiculous. Yeah. And then all the contracts for SpaceX have been canceled. The end. That's it.
So great.
I
love that.
In fact, it's probably risky to leave the power on in the building at this point because who's going to start paying those bills?
No, I was telling Indio yesterday, dude. I was like, they must have like a skeleton crew now, like just the essential personnel, you know, people that were just needed to do the essential tasks to keep the building operational. You know what I mean? Like that's what I thought.
I wish I could remember there were two engineers that left where I work to go work at SpaceX, and they were all like smugging shit. They're going to be going to work there. They're not working there anymore, I guarantee it. And I don't even know what they would have done because they weren't very good. Because I knew what they did. They kind of sat in the other part of the building doing dumb shit. So I'm sure they were doing dumb shit there too.
You should. Now's the time to put them in an email or something and just put "How you like me now." I think that would be a good email. How you like me now?
I have a friend of mine at work. He probably knows who it is. I'm pretty sure he remembers the name because I didn't remember his name. I knew who it was. I just don't remember his name. I work with a lot of people, so. But yeah, I'll try to figure it out. And hey, how you been doing? How's that job working out for you? I was thinking about
How's
moving there.
everything going?
I'm thinking about moving, getting an interview. Don't come here, he'll say.
That is crazy.
I'm sure he's not even there anymore.
Well, yeah, now that things are going the way. Dude, Tesla stock took a dip yesterday. Like, crazy dip. I mean, the markets are rebounding just a little this morning. I'm looking at the way things are going. But as far as like Tesla stock did, yeah. Because they're taking the EV mandate away from him. Woo-wee, man, that's a whopper. But then it's making it, Elon's making it sound like perhaps maybe he wanted to cuddle up to Trump to make sure his business isn't going to be, imploding like the way it is now. So you got Tesla, you got SpaceX. I mean, Trump is just like, yeah, just going to take away your toys because we don't need to overspend on any of this stuff. Like, it's not needed. And look, I got the email. I'll even show it to you. Not the email, the quote on social media. Let me see. I'll post it in here. This is crazy. Find it. Where am I at? This one.
Dragon spacecraft, decommissioning it immediately.
Oh, yeah. And check this one out. I don't know. I mean, this might be like the same. Look at what he says there. It's very telling what he says in this one. I'll read it for those guys who are not reading along with us. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without the subsidized, he would be worthless. And telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. Dude, he's like, golly. Rocket ships to nowhere, bro. How you like that? Trump don't give a rat's ass about what Elon. I don't know. This that's crazy, right? So he's not endorsing him in any way. He's just like, dude, like I'm gonna do what I do. Like you can, yeah, you can endorse me. That's fine, but he's just really bold, dude, to say the things he does.
Maybe Elon's kid shouldn't have said in the Oval Office that day, "You're not the president."
Damn. Did he say those words?
Yeah, that little boy.
I didn't know he did that.
During a press conference, she's just sitting there playing on the ground, all that dumb shit, standing there next to the president's desk, doing dumb shit, said, looked at him and said, "You're not the president."
And everybody had a good chuckle.
No, they pretended like they didn't hear it. Everything went downhill after that. Yeah, everything went downhill after that.
So he doesn't have Doge up anymore, right? Department of Government Efficiency. He doesn't have that up anymore.
I don't know. I don't follow them guys.
I wonder if that's taken away as well. I mean, it's been a bad day for Elon all around, man. So now he's throwing Trump under the bus by putting him with Epstein. There was a video showing that Epstein and Donald were like having a party and stuff.
Some kind of distraction for the Diddy event. That's all.
Yeah, all that, whatever is going on in that trial. Rich and powerful playing games.
Doesn't make the earth turn into a ball, so it doesn't really affect us.
Well, the only good thing is that all the stuff that they were talking about that they were going to do and plans to go to the Mars and all that. Then you hear they're decommissioning the vehicle that would allegedly take them there.
It's all over. Everything, all space rockets, all that shit's done. We're gonna be looking at that like it was just a period of time where people believed in space and shit. That's coming 30 years from now.
Let me jump in with one question, guys. They don't have any planned moon missions or anything. They're giving it all up.
Yeah, they don't have any contracts. There's zero money coming in.
Oh yeah. Trump has he's told Elon that part of the budget that the government's trying to, reassess is going to be taken away from, anything to deal with like space and rockets and all that. Cause I don't know if you can see the image that I posted up, Mr. Hinkle. The image, it shows like where in social media where he made this quote, where Donald Trump made this quote. So he's not going to endorse anything like what Elon wants, which is electric car mandate. He's removing all of that. Anything the rockets to space projects and stuff, he's taking that away.
Well, if that's all legit, that sounds like good news. Yay!
Well, yeah, it's happy days, right? Because like now, the guys who are like, well, what happens when Elon goes to Mars? What are you guys gonna do? Like, talking to us and stuff. I'm like, well, he's not doing that now. No more money, no more toys. Took away your rocket toys. You can't play around with electric cars either. So Tesla stock took a dip yesterday. I mean, it was crashing.
Electric cars are fine if you drive like 10 miles a day or something like that. That's fine.
Yeah, but he's the EV mandate, which, I don't know if Elon had high hopes that, Trump would have changed his mind on that. But yeah, he never was gonna do that. So that's a no-go for him. So I think he had like I don't know, there was a tax credit for getting an electric vehicle. I think that's going to be done away with. So I don't know what do you got left? So, well, they're not going to go to space anymore. They don't have vehicles to get there. So, you got Bilbo Swaggins just joined us. What's up, Bilbo Swaggins?
Yeah, what's up?
So, we're discussing the topic of the room, which, you may or may not defend. But do you defend that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, but I believe the Earth is also 6,000 years old, which is an unpopular opinion.
Wow.
Well, aside from that, do you think it's a sphere?
Yes.
What evidence do you have for that? To conclude that?
Pictures from space.
That's out.
Yeah, and how did you validate those?
Through looking at them. I've also flown the circumference of the.
You just looked at an image and said, I validated that image because I looked at it. Is that what you did?
Well, yeah.
And he's flown in a plane before. And he said he's flown in a plane before, so it's got to be a ball. Because I've never been in a plane. I've never been in an airplane. I don't even know what they look like.
Yeah, but have you flown the circumference of the Earth?
Yeah, dude.
You haven't.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, you're getting away from looking at images and just declaring that the Earth is a globe. You don't find that to be a problem?
That's hard to.
Well, that's an issue. Prove. That's an issue right now. If you can't declare, or if you are declaring that the Earth is a globe based on an image, that's a problem. You know why?
Multiple images.
Yeah, but okay. Let's say you got 4 of them. 5.
And testimony.
Does it matter?
And testimonies.
Yeah, testimony. Okay. So we got a guy. Let's put a comparison to this, right? There's a guy who said he saw Bigfoot, and there's like 5 or 20 people. Who doesn't matter? It doesn't really matter, but that 20 people said they saw Bigfoot along with the guy, and he's got a photo. Does that make Bigfoot real?
No.
Okay. So how are you saying what you're saying is true? Let's try again.
I trust the pictures. I trust the people who've been there. I have faith in them.
Okay. So a person who saw Bigfoot, you could easily say, I trust the guy who took the image of Bigfoot. Therefore, Bigfoot is real. Same thing.
Yeah, I don't trust that though.
Well,
You didn't say you have faith in the guy.
You're making a conscious decision to choose to trust the guy. You didn't do it for the guy that's talking about Bigfoot. You're doing it for the guy who's talking about, what Earth looks like. Whoever's showing you that image, you're choosing to trust him. You didn't choose to trust the guy that showed you the image of Bigfoot, but you're choosing to trust the guy or the people who show you the image of the Earth as a globe. That's what you're making a conscious choice to do that.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So that's not validation of the image.
How
you're
do you
not
validate
validating
the
it by
images from
trusting
the
somebody?
planes?
A validation
How do you
would be
validate?
you could easily make a comparison to the image to something that you could see in the physical world, or you can actually go there logistically, travel to that location and see for yourself. You did neither of those. You didn't compare the image to what you see in the physical world, nor did you travel to the location where they took it. So validation was not done.
That's only one aspect of the. That's only one aspect, though. You could say that's a smaller
What
aspect.
do you mean one aspect? I gave you two versions of ways you could validate. Either you can travel there, or you can actually see it in the physical world if there's anything that compares to it.
Yeah, I've also traveled the circumference of the Earth on a plane.
Okay, so using the image, let's say you have an image and you put it in the cockpit, right? Take the image, you pin it on the cockpit. What are you going to compare that image to when you're flying your plane, sir? Because we're using the image validation right now, and it doesn't seem like you're able to, but you're using flying a plane to do so. Okay, you take the image with you in the cockpit. What can you compare the image to when you're flying your plane? Tell me.
I'm not taking an image.
Well, the image is what's in contention. You said this is a way that I know that the Earth is what it is. Multiple images and many people's testimonies on the image. So let's just put it this way: is the image a way to validate that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? I can go to your, your pilot testimony and all that. But first, identify if you can, tell me that the image is of any truth consequent to the Earth being a globe. Yes or no?
I agree that I take people who have observed the present state of the Earth and its spherical nature, who've seen it with their bare eyes. I accept, even though I haven't validated it myself, I accept that what they're saying. I don't think that they're lying when they say they've seen it as a sphere.
Okay.
I don't think that they're lying when they
and they
Google Earth photos.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. So they're presenting an image to you, and they said, "I've seen the Earth. This is what it looks like," and you're choosing to trust them. Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so that's not validating the Earth as a globe based on the image. You're not validating the Earth as a globe based on the image. You're just choosing to trust whoever gave it to you. And like, it's a conscious choice. So you could say that I don't believe in Bigfoot and the images they're showing me there, but I will believe the Earth as a globe.
Yeah. I don't believe that it's a gigantic conspiracy that there are all these thousands of people are in on it to hide this truth about
that's
something
not the
that
point.
something.
That's not the point.
Something that
Who
you
cares
can
about
observe
that,
in the
right?
present.
Bill, bro, who cares about that? We're only finding out how you discern what is true and what is not true. Based on what you've said, it's only been about just somebody presenting you an image and you saying, "Okay, I trust you, bro."
Not an image. It's hundreds, thousands of photos from space, from
many. Okay, so let me rephrase.
From Google Earth,
many
from
images,
satellites.
Many images that have been shown to you. Many, right? It could be multiple. You can put any number you want to that. Multiple images that have been shown to you. You trust the persons that are giving you this information, and that's what you're going to go with. You're not validating that the Earth, based on those multiple images, is a globe or not. You're just trusting the people giving.
I trust that there's not a huge conspiracy when they give me these photos.
Yeah, so it doesn't. You're trying to put lipstick on a pig. It's not going to make it any more true that you're trying to dress it up. It doesn't change the fact that you're just trusting people that are showing you images and saying, "Okay, I believe you."
I agree. I agree. I trust the people that have said they have seen it.
Okay, so what you've
Bigfoot
done
guys.
basically is put faith into people giving you images, and you didn't validate the image itself or images. You didn't validate those images. You're just trusting, right? Put faith in the people that have given this to you. That's about as far as it gets. So you're choosing to, and somebody can show you a picture of an alien gray or whatever, and you will say, I don't trust that. But then on this other hand, the people showing you the images of the earth, you're like, I trust that. I don't trust that, but I trust that. You're not validating whether or not the image is true or not.
I'd take the images into consideration. I wouldn't say that that's my sole.
Really?
I don't place all my trust.
Okay, Bill, bro, what's the standard that you're applying to the image that makes it any more true than the guy that's showing you Bigfoot? What makes the difference for you? What's the standard here?
Yeah, because I have personally flown the circumference of the Earth.
Really?
In that respect. Yeah.
Okay, so the difference is
what kind of plane?
You traveled over the surface, right? So what in your travel, detail to the audience, please. What in your travel did you do to negotiate over any specific amount of curvature, which means that how much curvature did you take into consideration over point A and point B of the distance of your flight?
So we flew in a straight line.
Really?
That's
not going to help you.
From Washington, D.C. to London to Japan, back to D.C.
Yeah, see, that's not going to help you, man. You can't say those words.
Why?
Because you're flying over a horizontal plane, and a straight line is what you need to be doing. So you're basically agreeing with us at the moment. So what I asked for, just pay attention, right? What I'm asking for is when you decided to fly the plane from the point of your origin to your destination, what is the amount of curvature that you had to factor in throughout your flight? What were you considering?
I don't know the math of it, but if you just fly in one direction and you come full circle, so to speak, you're not making any turns. You're not turning to the left. You're not turning to the right, and you're just going straight. And you literally wrap around the entire Earth.
Right, really. So did you know that it was a globe when you were flying your plane?
I assumed it was a globe, and it was.
You assumed it was a globe. Well, there's the problem. So your assumption about it's a little chuckle because you know where I'm going with this. So the problem is you're assuming the Earth's already a giant sphere. So here's what we got so far. Images that have been presented to you. You trust the people because, why wouldn't you? That's the way you're presenting it to us. You got faith in those presenting you images from, but the Earth looking like a globe. That's where you're coming from. Yet the further validation, I guess for you, would be that you've flown a plane over the globe. And we're like, well, in what way was it a globe from point A to point B? Well, I assume that it's a globe. Interesting. So you're not in any way validating that the Earth is a globe. However, you are saying exactly what we would say. The travel distance over point A to point B would be done in such a way that you're flying in a straight line. That's great. That's a flat Earth right there. But you're trying to assume that you're doing it over a globe. Well, here's the problem. You didn't validate it that it's a globe through the images, nor are you doing it so flying your plane. Two things that you didn't validate that the Earth is a globe, not giving you the conclusive.
But if the Earth is flat, right, and you fly in a straight line,
it is. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. So you fly in a straight line.
Yes.
For days. Where are you going to end up?
Whoa. Have you done that? Have you done it?
Yes.
Really? How many days were you in the air, sir?
Huh?
How many days were you in the air?
When they say "huh" like that, he's trying to think of an answer so that you know what I mean. Gives him time to come up with the lie.
Yep.
2 days.
How many days were you in the air? We're gonna fact check you. We're gonna fact check you. How many days were you in the air?
2 days.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up this flight that was nonstop around the world.
Check this out. 2 days in the air. All right. What type of plane were you flying? Let's put the meat on the
like
bone.
a
regular plane. What an idiot! He thinks this is our first day in here.
He doesn't know what he's up against.
The best part of this is right here. It's answering the question why they would lie. You've got an old boy in here blatantly lying, and he doesn't even know why himself. Why?
I mean, we took a pit stop. We took a couple.
Why would you join a channel and blatantly lie? You think you're cloaked? You think you're cloaked?
No, we took a couple.
Dude, you think you're cloaked? Do you think you're cloaked?
What does that mean?
You think nobody sees what you're doing?
No, I'm not saying that we didn't take a couple pit stops. We didn't land.
Yeah, but you made it sound to the audience that you made it sound to the audience that you flew nonstop for 2 days. That's what you were
in a straight line. In a straight line
with a couple pit stops.
You didn't say that. You did not say that before.
There's no such thing as that flight path anywhere.
Everybody is kind of, dude. Like right now.
Yeah, is fine. All you got left is
All right, so
I flew across the Atlantic. I flew across Europe,
right now,
Asia,
Bill, bro,
Japan, the Pacific.
Dude, just relax. Okay, no, you might have done that, right? But your terminology and what you're using, when pilots fly, do they say pit stop? Do they use that vernacular that you just used?
It doesn't matter. That's what it is. It's a pit stop.
It doesn't matter, dude. A pilot is a
we got back on the plane.
Somebody who's a pilot wouldn't use vernacular like pit stop.
They don't have bathrooms on the plane these days.
Just saying. I'm just saying, man. If you use that vernacular, I think it's a bit telling, dude. You're reducing what their
I'm suspicious
profession
if he's
is.
ever been on a plane, AV, because listen, they had to land so they could go to the bathroom. I've been on some long ass flights, and they won't land on the ground for me.
Stretch your legs.
Yeah, they don't do that shit. No,
This guy, stretch your legs. All right. Meanwhile, back at the
listen, I know what he's talking about. He's confused something. He's riding a Greyhound bus around, and when they get to the bus station, he gets a cheeseburger. That's where he's getting this all messed up.
Yep, that's what that is. Yeah, I could agree. You could equate that to an automobile, but as far as planes go, they land in airports, dude. Like, so how many places did you land?
I've been all around the world, man. You can't tell me shit. I've been everywhere.
Oh, yeah. You're a big bad pilot. All right, so check this out. Now that you're a big bad pilot, with your example, because the globe Earth right now is in question, and you're trying to produce the evidence that it's an actual globe.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
Yes, dude. All right,
so
now we're talking about we're talking about your flight that was 2 days, right? And you made it sound like it was a nonstop flight. Now we're asking you the question. You said I had pit stops. So, and your many stops, how many were there for 2 days? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many?
1, 2. 2.
2. Okay. So you stopped in 2 airports, yes?
Yeah.
Did you, from airport to airport, fly straight?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not in a globe yet. Cool. So I'm waiting for where the evidence for globe is. Where in what you described is there a curving surface?
So if you're flying in one direction for
reading chat bot.
a couple days with
no. You're not
with
flying
something
straight.
with a
Hold
couple
on a
pit
minute,
stops.
dude. No, wait. You can't keep going. I'm saying stop for a reason. You're saying you're flying for 2 days again. You didn't fly for 2 days. You flew from one airport to another. You quote unquote pit stop.
Yeah, pit stop. It's called a pit stop.
So you might continue your flight, but what you're doing is you're stopping at a specific airport. It's a layover. Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that when we stop at the airport, then we change the directions? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is you're flying a direct flight from airport to airport. So far, so good.
You want? Yeah, I flew from Dulles to Heathrow to Tokyo to Dulles, all in one direction.
All right. So if you're heading in that direction, whatever direction that may be, you're following a heading. Yes. Hello.
Say that again. Say that again.
You're following the heading.
A heading, yeah.
Yeah. Are you a pilot, dude? I'm questioning right now. You're actually making it sound like you don't know what I'm saying. A heading, yeah.
I'm not a pilot. I'm not a
what
pilot.
What are you? What were you?
A passenger.
Luggage.
My
He was
God,
just
dude.
luggage.
You're just luggage?
No, man, I was a passenger on
You
the
said
plane.
you flew a plane. Didn't he say that at the beginning? Was I mistaken?
He was someone's luggage.
Didn't he say he flew planes? Was I
flew on a
misreading that?
Yeah.
Bro.
Jack.
Yeah.
Dude thinks he's cloaked.
He just
So
said
I'm
he
gonna
was
go
a
ahead and
pilot.
post, yeah, listen, dude, I went ahead and posted a military flight map for you. Go ahead and pull that up, draw on red lines your flight so we can see how that worked on your globe. This is a globe map, by the way.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know he was stored in the overhead bin.
Oh shit.
No, he was.
I didn't know he was
Radwin,
a
he was
midget.
saying he was saying he was a pilot at the beginning of this, right? Was I?
I don't
misreading
think
that?
so.
Oh, he
No.
never said
They
he was a
put
pilot.
goggles.
It's just a
Give him a
figure of
helmet.
speech. When you say I flew there, I flew there. I'm not saying that I was the one.
I think I asked
operating
you if you were a
the-
pilot, and
But
you
you had
said
nothing to do with the airplane, which direction it went, or anything. You have no
Yeah.
clue, do you?
We can
That's
roll
what
it
I'm
back.
getting.
I thought he said I flew the plane. I
Yeah,
didn't
see?
fly in the plane. You're like, I flew around the world, and the
Yeah.
world is 6,000 years old. And you're like, okay, they give you a helmet and like a cork on the fork. I mean, what else did they do for you?
dude, this is.
Hey guys, to be fair, I was listening, and he did not specifically say he's a pilot. He said I flew around the world. Go ahead.
Yeah, I flew around the world, which that's fine. To me, it doesn't really matter. But the thing is, in his flight, he's only flying from place to place, and so like Radwin posted a map there. You could look at that map. You could actually plot your distance from airport to airport, but you're flying in a straight line. Bill, bro.
Yeah,
You see
one straight line to one airport, straight line to the other airport.
Yes, exactly.
Yep, draw it on that map for us. Also, did you know there's no straight lines on the surface of a ball?
Yep.
All right, well, straight line in the sense of one direction.
Well, yeah, duh. That's what a straight line is. Come on, bro. Like, you don't think we know what a straight line is? In the sense of one direction. What other direction would it be?
I don't get your guys' problem. I mean, you're pretty much
No,
proving
we
my
don't
point.
have a problem, dude. I think what we're doing now is to kind of make you or elucidate the fact that you don't know that the surface underneath the plane was curving. That's the point. You're assuming that it was curving. Yes?
Hey, each time you looked out the window,
No,
dude, it was still a flat horizon out there. Everywhere you flew was still a flat horizon when you looked out the window. If you didn't see a flat horizon, then the Earth is the size of Ohio.
I mean, does this even have Japan on the map?
Dude, what? Does it
Hey
even
guys,
have
the moment
Japan?
Does
It's a high
this map
definition
that you
map.
provided
Blow it
even
up.
have?
High definition,
Yeah,
blow it up. You click on it twice.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't look at the thumbnail.
Hey
So
guys,
why-
I know the
so-
moment passed real quick, but sir, can you explain to us how you can fly in two directions at the same time? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this was not the flight path that we took.
Dude, he's asking
That's
for
what the
you.
military used in World War II. I don't know what to tell you. Those are the distances between those locations, so they knew how much fuel to put in the planes.
Okay.
You're just flying from one place to another in a straight
If
line.
you follow a straight line that's drawn on there, that's the distance. It's not they draw the distance, put a number, and then you can just fly in a giant arc or something. You just crash. You'll be out.
Yeah.
So the idea is that you were in a plane, and the plane was traveling over the curved surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's the assumption. We want the evidence that that's true. Do you have any evidence that you were flying over a curved surface?
You can see the curvature. You can see the curvature.
Seeing something and detecting whether or not it is you didn't validate. We're looking for validation.
Now Earth is the size of Ohio. I told him, if you say you saw a curve, Earth is the size of Ohio now.
Yeah, you're not really. So if you're factoring in that you saw curvature at, let's be generous here, 45,000 feet, right? Then you have to figure out the geometric shape of the Earth would have to conform to the specific altitude that you were and the size of the Earth that would be if you saw curvature. You understand what I'm saying? That the Earth would have to conform to a specific geometric shape size if you saw curvature from an airplane window at 45,000 feet.
Okay.
It'd be a tiny Earth. Does that make sense at all? Because it should.
No.
Right.
No.
So let's just say you were to complete the circle. When you saw curvature out of your airplane window, if you were to draw out how big the Earth was based on the curvature you saw from your airplane window, how big do you think the Earth would be?
I don't know.
It would be small, Bill, bro. A tiny Earth. Because if you saw curvature at 45,000 feet, completing that circle would mean you'd live on planet whatever it was, Japan or something. Depending on where you flew from. Yes. So the math doesn't add up. You cannot see curvature from 45,000 feet. You wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
You'd have to be much higher to factor in any curvature visible. Because if you saw curvature, the Earth would be super tiny.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. And to further that point, Neil deGrasse Tyson was describing a Red Bull space jump at 120,000 feet, not 45, 120. He said, Felix Baumgartner that was doing the edge of space jump, and he says, I don't mind that he calls it the edge of space. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. Exactly the kind of way, that tone that I use right there is what he used. So he's a glober. I mean, obviously he thinks the Earth's a globe. But at the altitude that you were, it's not possible to see curvature. 45,000.
So they've taken
from a Bill, bro. I'm telling you. So Felix Baumgartner jumping from a gondola at 120,000 feet was not able to see curvature, but of course they were using, fisheye lenses, but made it look really curved. So Neil deGrasse was basically saying it's not possible for people to see curvature at that altitude. Now you're telling me that you saw curvature, but then that would mean that you live on an Earth that's super tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know that they brought flat earthers to the Antarctic, and they've seen sun for 24 hours straight.
That's great. We'll talk about that if you want. But the problem is right now, currently, is that you didn't provide any evidence with what you were describing
I understand.
to know that you were flying over a curved surface. So if you want to leave that behind, we can.
Yeah, let's drop that.
Okay.
What
else do you want to talk about?
So have you seen the video of the flat earthers going to Antarctica?
Yes, we know all about it. What's your point?
What do you think? I mean, they've seen the sun for 24 hours. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think that they saw the sun up for 24 hours. What else?
So
What else?
Doesn't that prove that Antarctica's?
I'll tell you what. I'll do it this way, Bill, bro. Put it in a logical statement, right? That the flat Earth could say they saw the Earth as a flat Earth based on what the sun did, or if you think the Earth is a globe, as a person who thinks it's a globe, say, I'm going to put it in a logical statement that if the sun is up for 24 hours, it's a globe. How would that sound like? Go ahead and do it. Either one. What would you think it would sound like? Try to make a logical statement out of it. Do you need help?
A logical statement out of what?
Seeing the sun up for 24 hours.
Yeah, so when you see the sun, it never sets. It's the globe model where at Antarctica the rotation of the Earth doesn't block the sun out when you're in Antarctica.
What?
So the flat Earth model breaks the flat Earth model breaks down when you're in Antarctica.
Don't talk about flat Earth at the moment. What did you say about globe Earth it being what? Antarctica what?
The model for a globe Earth is proven when you go to Antarctica and you see the sun around for 24 hours.
Yeah, did you prove that the Earth is a globe, or are you saying that the model is showing that the Earth is a globe? So which one of those?
The model that
yes.
We can observe through predictive models, right? And we can observe observational science can prove that our predictions are correct. That's observational science.
Yeah, so you said, I seen the sun up for 24 hours. What would happen if the sun was to set? Do you think that would prove that the Earth is still a globe if the sun sets?
No.
No. So we have the sun setting almost every day in North America. Does that mean that the Earth is not a globe now?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Okay, so now the sun setting, does it prove that the Earth is a globe, or does it not prove that the Earth is a globe?
The sun setting? We're not talking about sun setting. We're talking about.
But I'm comparing the sun setting to the sun not setting. So if the sun doesn't set, it's a globe, according to you, with Antarctica. But if the sun sets, is it still a globe?
Yeah.
So if the sun sets and if the sun doesn't set, it's always a globe. Well, is it?
In a flat Earth.
No, wait. No, we're not talking about flat Earth. No. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're only talking about globe. So if the sun sets or if the sun doesn't set, is it a globe?
We're comparing the models. Which ones are?
No, we're comparing. What we're comparing is at the sunset or if it doesn't set, and I want the outcome to be either globe or flat.
That's not what we're. That's not what we're
I'm
comparing.
doing that right now. I'm showing you the logic behind what you're trying to talk about. So if the sun sets or if the sun doesn't set, is it still a globe? Answer, please.
In Antarctica, if the sun does not set.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking for the prediction. Yeah? The sun sets if the sun doesn't set, is it a globe? Answer, please. Second attempt.
I don't accept the premise of your question.
Well, it's important because if the sun doesn't set or if it sets, it's going to predict that the Earth is a globe. Yes?
In certain areas.
Okay, so if the sun sets in, I don't know, let's try Ecuador. Is it a globe?
No, not necessarily.
What?
If the sun sets,
the Earth is not a globe if the sun sets in Ecuador.
I mean, it's not a necessity. I mean, you could maybe still make the flat Earth model.
This was your whole premise. You wanted to take us. Let me point out real quick. You wanted to take us to Antarctica and see a sun that does not set. And I'm taking you to Ecuador and seeing a sunset. And I'm asking, does that prove the Earth is a globe? And you're like, not necessarily. Well, my friend, what is the globe good for then? If it's not predicting the sun setting?
But I'm saying
What
that
are you saying?
the we have two different models. We have a globe model and we have a flat Earth model. Correct?
No, we don't have flat Earth. No, not leave flat Earth out of this.
You don't.
You're trying to prove.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You're trying to prove globe.
We have to be able to compare.
No, we're not putting it up against anything.
feasibility.
See, this is the beauty of this is that you don't have to put the globe up against anything. If it's the absolute truth, then it would stand alone to reason that it's what's going on based on whatever you think it is. So it doesn't need something else. I don't need to show you concave Earth against the globe. I don't need to do that. I can only show right now for you is that you have evidence that the Earth is a globe based on what you're saying. That's all. We don't need to put it up against anything else. So back to where we were. Ecuador showing sunsets on a globe. Does that prove the globe?
No.
Okay. So now you see the logic behind it that sunsets and sun's not setting doesn't prove a globe. Thank you.
No, but I'm saying a sun setting in Ecuador and a sun setting in Ecuador does not prove a globe. I will concede that. But a sun not setting in Antarctica does prove that it's a globe.
Wait a minute. You can't have your... This is what they call having your cake and eat it. You can't. Because if the sun does something in Ecuador and it does something in Antarctica, and you're saying the sun's doing this because of the globe, and now you're saying, well, we can't say that in Ecuador, but we can say that in Antarctica, that doesn't work. The globe is broken. The globe is broken, sir. Either it works for the observations people make on the Earth because they're on a globe, or it doesn't work. So now you're telling me it's broken. Well, I don't want that. I want something that works. Yeah. That's pretty reasonable for me to ask.
Hold on.
Anyway,
hold on.
I'm just making a case, dude, here. And the case I'm building is that if the Earth stands to reason to be the truth, absolutely.
The sun's so listen. The sun stays up all day in Antarctica's summer because Earth is a tilted spinning globe orbiting the sun. This tilt keeps the South Pole lit for months. A flat Earth can't explain this 24-hour
Stop
sunlight
talking
pattern.
about flat Earth. Why does everything have to lead back to flat Earth? Why?
As the sun would light everything,
don't need to talk
follow
about
a different
flat
path.
Earth. If you're following an absolute, like this is absolutely true, you wouldn't need to compare it to anything. It would just be true. And anyone that says anything against, like, well, I'm talking about concave, you'd be like, well, put it up against reality, because reality would demonstrate that this is what it's doing, and then we would exclaim it that way. But you're not doing that. You're like, well, against the flat Earth. Like, you don't need to put it up against anything. This is the third time I'm telling you, you don't need to compare the Earth as a globe to anything if it was true. But you can't help yourself. You cannot help yourself. You need to compare it to flat Earth so you can prove that it's not a flat Earth. We're not doing that. We're actually affirming that the Earth is a globe. And you can't even do that.
Well,
because we have inconsistencies. Hold on, dude.
You're coming
Hold on a second. Yeah, wait a minute. So we're talking about Ecuador seeing sunsets. You're like, well, you got me there. It's not proving that the Earth is a globe there. But in Antarctica, it is. So there's inconsistencies with the globe. You telling me that sunsets and sun's not setting are going to prove the Earth is a globe. You have inconsistencies.
It's
you don't know what to say.
You're coming to a conclusion
based on what you're saying.
Reduction of ideas.
Reduction? No, we're comparing the globe to reality. So I'm taking your idea that you live on a globe, putting it up against what our observations are. You called it earlier observational science. There's no such thing. So all we're doing is comparing our observations that we see in different locations on the Earth and seeing if it matches to the globe. And you said, well, Ecuador, shoot, that's a head scratcher right there. That don't match up to the globe. Okay, good. Now we're taking Antarctica and you say, yep, bingo, Yahtzee, that matches the globe. Well, inconsistencies, right? So now you're not consistent. Problems
No,
for you.
I was
What?
I was when the sun sets in Ecuador. I'm not saying that this is the smoking gun proof that the Earth is the globe.
Oh, so then what are you saying, dude? What is the sun proving then if it's not proving that the Earth is a globe? Because you told us that it does in Antarctica. Well, shoot. A sun doing what it does anywhere geographically on the Earth would prove something, but apparently now it's not. You're speaking out two sides of your mouth, bro.
until you can provide me a better explanation as to why the sun does not set in the summer in Antarctica, I have no other reason to believe that the Earth is not a globe.
You weren't there anyway. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's a problem, though. You're telling me that I have to give you conditions on why you have to believe something. It's not about a belief system. We're not working off a belief system. We're working off of our observations. Our observations geographically on the Earth would dictate how the sun moves on across the sky. Everything is based on observations, not on a belief system. Do you understand what that is? You don't have to believe in what you see. You just see things in the sky and you document down what happens in that geographic location. So you say, okay, I'm looking from, it doesn't matter, Antarctica or North America, whatever. And I'm looking at the sun. When it moves across my sky. Brother, just wait. Hold on a minute. Dude, I'm laying it out for you. So if you're saying that when you make your observations, this is what you see, that's all you write down. You don't put anything more, or you don't have to take anything out. You just write down what you see. So here's the problem, right? You are inserting, you're putting in globe. You're putting that in the observation. We do not observe that. We only see what the sun does across our skies. That's all we say. We write that down. The sun is moving from this place to this place, across my horizon to the other horizon. That's all. You are inserting, well, there has to be a globe there. We're not. We're just saying over a horizontal plane, the sun moves across the sky. That is all. That is all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have no other reason to believe that
I just gave you one.
Flat.
I just gave you one. I gave you one because you're observing the sun move across the sky over a horizontal plane. I gave you a reason right there. Can you tell me that the plane is not a horizontal? It's curving? I gave you a reason. It's just struggle, dude. I gave you a reason to think of the Earth not as a globe. The horizontal plane that you're standing on right now and the sun moving across the sky are just observations being made on a flat Earth. I gave you a reason.
Yeah.
Right there.
Not a good reason.
Earth's also measured
It's
flat.
not a good
so
reason.
That's another one.
Go ahead, Red. What'd you say?
No, I was just saying Earth's measured flat. That's another thing. It's just measured that way. Used that way. Flight manuals say Earth is flat and stationary. NASA says it's that. I don't know what. Well, I don't know how looking at the sun determines what you're standing on.
Yeah. So the reasons have
you've been making me defend the globe position.
Yeah, you've been doing a poor job at it too.
Now, that's fine. But now, can you defend the flat Earth position? Why?
I just did. I just told you it's measured flat. I'm not talking about the sun. We don't care about the sun.
I want an answer about the sun.
Oh, I don't know.
Why is the sun? Why is the sun? Why is the sun?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
No, I don't know why the sun. I don't know why the sun.
Hey, Redwin, tell him about space too. That'll help him out.
Well, we're about to get there because the space is fake. I can't travel to the sun.
Yeah, on top of
can't even go anywhere.
Do you not believe the sun exists?
No, it's not about the belief.
Oh my goodness!
Dude, you just need to relax with that belief word. All right, the surface condition is what we're concerned with. Are you concerned with the surface condition, Bill Bro?
Surface condition? What do you mean surface condition?
Yeah, is it curving? Is it flat? Is it concave? What is it? We're worried about the surface condition, and it seems like you're worried about the sun.
Yeah,
two different things, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the sun.
What?
We rotate.
You are assuming that the Earth is a globe. You're assuming that the Earth is a globe and that the globe is doing something. That's all you're doing.
We rotate around the sun.
Yeah, really. You didn't prove that. How'd you prove that?
You need a globe Earth for that, and that means you have to measure the ground to be curving.
Yep.
You got to
But
start there.
But you still haven't told me why the sun.
Oh
I don't know why the sun.
In Antarctica.
I don't know why the sun is anything. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know where it's at. I don't know how big it is. I don't know anything about it. Do you?
Yeah.
My back
you
up
don't.
grab and look. I don't know the sun, anything sun thing anyway. You just go ahead.
The orange ball in the sky, is that what you guys refer to it as?
No,
You don't even know if it's a ball.
You need to stop doing that, man.
Why is
'cause
he
we're
saying
telling
a
you
ball?
that the sun is
I don't
not
know.
providing. The sun is not providing the surface
Wait.
condition, isn't it? Billboard, bro, whatever the hell your name is. Are you providing the surface condition with the sun? Yes or no?
Hey, dude, let me help you out here. If the sun is a gas ball and gas balls don't exist in a vacuum, then the sun is not a gas ball in a vacuum. So space is fake. I don't know what the sun is. How's that?
Bill, bro, do you understand that everything that you're claiming about the cosmos, I don't know why are you going delusional on us? So everything that you're claiming about the cosmos is fake. Do you know why it's fake? That's the question.
Why is it fake?
Well, Radwin just gave you a perfectly good example. How do you have a ball of gas in a vacuum? Could you, through the physics, can you describe to me how that occurs?
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh, it's got to use chatbot.
Looking it up.
Chatbot, please tell me how to make a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, you are really.
You can't do that. Gas is expand in all directions.
You're doing a poor job at defending Globe. You know that, right?
He doesn't know it. He's a surface level zealot, you know.
Yeah. If it was so true that the Earth is a globe, then it would be true.
Because of gravity.
Yeah.
No. Oh, okay, great. So that's fine. That's fine. So now we have gravity. That's a claim. Is gravity physical? Is it something that we can perform an experiment with?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So can you show me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable?
Good luck. He's typing that
Chatbot's
in.
going to say no.
He's typing that in right now.
Yeah.
If he says if he says the food, you know, the food I'm talking about, if he says that, it's Chatbot.
Yeah, that he's
Yeah,
he's
so
already
gravity is a fundamental.
It's not a force. Yeah, cock this it up.
Dude
It's
is
not a
bankrupt.
force.
He's bankrupt.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
So you don't
He
have.
thinks I'm reading his mind. He thinks I'm reading his mind.
How'd you do that, Redwin? Look at him.
So just for the audience's sake, you don't have an experiment where gravity is the independent variable. So this is not physics. This is make believe. Yes.
It's tied to the mass.
His pride
No.
is just like, I'm not going to concede.
Yeah.
You can't
Math
have
is
it as an independent variable.
math is abstract. Right. So math is abstract. That is make believe. It's immaterial. So this isn't
He
physics.
said mass.
So gravity doesn't exist.
He said mass.
Is it mass?
Says who? Maybe he needs to get us the definition of
No,
mass.
it's yeah. Could you get us the definition of mass? Go ahead. Are you starting to like break down, bro?
Yeah.
I think you're breaking down.
Like how difficult it is to provide evidence of his claim. That's why he's laughing. He's like, shit, I thought it would have been easier than this. Shit's pretty hard. Yeah. How
Do you need a minute to stop laughing?
Not as easy as you thought it was, wasn't it?
It's funny listening. These guys have nervous breakdowns.
Yeah, it's a nervous breakdown.
Nervous breakdown. That's the deprogramming kicking in. You might
think
have a
that's-
good one here.
We
He might
probably
be a
took it
flat
as far as
earther in a month.
We probably took it.
Did
as
you
far
guys
as we
tell
could
him
with
that?
this one.
Did you guys tell him that? Were you able to tell him that SpaceX got all their money taken away and they're not going to be going to Mars?
That's the first
He'll-
thing he brought up.
He'll see that when it runs
Can I
across
relate
his
a
feet.
quick story to him about it? My mic working.
Yes, sir.
Back in 2015, I was just same spot you are, buddy. Of course, they proved gas balls in a vacuum. It'll take me like 10 minutes. I'm here 10 years later. You guys go ahead.
10 minutes to 10 years. Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Yeah, so
That's
so
right.
gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. Gravity is not real. Space is fake. The sun has nothing to do with whether or not the Earth is curving. You got sold a bag of stolen goods, and now you're finding out. It's kind of up to you at this point if you want to do anything with that information, right?
I think it's more akin to like vaporware. They sold him on an idea. Yeah, don't worry.
Oh my
man,
God!
it's coming.
Hey, do we have a bot in here recording? Because this is a good one. Listening to him laugh so hard. This is a good example of the deprogramming and the cognition he's going through. See that?
That's funny.
Might be the
You
demons.
don't even know
too,
what
who
I
knows?
said, do you? You don't even know what I said, do you? Nope.
So,
Yeah,
Bill, you mentioned.
You think I'm being deprogrammed because
You are being deprogrammed.
mass
Let's
is
find
the amount of matter. Mass is the amount of matter in an object measured in kilograms or grams.
Really?
It's a property that determines how much an object resists acceleration, inertia, and how strongly it attracts other objects via gravity. Unlike weight, which depends on gravity, and mass stays constant regardless of location.
All right,
For
so how does it
example,
do
a
something?
rock.
Yeah, that's great. How does it do how does mass do anything? Is it doing something?
That's not the definition in physics.
No, it's not.
Where'd you get that from?
Chatbot.
For example,
that's
a
not the
rock has the
definition of
same
physics.
mass on Earth
That is
or in
not the
space.
definition in physics.
He's typing that
Yeah,
in
okay,
now,
hold on.
Radwin.
Hold
yeah,
on.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
hold
Hold on. Let me type it in and recorrect. Is this
Mass is a fundamental property of an object that contains the amount of matter it contains.
Wow.
So
What's
you have,
matter?
You have an,
Matter is the amount of mass an object contains. What's mass? Mass is the amount of matter an object contains. What's matter? Matter is the amount of mass an object contains. Got an issue with that?
It's a bit circular.
in physics, circular. Yeah, sir, exactly. Spherical,
Well,
actually.
you don't find a problem with that? What's the
in
problem with
physics, matter is any substance that has mass.
you're doing it again, dude. We already got it. We don't want to
An
play this
occupied
routine where
space.
you're going back and forth from mass to matter.
I'm driving, so I can't pull up the actual definition. I'm driving right now. I have been.
It consists of particles such as atoms and molecules, which are made up of smaller components like protons, neutrons, and electrons.
What's an atom? Define it. Yeah. Can you show me a picture of one?
An atom is the smallest unit of matter that retains the properties of the chemical element.
How do we discover that?
It's like
nucleus,
it's like I'm talking to ChatGPT myself.
Yeah,
Because this guy is
might as well be
basically this guy's is basically a melon with arms and legs sitting at a kitchen table, just waiting for the days to change.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man.
Hi, I'm a melon. I'm a melon that flies on airplanes in the luggage compartment.
So what does an atom have to do with a globe shape, man? I just came back in. What the hell did I miss?
Well, we were talking about matter and mass and gravity, and they don't think it's real.
So do you think gravity is being pulls water down into a cup? So if you have a cup on your table, is gravity holding that water in a cup?
Sure.
Asking chatbot.
No, I'm not sure.
It's gonna say yes. It's gonna say yes. Do you
Okay.
agree with it? Oh, perfect. So I do own a vacuum chamber myself,
And since the universe is a giant vacuum chamber, according to NASA and every space agency in the world since the beginning of time, since the Apollo missions, it's a big vacuum. I'll put your glass of water in my vacuum chamber and pull the vacuum on it, and your glass of water is going to turn into gas and leave the vacuum chamber because gravity didn't hold it down. I guess gravity doesn't exist. It's just air pressure pressing down on water.
Yeah.
A liquid state at 14.7 psi.
So,
Yeah, debunked. Yeah, it's debunked. I could debunk your gravity. Mass attracts mass. If you have air pressure, then Matt. But if you don't, gases go in all directions. If you're in a vacuum, they go in all directions, vacuum or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. The end. What's your next globe proof? Besides shirtless guys going to Antarctica. The vape on a video.
Yeah, I would still like you guys to defend your model.
I don't need to do anything.
Hold on a second.
Model. Globe doesn't have a model.
Right. So could you provide us the globe model real quick? Could you just put that in the side chat for us?
If you put your flat Earth model up there, I will.
Well, we didn't say that we had one, but you said you had a globe Earth model. So I want to see it.
He would be the first person to present one too in 10 years.
I don't think you could do it.
I don't think so either. I think he's lying.
Wait, you don't think I can post the globe Earth model in here?
Yeah, you don't have a globe Earth model. As soon as you post it up, I'm going to ask for eclipses on it. At the same time, volcanoes and earthquakes are happening. You're going to tell me what's causing all those on your model. So good luck.
How would I do that?
You won't be able to. I'm not worried about it. We're professionals at this. We're professional deprogrammers. We know what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Right. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't find anything, can you?
Nope. Well, I just can't post any media because I'm a media ban.
Space pictures are out because they defunded SpaceX and NASA, so you guys can't use those anymore.
You can DM it to me if you have a model.
Complete globe model, complete one, not just as partial.
Wait, who said the DM them?
Says who? Just that's my screen name. Yeah, says who.
We need the complete globe model, not just partial.
Also, don't want to just see a classroom globe.
And try to have thunderstorms on there too. I'd be interested in see how that works during a volcano and an eclipse.
That says cannot send message to this user.
It's because he has stalkers like I do, so he has to make friends with you. I got a lot of stalkers after I debunked gravity to the point I had to shut all my shit off. I almost had to change accounts, but they let off now.
Yeah.
Okay, now send me that globe Earth model. I want to see it. I'll repost it for you.
Good.
Yeah.
This will be good.
It's going to be sweet. 10 years. Here it is, guys. Go ahead.
Finally, I'm going to sell my other computer that I bought just for this.
Bilbo, this is not a server.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Huh? Bilbo, this is not a model
right now. Oh, what? Oh wait, I got to cancel this text message to Heretic. It's not the model.
It is not. It's a cartoon. He sent me a cartoon.
Oh no, that's not going to work for me. I need the model.
I'll do my own soundboard. Sorry, go
It has a scale on it. Yeah, it has a scale. Yeah, it has a scale on it from when it was measured. You know, all that stuff to produce the model. You need the measurements, all that. Don't you know what a model is? Have you ever made models? You know, they're measured off a giant, like a car, model of a car. They take a car and they scale down the drawing, and then they make a little tiny car.
This is what he sent me.
Think of that. I wish I could see it. I have to look.
It's just a CGI image of of one side of a fake globe. So when are we going to get the model?
I don't know what you're talking about when you say you need a model.
Do you think cartoons are models? Is that what you think?
We don't know what you're talking about either.
Like I'm trying to figure out what you guys are looking for when you say model. What do you guys?
Well, when you say flat Earth model, when you strawman us with that idea, what do you think of when you think of a flat Earth model?
So when I model something in SolidWorks and then we build that thing, it works exactly like I modeled it.
Yeah.
And vice versa. When I see something and then I draw it in SolidWorks, it works in SolidWorks. Isn't that crazy?
So are there edges to the Earth?
Uh-oh.
Why are you asking us about this? Why are you asking us about this? You already have in your mind what the flat Earth is supposed to be, don't you? You have a model in your mind that you said doesn't work. You should know all this already because you said it doesn't work. So show me where the edge is at on the flat Earth, the model that you made.
Oh, I'm just asking a question. Do you guys believe that there are edges to the Earth?
Excuse me.
Anything.
You told us that our model doesn't work. I want to see the model that you have in your head that doesn't work. And I want you to show me the edge on it. Nobody said anything about an edge here today. Hey, Radwin, did you talk about an edge of the Earth?
No, not at all.
No.
Do I ever?
No.
I've been here all morning and haven't heard anybody say anything about climbing an edge. Go ahead.
Is it climbing an edge or are you falling off the edge?
So when you say flat, what does flat mean?
You ever seen anything that's flat? Is your countertop flat?
Have you ever seen self-leveling concrete? That's flat, dude.
Okay. So it does, but usually like a table has an edge to it. So
I didn't say this is not table Earth.
Why do you care?
This is not.
Why do you care?
This is not table Earth.
If there's an edge of the Earth, I want to go. If there's an edge of the Earth, I want to go to the edge of the Earth. I mean, who wouldn't, right?
Listen, space is fake. You're not going to find an edge.
I want to ask this guy one more question. I'm going to mute up, guys. Have you ever stood on a beach and looked at the horizon, the water horizon?
Yeah.
There's flat for you. There's one example. Go ahead, guys.
But so there's no edges. Is it just like closed? Does it ever end?
Does the universe end?
What?
Your globe universe. Where is it? Where's the edge? Does it ever stop? Does it go on forever? What kind of question is that?
The universe, you're saying now?
Yeah. What? Yeah, your globe universe. Does it go on forever, or is there an edge to it? Because your universe is flat, according to NASA.
It's ever expanding.
You're gonna you're digging yourself a deeper hole with ever expanding. Just warning
Dude, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the truth. I'm not trying to debunk you guys.
We've been telling you the truth the whole time. We've been telling you the truth the whole time. You're refusing to listen to us.
I'm just asking you guys questions. That's all.
Yeah, Earth is flat. It's measured that way. What do you think? Here, Earth is flat. It's measured that way. What do you think of that? That should be really intriguing to you. Not about the sun and got shirtless guys going to Antarctica.
I don't know. You guys got all defensive when I mentioned the Antarctica thing. It was weird.
I think it's weird. You think looking at the sun proves you live on a globe. That's really weird shit.
Rattling, do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe in anything.
That's sad.
Wait,
No,
what do
I
you
know
mean?
it's flat. I don't have to believe in it. I don't have to believe in it. That's a weird
No,
question.
do you
Do you believe in ghosts?
True. Do you think it to be true?
No, I already measured it. It is true.
You
It's
don't
not-
believe. You don't believe in anything. You don't believe in anything.
What am I going to believe in? Oh, the only thing I
Well,
can have, I guess I could say I have to believe in because I can't go there, is this place is actually created. It's not, didn't come from an explosion, from a pinhead of nothingness into everything. So it was just created by another dude, big dude somewhere. Even if it's a guy or not, I don't know. But it's a creator made this place, and that's a fact. Nothing else to it. It's not a belief system, really. It's a known fact too.
yeah, I mean, I would agree. I would agree there. It's plain to everybody that there's a creator, obviously, but the shape of what he created, I guess, is up for debate.
So how do you know the Earth is flat? I want to know.
Well, I'm not a flat earther. These guys are flat earthers. So I'm a young earther. I believe the Earth is really young, like 6,000 years old.
Oh, 6,000. Good. Mr. Radwin. Mr. Radwin. Looks like Mr. Radwin is no longer with us.
Well, thanks for the conversation, guys. I learned a lot today.
So, oh, did he leave? Damn.
Someone have a question earlier?
Trial 93, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to figure out how to put photos in chat. I don't know how you guys are doing it.
Well, we have perms because we've been on the server longer.
Oh, okay. Like how when you ever fly, you see like a map, and it shows like the plane going like a curvy line. Why doesn't it go straight in a straight line?
Well, that's the way that the programmers built the program. They could render it any way they wanted to. They could show you the little cartoon to keep you blinded any way they wanted to. So you believe the cartoon. Apparently, you think that curved route is the plane's route. You should really look at the black box data. That would help you out.
Yeah, I could make that into a triangle, and I can make it follow a line.
Do you think you live on a cartoon?
No.
Do you think you're in the little cartoon plane? Do you think that's real life?
I'm not in the cartoon plane. I'm just want to know why don't they just draw it straight? I think
Well, I don't know. Why are you asking me? Do you think I know the programmers?
I don't know. I thought maybe you didn't have the answer.
Why would I have the answer about what people do at their everyday job?
I don't know. I assume
Dealing
you did.
Well, that was a silly assumption, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. How come the black box data from the planes shows that the plane is flying horizontally, not deviating from that straight horizontal path?
I have no idea what that means.
Why does the black box data that records all of the instrumentational data, such as gyroscopes and whatnot, show that the plane is flying flat and level?
No, I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Turns out that's what all the planes are doing for thousands of miles sometimes. I'm not following the curve at all.
Why do some people say that gravity doesn't work on a flat Earth? What do you think about that?
What do you mean on a flat Earth? Is there a flat Earth model you have that you'd like to show us?
No, like how some people say that, the Earth can't be flat because that's not how gravity works.
Well, what is gravity?
Like if you drop a pencil, it falls down.
Yeah, but if I also drop a pencil in a pool, it goes up. So things go up and down. What does that have to do with anything? What is gravity? Is gravity dropping pencils?
I thought it was dropping apples.
Okay, same problem with the apple. It floats in water too. It won't stay down. So I don't understand. Is gravity dropping things? What is gravity? I asked you a question.
Let me look it up.
Holy shit. You asked me a question about gravity and how it doesn't work on a flat Earth, apparently one that you have stored away somewhere, and now you have to look up what gravity is?
I didn't say it didn't work. I'm just asking. I didn't say it.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Yeah, how does it work on a globe?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I'm just curious.
I'd like to know how it works on a globe, don't you? I'm sure Says Who would like to know too.
Yeah.
Same, Z's.
Oh.
Me too.
You know how some people say, like Isaac Newton, he said that it's a silly thought to think that there could be spooky action at a distance and it shouldn't be ascribed to him. Why do you think Isaac Newton said that?
I don't know.
He doesn't believe in ghosts, maybe?
Maybe.
He doesn't
If we
believe in
said if
things.
the globe is real, how does gravity work on a globe? Your answer is going to be, I don't know.
I don't know why you guys are talking to me like that. I just asked a simple question.
Well, you're asking questions about things that you don't even know what they are. I mean, we don't know. I don't know what gravity is.
I don't know what gravity is either.
Okay, so there's no such thing as gravity as far as anybody in this room is concerned.
So there's the ball Earth one gone now. It's just a shitty day. It's Friday, Freak Out Friday. Globe's blowing up. NASA lost their money. SpaceX is dismantling that Dragon rocket. So that's the end of the space era.
Well, they really like to destroy that technology, don't they?
Space era is over. No electric car mandates. That's out. Oh, good. Our cars will come down in price again when they start making more, or at least stay even.
But Brad, when they promised we'd be on Mars by 2030, what about all that? Is that just out the window?
No, you can go to Devon Island if you'd like a tour of Mars. That's Mars right now, Devon Island. Look it up. You can
That's
see
a good point.
Lemmings, the Mars Lemmings, and the juice box. You can go there and see it all yourself. Trucks, see the trucks and everything. Campers.
Can I wear my propeller hat?
Yep, helicopters work there. Everything works on Devon Island. Mars, I mean. Devon Mars.
I just want to wear my propeller hat. I just think that would be a nice fashion statement for going there.
Does it have NASA written on it?
It's got
that would
NASA
be
on
great
one
to
end,
sell.
JPL on the other, and then it's got ESA on the other.
SpaceX.
Hey, which was the name of that satellite? An older one that looked exactly like a ceiling fan.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember. I know what you're
You know what I'm talking about, right? Like
Yeah.
like a 1970s ceiling fan, like exact.
Now, Amish, you do know what the model or the brand name of that propeller hat is, don't you?
Can't say I do.
It's just called the GT.
Oh yeah, the GT
So it's made by
model.
GT. Yeah, it's made by GT, Globetard. It's good company. Make a lot of things. Globers have to be so pissed off right now. That's why nobody's coming in. Our regulars, our anti-flat earthers are gone.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do when I have some time, which is not very often, frankly, is I love to look up the old 1980s, 1970s, and 1960s films from NASA that are on YouTube and a few other, the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive, and some other places, and just see how laughable those old satellites and everything else are. Like, they were showing this scene of the planets, and it was really clear that they were just big, gigantic, painted styrofoam balls.
Yeah, they definitely faked the moon landing.
Faked all the shit. None of it's real.
Closing down NASA is just like closing down a theater, right? Like, no more shows. You got to get your entertainment from somewhere else.
Yeah, they'll probably just sell off that studio. That's Disney's anyway, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, NASA and Disney are the same.
Yeah.
Why do they try so hard? Why do they try so hard to convince people the Earth is a globe?
Ignorant slaves are easily manipulated slaves, especially when they're afraid of things like asteroids and the sun burning out and shit like that.
Air, stuff like that. If you're told the air is bad, you believe them. Like we have climate change, air is bad. Believe them.
I kind of think their mission set is broader than that. It's not specifically to get people believing in a globe. What it is to project power and capabilities into a realm that is absolutely unattainable by anybody through any reasonable means on Earth.
Absolutely.
Well, and the way I see it is that this is the creation and cosmology story of a broader neo-pagan religion that's based on the worship of the government. And you have to start with your creation story, and then it goes all the way through to their eschatology, which of course is global warming and asteroids and space aliens coming.
Yeah, it's like a build up to something else. Yeah, absolutely.
And so, of course, you have evolution as the creation of the human story, and so you have the whole basis of their modernist religion. And so, without this creation of the realm and cosmology story, you can't have the religion. So this is the most important key to what they have.
You got to think about the context as well. Like in the beginning, when the globe religion started, it was just within secret cults, their secret doctrine to make them feel special, little kings. However, later on, it got used to the public. But you got to also think about the context then, because it was kingdoms taking over other kingdoms and barbarians civilizing them because they had the truth of the matter, and all sorts of weird stuff like that, where things like this gets used as justification for putting yourself on a high horse. You know better than everybody else because you have this secret knowledge. The earth is a ball. They can't see it, measure it, but you know it because you have priests.
Is that why they don't let us go to Antarctica?
You can go. I'm going next year. I canceled it for this year.
I saw a video of some people trying to.
Why can't you go there?
Trying to go there, and so the military stopped.
Oh yeah, you got it. It cost you $35,000. You can go. It's $35,000. Go.
Yeah, you gotta have a permit, of course.
Rubber. You can't take a inner tube tire and go there. No, they're not going to let you do that. You'll hurt yourself.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe they were hiding something.
And for environmental reasons, you can't explore the interior. You can't explore the interior. It's not good for the environment and the penguins. So you're not allowed to do that for the environment.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people sound paranoid when they say that. When they say things like you said, it sounds paranoid, like people are going to get you. Thank you, Canada. I love when they set Canada on fire. It gets so smoky here that the plants are going to be like, they're 5 foot tall now. They'll be 15 feet tall by the end of the summer. Cleaning up that dirty air. Their job. Do your job, plants. Thank you.
You guys think there's a hidden civilization that they're trying to hide from us? At the North Pole? I've heard something.
What would make you think that?
What North Pole are you talking about?
In here, you haven't heard it in here. Nobody in here talks like that. Must be a TikTok thing.
Did you think that you would come in here and that, did you stereotype us and think that all people that think or know that the earth is flat believe in this other nonsense and you would ask us about it? Did you stereotype us?
No, that was not my intention at all.
Oh, okay. Well, what North Pole are you talking about?
Yeah, where did you get all these crazy ideas from then?
I know
It wasn't in here, I can tell you that. It came from somewhere. You didn't make that up. Think about it.
I know, so that's what I've been taught.
Okay, somebody taught you that flat earthers say this.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine where you were taught flat earth.
No, they always tell me that the earth is round.
You're bad at this.
Bad at what?
This weak little curiosity troll you're doing. You can cut it out at any point. But if not, we'll just continue to embarrass you for asking stupid questions.
Yeah, I feel bad when I call you guys retards and idiots. Nobody's hostile.
Yeah, you're saying
I'm not being
continue to embarrass me. What's that about, man?
Because you're asking stupid questions.
I'm not allowed to ask questions.
Not stupid ones, especially about things that we don't, talk about in here. Maybe I should ask you a question. The people that told you about that North Pole, how did they prove to you that there was a North Pole?
I don't know. They said that that the Earth is like a round ball, and like it has like two poles, like north and south. And
you are terrible at this. You need acting lessons.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Someone showed you a polar coordinate system, and you thought that's where you lived?
Flat earthers are mean. They tell the truth.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty intelligent question to ask you. You got shown a polar coordinate system and you thought that's where you lived. You didn't bother to ask them any questions afterward, like, how do you know this? And they said, what? But you didn't ask that question. You just gobbled it up like the rest of them do. Okay, I guess that's where I live. No questions asked. You know better than me. Bye. Now I'll go out and proselytize for the globe. And I'll ask dumb questions in a flat earth server.
This is a channel.
Oh, whatever. We have a server too, but yeah, in the channel.
And we dominate all the servers anyway with our channels, so it doesn't really matter. It may as well be ours.
Yeah.
It's weird how Flat Earth, which is so ridiculous, is extremely popular.
Travel, maybe you should go back to all those people that gave you those polar coordinate projections and Mercator projections and azimuthal equidistant projections, and ask them how they actually measure the Earth, and then pay close attention. See if they're full of shit or not. Just keep asking questions and make them prove everything to you. You'll be back in no time going, shit, you guys were right for asking the right questions. I never thought to do that.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do some more research on this.
Sounds good.
Is our triangle wizard still in here, Pot, or whatever his name is? I can't see the screen. He's driving.
Pot left a while ago. He left a while ago.
Okay, just wondering.
What's up, Chess 53? What's up? He left. That's T. A steep. It's
I had to leave for a little bit earlier. What happened to that Bilbro guy?
And me too. I had to leave then too. Did Bill Bro out?
Yeah, I think he
must
left.
have.
Like a bad smell, he dissipated into the air.
I guess the Nash Respect fellow couldn't handle any accountability.
He's a concaver, so can't even really talk to those guys. They don't make any sense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead,
He's even
Dice.
worse than the average concaver, because he's like, well, it could be a ball and I'm on the outside, but it also could be a ball and I'm on the inside. Like, how can you hold those contradicting ideas at the same time?
Why not just say you don't know?
We fucked these guys up so bad that they don't know what to even do anymore. They're stuck on boats, space pictures. That's it. That's all we got left. Boats and space pictures. Space pictures we're retiring that field. So yeah, all we got left is boats. And we got cameras for that. We really got nothing left.
It was that Trial V93 dude that came in here looking for you, Radwin. TRELVE, whatever.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
He was the guy that we were just speaking to, the one that was asking the dumb questions.
Oh.
I think he's gone now. Oh, he's back.
Oh, there he is. Trial V93. Radwin's here.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you need?
What's up?
I don't know. I can't see the screen. I'm driving.
No, I heard somebody say my name.
Yeah, you were asking for Radwin earlier. Radwin is here.
Oh no, I already we already spoke. Appreciate it.
Are you the one who asked me if I believe in things?
No, I don't think that was me.
Yeah, no, he came in asking for you and ended up speaking to someone else.
We all have the same answers. It's measured flat. The end. Can't do anything about that part.
I believe in Globe, the Baltard Almighty, maker of evolution and scientism. See, there we go. Now we can come up with the Baltardian creed. Yeah, that guy earlier is.
Donuts.
Say again, sorry.
You broke up. I was probably talking over you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. I was jabbering away.
Oh, I said me too. I saw a donut place that makes the best in the world, and I might have to stop now because I went the wrong way. I shouldn't have drove past that place. I don't know how it sounds on my mic in this truck. It's not my normal car. Well, it is my normal car now.
We hear you pretty good.
Oh, good. Oh, I might have the sun over me in about 15 minutes.
Lucky you.
Over me, almost. I have to check that, and then you guys can look at it, and then we'll know how far away it is, according to that one guy. And that'll be it. What? Oh, wait, Matthew did that already.
What did he say? 3,000 miles?
Yeah.
What is that blur in the middle, Mr. Rayleigh? Criterion.
Called diffraction.
If you look up Rayleigh criterion, it'll describe everything that you're saying.
Yeah, Lord Rayleigh.
As far as his
boats going over horizon 129 years ago.
The Raelians.
Rayleigh, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
You know about cameras, right?
Correct.
I have a camera that's 20 times optical zoom. When I zoom in from 1 to 20, the lens makes adjustments. When I go past 20, is that what's classed as a digital zoom after that?
Yeah, some cameras have the ability to do a digital type zoom. So the lens has stopped moving and now it's just trying to capture what it sees on the inside. And most digital zooms are not very good in most cameras unless you have an expensive camera.
Okay, cheers. I just wanted to make sure that that's what it was. So yeah, so it'll make adjustments up to the 20 times optical zoom, but anything after that, that's classed as a digital zoom, right?
Yeah, like my Canon camera will allow 4 times digital zoom. So it'll try to take my 1362 60 millimeter equivalent and try to make it 4 times better. Never really does because the sensor's too small.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a better camera to use would be like the Sony RX10. It has a 1-inch sensor. It only does 600 millimeter equivalent, but its digital zoom is much better because that sensor is better. So it can certainly zoom in a little bit further and still maintain decent quality.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure what was happening after that optical zoom. So I gathered that was what a digital zoom was. So yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Isn't a digital zoom essentially like it just continues to crop and magnify that section of the photo, or the frame itself? Yeah.
Yeah, it just tries to bring in the center of that picture in closer.
Right.
But like I said, if you have a poor quality sensor, which most of these super zoom cameras have, they have a very tiny sensor in it, only about 24 square millimeters. It just cannot get the quality image. So when you zoom in, it doesn't look very good. Because if I send my camera to zoom, I never exceed like 2x zoom. I put it on a 2x setting so I don't zoom in more than that. Because the 4x zoom is pretty useless.
What's the longest laser test that's been done? Anyone knows? Because when I Google it, they just say to the moon, but obviously that's going to be an assumption of the distance to the moon. But I mean, like over the Earth. What's the longest distance with a laser?
Over land, I think it's 36 miles.
36 miles.
Yeah.
What's the supposed drop over distance of 36 miles? What's the hidden, supposedly?
I remember like 300 or 700 foot.
It's a lot because 30 miles is about 100 meters at least.
Around 26 feet.
I've got to go, but thanks for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
a flat Earth without like building a rocket ship or something?
There's no evidence that you can leave here by going up. Yeah, I've seen no legitimate evidence that's possible. There's lots of places to go on Earth, though. I mean, that's my question. It always has been, even before I understood flat Earth. It's like, why would you want to leave here? Like, it's such a cool place. Like, there's so many things left to explore. There's the ocean, tons of land. Like, who even ever gets to go to everywhere that's just here? Like, why would you ever want to leave here to go to some stupid realm where there's not even, oxygen for you to breathe, and where it's just there's no plants,
your brain's
animals.
a stupid realm. Shawty, a girl, right? Girly pop, right?
Okay, little red bear there, you got muted. All right, back to you, serious person.
What do you mean by leaving?
Are you asking Sumiro or me?
You, yeah.
Did I say leaving? Oh, he asked me if I could leave, and I said I don't want to. And I've seen no evidence that I could.
What would qualify as leaving to you? So, the reason I ask is one of the things that I'm trying to get clarification on is something that's implied by the existence of satellites, meaning how far up in the sky they are. Right, and at what point you would consider it to not be in the Earth anymore?
Yeah, well, I'm not a person who has ever been able to go up there, so I'm not going to be the person who's going to be able to tell you that.
What if I told you don't need to go up there in order to tell that those things are there?
You would probably then talk about your stations and the data they're giving that's not verified as being from that place they're set, and could be repeating information from some other ground system that's making claims. None of that is going to convince me. Okay, well, what's your question, Charlie?
Are you curious to hear why?
Why they can't be repeating other ground signals? Why that has to be accurate?
Yeah, why it is accurate.
You can give me a claim, but then you're going to have something to back it up. Do you have something to back up your claim, or is it just a claim?
Sure, I can.
Do you have evidence to back it up? Okay, let's have it.
So before I showed you, so I actually can't show you the data, but I would like you to at least hear out my argument and tell me if I were able to show you that data, right? Then at least the argument is valid, right?
Hold on. So you're going to give me the argument, and then where's what'd you say, Banhammer?
So we can't back it up. You were just asked if you could back up your claim, and now you're saying you can't share the data. So that's no, you can't back it up.
So the claim that...
So yes or no?
True, that I can verify, right? Excuse me, I was talking.
You're excused. Can you back up your claim that you're about to make, yes or no?
Excuse me.
No, you're not. Again, can you back up your claim that you're about to make, yes or no?
Yes, of course I can. The claim that...
Excellent, that's all you had to say.
Picking up a signal... Excuse me, I was talking to the nice lady, okay?
Oh,
the claim
hold on.
that...
Why don't you put your backup information first so we could be looking at it while you're talking? I don't want to make a long claim and then do what a bunch of these guys do and say they don't actually have it, or they can't find it, or they have to go.
Data, but it's company confidential data. I can't share with you. What I can share with you is give you a high level description of how the system works, and then you can tell me, okay, well, if that system were real and if it were actually measuring things, and if you show me the data that agree with it, then I would have to agree that it's true, right? So I can't go that far with you. But what I can tell you is give you a description of the system.
Absolutely I'm sorry, not, Charlie.
I'm sorry. I'm just not risking to get fired, right? But I can tell you. But for you to say that there's no way to verify that it's true, it's just not true, right? The reason I say it's not true.
No, you don't get to come in here and appeal to some, information that you're not willing to share with us and make a claim.
I'm not.
I mean, that's what we're trying to get away from.
I'm not trying to appeal to that information that I can't give you. I'm trying to give you a high-level explanation of how the system works, and then you can tell me, yes, that would work, or no, that would not work, right? The data itself
tell us a story.
is the final nail in the coffin that you would need to actually have the claim be irrefutable. I agree with that. But I'm sorry, I'm just not willing to like give out company private information just so I can win some random argument on the internet, right? And if you can't bear with that, that's okay, right? Anyway, what I really wanted to share with you is you can set up a little system, the various ground systems that just pick up like this continuous radio wave signal that these satellites give out. In particular, there are geostationary ones that are more or less in one spot on the sky, right? And because you know where these ground stations are relative to each other, right? You can also calculate where this thing must be given what different times these signals arrive to these different ground stations, right? So it's like triangulation, basically. So, like, I assume that you agree that, in general, like, triangulation works, right? Like, if you have a bunch of friends, right, and you all see lightning, and you all count the seconds after lightning.
I've heard you make this argument before when I was listening on YouTube. I mean, you've made this argument before. I don't know why you want to make it again with me. I'm not going to.
I'm curious with what you think, right? That's fine. I know you're not going to accept that. I want to know why. Why you think that?
Because you have no verification or anything to back up the numbers that you are claiming. Like, you can't just, so like, if I want to prove something or explain something or measure something, I have to have some kind of data to back it up so that we can together look at it and we know where this is coming from, or we could, even Raiden knows we should be able to go out and repeat what your claim is and get the same results for ourselves. And we're just not able to do that with your satellite claim. So
excellent.
Why should we believe you? You just told me you don't want to. You just told me that you don't want to, give your information to some random person on the internet. Neither do I want to base my worldview on some random person on the internet when I can just go out and measure the Earth for myself, see that it measures flat and that there's no curvature. I mean, where's your proof of curvature, Charlie? Is satellite your proof of curvature?
Are you going to answer my question?
Oh, well, if you were asking questions while I was talking, I probably couldn't hear you. So, no, I'm not going to. Did you hear what I said?
I asked it before you started blabbering.
Oh, I'm blabbering now. We've only got 8 minutes left of Ladies' Night, so is there anybody else who has a serious question about the Earth or who can present evidence of curvature?
You have a satellite engineer right here and just hand-waving me away? Are you really that intellectually uncurious?
Your proof is trust me, bro. It's confidential.
It's not trust me. The question that I asked her...
That's what he just said. That's what
was, do you have an issue with the concept of triangulation?
I do not. If you're talking about on the Earth,
excellent.
I do not have a problem. Yep.
Yeah, it's entirely on the Earth. All the measurement is happening on the Earth, right? So, okay, so the data really is all that you're missing, right? So if I were to present to you the data, you would be forced to accept that, yes, there are satellites where you say they are.
No, absolutely not. No, because even if you presented the data, I don't know the source of the data and I can't verify it for myself.
Okay, so
why would I accept it?
Okay, so what is it that you need to be able to be handed in order for you to be convinced?
I don't need anything. You're the one with the problem. You're the one with the globe that has no curvature that can be measured and no rotation that can be detected. I don't need anything from you. I already know what the reality is.
Lady,
I already know that it's not a globe.
Lady, I am very comfortable with you not being convinced that the Earth is spherical. That's not my problem.
Okay.
That's not the interesting part about
You know what, Charlie? I'm really comfortable with you staying on your fantasy globe. I think you belong there. The rest of your life you can stay there believing it's a globe. And, you'll be confirmed by the people around you and you can do whatever you want to do. Like, I don't know, like, why do you keep coming in here if you just love your globe so much and you want to stay on it? Like, why are you even talking to us? Because we're not going to accept look at that satellite in the sky. It shows we're on a globe when there's no measurable curvature and no observable rotation or motion of any kind.
I hate to interrupt, but Meiwen, we're playing Catan and VC. Leave this and enjoy. Okay, bye.
To answer your question,
His friends came to get him. Your friends came to get you, Meiwen.
Yeah, let me just respond to Heretic and I'll he already left. Never mind. 1 second. Let me do the math. Let me show you the math quick.
Oh, he's showing somebody math real quick.
To answer your question, what's interesting to me about this isn't the physics or the math. What's interesting to me about this is the human element of it.
So you're analyzing us. That's why you're here?
Not in any formal way. I don't claim to be any sort of sociologist or psychotherapist or blah, 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 any of that.
Yeah, well, my recommendation to you is just go enjoy your fantasy globe, watch your science fiction, believe you're going to Mars one day, and, just leave the flat earthers behind. I mean, otherwise, we're just, obviously we bother you, so why do you want to hang out with us?
Why would I keep coming back if you think you bother me?
Well, I don't know, because you keep bringing the same argument, and we're just telling you we're not accepting it because it's not verifiable. We're not looking in the sky to prove the ground. I mean, I'm sure, how many people have told you that? Approximately how many people have said that same thing to you in a different way? Tell me that.
Which thing, sorry?
That your satellite claim is not verifiable and that we're not looking in the sky to prove anything about the Earth where we live, which can be measured as flat.
You'd be surprised how many flat earthers actually accept the claim. They just don't think it's necessarily incompatible with flat Earth, which is quite puzzling to me. At least people like QE admit that it is incompatible with it, and they're actually willing to contend with the claim. But most people don't even engage with it.
Oh, have you engaged with QE over this? How did that go?
Unfortunately, yes.
How'd it go?
How do you think any conversation with that sleazebag goes?
Oh, come on. He's not a sleazebag. He's a little bit cantankerous, but he's very sincere about this argument. He's been around here a long time.
Really? You think Jesus would like? You think he's very Christ-like? Do you think
he doesn't make that claim? No, Charlie. This is the
do you
problem.
think he conducts himself in a way that like a good Christian would?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people claim about their personal lives or do not claim has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So we know that the Earth measures flat.
It has to do with basic decency, right? And I generally tend to enjoy discussing things with people who conduct themselves, better than what he would. And I think you at least agree with me that in terms of, with that respect, he's pretty deplorable, right?
No, I'm not going to agree with that. I'm not going to discuss. Really? I'm not going to discuss. I'm going to mute you if you keep discussing a person that's not here. I'm sorry. If I thought when I asked you how it went, I thought you were going to talk about the content of the argument because you said that QE was acknowledging that was a problem.
I can summarize.
Yeah.
I could summarize
that's what I was asking. I wasn't asking for your opinion on him.
Sure. So what he does is he mutes me, right, and then he copy pastes various of the arguments that he has on his website.
Never mind. Forget I asked the question. I don't want to hear the answer. If you guys want to have another conversation another day, that's fine. I thought you were going to give me the information that you referred to, but it's fine. Samira, we've only got 3 more minutes. Did you have any other questions for the ladies here?
Yeah, I had a few. Yeah, I'm not sure I'll get enough time for the answers, but I'll try to rapid fire them. So first off, what do you think happens if you were to shoot a rocket up into space? What would you think happened if you went up into the sky far enough? Do you think you'd hit a literal dome and you wouldn't be able to go any further? What do you think happened if you just kept going up?
I don't know, because I've never done that, but there is a lot of information to suggest that a lot of these rockets are just going up and then coming back down in the ocean. So yeah, since I've never done that, how would I even know? Because I'm not part of that.
But my question is, what do you think? I'm not even asking you to back up anything. I'm just asking what your opinion is. Do you think there's a dome? Do you think space is infinite? Do you think space just doesn't exist? And if you just keep going up, you just hit a wall and you wouldn't be able to go any further? What do you think? What do you personally think would happen?
I'm sorry you don't like my answer, Samira. I'm not going to change it for you. I mean, I like looking out at the stars at night. I like looking at the moon. I think the stars are very beautiful. If you go somewhere, have you ever been somewhere where you can see way more of the stars? The first time that happened to me was in Northwest Montana. Amazing place. You cannot even believe how many stars you can see when you go to some of these really dark regions of the world. Have you ever gone somewhere where you can really see the night sky?
Yeah, I used to live in like a very far off country, like a very far off into the country. My question though is like, okay, so when I look at the stars, what I see are giant objects that are so massive that I can't even like conceive, that are made of plasma, that are either burning helium or hydrogen or something else. Some are bigger than the sun, some are
That's
smaller,
what you
but
see? Whoa, Samira, we must be looking at a different sky then. I don't see that at
No.
all.
No, okay, no. What I'm seeing is very far away. That's what I'm seeing when I look at the
Oh, how did you confirm that distance? How did you confirm that distance?
That's what I see when I look at the stars. That's when I look at the stars.
Oh, when you
that's
actually
what I
look at a star, you are able to measure the distance to that star. How did you do that?
I didn't measure it, but like when I'm looking at the stars, that's what I can see. I'm seeing like a whole universe of like stars and a whole galaxy that we're a part of. Okay, and
That's not what. No. I'm sorry. I hate to keep correcting you. That's what you're imagining because that's the story you've been told, and you're presupposing these stories that you've been told, and you're putting them on the thing that you're actually viewing. But what if you just went out there and looked at them and forgot that whole story and just looked at them? How far away would you think they are?
So is it weird if I look at every other planet and star and see that they're spherical, and then would it also be a weird assumption to assume our planet is also spherical?
A new cat has come in. Okay, I'm just going to wrap up. Okay, excuse me. You can ask your question, no problem, but we're at the top of the hour. I'm going to wrap up my conversation with Sumiro and then just end the ladies' night event. Oh, Luke's still harassing me. I wonder if he wants me to keep reading those. I'm not going to, Luke. You don't deserve any more attention. If you want to come in here and have a conversation with me, man to woman, I'm here. But if you want to keep harassing me, then shut up. I'll block you. All right, so Sumiru, I didn't hear the answer to my question, your answer, because somebody else jumped in. Did you have an answer?
Well, you asked me something interesting. You said, when I look at the sky, how far do the stars look? And I if I just use my eyes, I can't say how far away they are and how big they are, or how close and how small they are, because when you look at the sky, you don't have any reference point. Like, aside from like a really tall tree, you can't really say anything else other than the stars are probably farther away than I could reach. That doesn't really tell you anything about how far away they are.
Exactly. Yep. Love it. Yep. That was a great way to end Ladies' Night. So, yep. Thanks, everybody. I think we had a good session in here. We had a lot of different people come in here tonight. We didn't have as many ladies as we had last week, but we have our little stalwart crowd here. Jenna, the lifologist, Jenna's mom was here earlier. Stacy stopped in. That was nice. I was thinking, I don't know if we did it earlier, if we could get Karma to be here, because she was here last week, but it was really late for her. So I'll have to ask her, like, if we, sometimes did it earlier, if she'd be able to come, because that was really nice to hear from her. Maybe we'd even be able to get Bambi in here if we did it earlier. I don't know, but because it's really late over there across the pond. So I'm going to close the event, and thanks everybody for all your participation, and thank you, Flat Earth Men, for backing us up with information in the chat. I didn't even get to Gemsy's video about the fake satellite. I don't know, is Charlie still here? I don't know if he linked it out. Yeah, he's still here. Oh yeah, and maybe Gemsy or somebody wants to talk to you about his video that he put in there. I didn't get a chance to. I haven't actually watched it, so I didn't really want to talk to you about it. But I appreciate people, putting stuff in the chat, because that's really helpful. Sunny was putting a bunch of observations in there earlier, and other people. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you next Wednesday, same time, same station.
Hey, Mick is here. Sorry, I had to step out the other day. I had a guy doing some work for me. But if you want to keep talking about that calculator article.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile, man.
Sure.
So, did you have the article handy?
I can look it up.
By the way, thank you very much, Dandelion. That was great. Love listening.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah, in the first hour, we had more ladies talking. I don't know, these ladies, they're probably off doing something, or maybe they're just really tired. Yeah, so it was good. I enjoyed it, and I'm glad you did too.
Very good. Thank you, Charlie.
No problem.
Do you want to expound on what their argument is?
Why don't we read through it?
Sure, go ahead.
So, if I recall, last time you had an issue with the refraction coefficient K, right?
I didn't have an issue with it. I was just pointing out what the calculator stated. Right, so I'll put the thing back up in the chat.
Yeah, when you go to a refraction coefficient of what was it? Was it near 1 or something?
Very much so.
There was like a division by 0. Yeah.
No,
you know why?
What do you mean why? That's what the equation. That's how the equation works.
Do you know what a refraction coefficient of 1 means?
Yeah, it's planar. You're basically it forms a planar surface, sir. That's the whole point.
I believe that's
because because the equation adjusts. So it takes a certain radius, an initial radius, and then it factors in something, right, to adjust it, right? And the quotient works with the value, the r value minus k, or some value minus k, and then multiplies that by the radius.
Hold on. What do you mean by it's planar? What's planar? I know what a plane is.
What happens in the calculator, dude, is basically you have the radius, and then you're multiplying that radius by some fraction of sorts. That fraction is formed. If you go on the calculator site, it shows the math in it. Okay.
Right. No, well, it's very simple. Stop.
Do you want me? You ask me a question?
I'm interrupting you because you already said something that's not necessarily wrong. It's just it demonstrates that you don't know what K is. K is simply the ratio between the radius of the Earth and the radius of curvature of the light rays.
Okay.
So if it's 1, it means that the light ray is curving just as fast as the Earth curves.
Right. Effectively mapping out to being planar. Creates parallel.
Mapping what out to be planar?
Do you want to look at the equation? I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm just going by the equation.
Do you want to share screen or something, and I'll look at you?
I'll take a snapshot there. Give me a second.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Charlie, if you actually knew something, what they do is they take the radius of the ray and then model as a straight line.
Yeah. So check this out. I'm gonna take a quick snappy snap over here. Hold on, I got the page load. Where are we now? Here we go. All right. Oh, 1 sec. Bang.
For example, 76R is 0.166 K value. Right?
Exactly. Right. That's exactly
they do. So they blow up the Earth to 76 R.
Am I supposed to be looking at an image anywhere?
Yeah.
And then do a straight ray calculation.
Yeah. So that's what India is saying.
Definitely.
Oh, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I just want to know if Charlie has me muted.
Oh. Do you hear India? Charlie, do you hear
me, Charlie?
India? Yes, I hear Indio. I don't have him muted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You're about to be hammered.
Right. So what Indio was saying, Charlie, that's why in this calculator, like in the snapshot I just posted at 8 minutes past the hour, you see that they have a standard. They suggest to the user of the calculator at the bottom there, K equals refraction coefficient standard at sea level, K equals 0.17. Right. That's basically the 7/6R minus 1. So you take out the 1, you're left with 1/6. and that's about 0.6667 that they round up to 0.7. Okay. So in this calculator there, right there, where it says R prime equals R over 1 minus K, when you take that slider and you map it up all the way to 1, you're getting a 1 minus 1, you get a division by 0, it's undefined. So in the calculator, it interprets that as whatever, however it's handling that error, and it just basically maps.
It's an infinite radius. Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
So it's just planar. That's all I was saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, my question was, what is it?
What do you mean?
When you say it's planar, you're referring to the surface of the Earth.
That was my answer to your question.
A flat Earth is being modeled as an infinite, as having infinite radius of curvature.
Exactly.
In the limited approach is flat. Sure.
There you go. That's all I'm saying. Right. So when we have what I modeled using that calculator, okay, if you scroll it back to 5 minutes past the hour, using the black swan scenario, we have the, what was it, Habitat or Hill House, whichever one was further, 9.41 miles.
Which image am I looking at?
Okay, the two images I posted at 5 minutes past the hour, both of them. It's the same quote unquote object at the same distance. Just when you take the slider and you put it at 0, it gives you an idealized line of sight shot to the to the rig
with no refraction. With no refraction on the left. Sure.
Right, and then on the right, in order to actually get it flush with the line of sight, basically lifting it up by 44.64 feet, you have to have a refraction index of almost 1. Which in this calculator they qualify that as extreme. So it's just it's not your everyday phenomena that you would view. So what I like to pose to people is, under what conditions do we actually get this type of extreme phenomena? Like what set of humidity indexes, temperatures, et cetera, actually yield this?
Did you read the article that I posted?
Well, that's what we're going to talk about.
Sure. Okay. So, how would you like to do this? It's a very short article. Do you want me to just read it out loud? How do you want to do this?
Go ahead.
Sure. So,
sorry, I just wanted to point out, like, what I'm curious about is whether or not in that article they point something out that either goes contradicts what we're breaking up here, or if they have some extra information that we're not aware of. Go ahead.
Sure. So I think the main piece that you're probably going to be interested in, I'll screenshot it and I'll post it because you probably want that. Let's see. On the left, the blue curve was entered in the refraction simulator to produce a strong refraction image. The red curve shows the refraction coefficient depending on the altitude. This curve is directly calculated from the temperature profile, blue curve, using the accepted formulas to calculate the radius of curvature of light rays from atmospheric conditions as described as driving equations for atmospheric refraction. And that's like a link. Right image shows a vertically magnified view of the bending of the light rays under this condition. Oh wait, do I not have the simulated images? Okay, so, and here are the simulated images with those conditions. Right?
It's not a simulator.
The image on the left. What?
His shit is not a simulator.
It's not a simulation.
At all, in any sense. No.
Would you like to explain?
It doesn't simulate anything. It doesn't simulate anything.
Okay, but would you like to expand on that idea?
Charlie, yeah, so check this out, Charlie. Well, you see the ray trace you posted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see that those lines cross over. That would mean it's in an inverted image.
Not all of them cross over. Some of them do. So it would be a small section. There would be a small section in which, there would be a small section in which the image would be inverted or more likely just blurred. But yes.
No, it would be inverted. So the rays underneath would appear on top. It would be inverted.
Right, but we're talking about like a single pixel, right? That it would have to be the
No,
case
not a
for every
single
pixel. Yes, that's what a single ray is. I've written ray tracers myself. Oh God.
Okay.
Oh my God.
You can change.
I can't.
Listen,
Can I continue
bro,
talking to Mac, please?
In his calculator, you can change the number of rays they show. Okay, so the ray is not a single pixel. But let me show you something else. So Bisman did a little trick. Not only did he tilt the camera, if you look at it, you'll see that the camera has a tilt to it, which he doesn't do in any of his other quote-unquote simulations. But he also did a trick where he blurred out, he used fog to blur out behind the oil rigs. So check this out. This is hilarious.
Okay, Mick.
Look in the chat. So why is there a tidal wave behind oil rigs? Why is there a tidal wave behind the oil rigs?
Mick, have I answered your question to your satisfaction?
Is there a tidal wave?
You need to talk to the person who's actually addressing you. You don't get to just pick and choose who you talk to. Indio's asking a question.
Address me, and then Indio inserted himself.
Yeah, continue with Indio.
One by one.
We'll get back on track.
Because I think you're wasting your time using that for this, okay? Because if you analyze this particular simulation, whatever you want to call it, for the oil rigs, it's bricked, bro.
So your issue is that he added
tidal wave behind the oil rigs. What is that?
Your issue is that he added fog to hide the waves behind the rig. Is that your issue?
That's the ocean behind the rig. It is a rig. That's the ocean.
That's your problem? Okay.
Yeah, that is my problem.
This is
I think you're missing. I think you're missing the crux of the point, right? But that doesn't surprise me that you would deliberately try to miss the point. The point is the point is clearly that there are atmospheric conditions that would reproduce a refractive index of close to 1 and even greater than that.
But it would look like this. You'd see a big ass tidal wave behind the oil rigs.
All right. I'm not interested.
Is that what you see in the next line? Do you see like a big ass tidal wave?
I'm not interested in Dio. You're right. You're right, Indio. You're correct. You got me. BTF.
I know I'm correct. This is old ass shit, dude. I can't even believe you're bringing this shit up. Quite honestly, this is my evidence. I can show you a bunch of shit on Bisman's calculator that's fucked up. Tons of shit.
Yeah,
it's trash, dude. It's real trash.
I can't hear Mick talking.
Indio, I just want to point out. By the way, I don't know if it's just me there, but your mic is very low and kind of fuzzy. I don't know if it's just me, but
it is.
Sometimes I gotta reconnect it.
All right, I'll wait till it comes back there.
So is he your ringer, or are we going to continue the conversation?
Well, yeah, I just want him. I want him to hear this. Yeah.
So is he your ringer or not?
What the hell does that even mean?
It means that he's subbing in for you in the discussion rather than me having a discussion with you.
No, we're not done there. I just want him to, chime in there, get his input there. But
does the screenshot that I show you at the very least convince you that there are atmospheric conditions which a refractive index of 1 can be created?
No, because number one, one thing I'm confused on in the screenshot that you posted, right? You see the graph of the refraction coefficient?
Yes.
See, on the x-axis goes from -2 all the way to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so high? Number one, and then number two, if that's actually a thing,
hold on, I missed the first question. What was the first question?
Why is it go so high, up to 6, when this is supposed to be like a ratio thing, right? Anything between 0 and 1, or -1 and 1. Because that's what that calculator uses.
-2 and 6. I don't understand your question.
My question is...
Why can the refraction coefficient go all the way up to 6? Is that your question?
My question is, in this screenshot, the refraction coefficient does go down from -2 all the way up to 6. But in the calculator, it only lets you go from -1 to 1. So is this like a different type of thing? Or like, what is this supposed to represent in relation to what we're talking about?
I don't understand how the fact that the slider doesn't go up past the numbers that you'd like mean that this is somehow different.
Well, it's because what this is indicating to me that it's indicating to me that these are not the same things. I know it says coefficient K, but why? like is this scaled up differently, or is the other thing normalized? Like it's not exactly represented.
In the other calculator, I believe you can only set a K for the entire path of the ray. I don't think you can set. Actually, that's not true. I actually think you could set different temperatures at different altitudes. Not in that calculator. I think there's another calculator actually.
Okay. So it's not exactly representative of what we're talking about. So, and that's fine. So
it's not created from the same calculator. That's your question. I can tell you that's for sure.
Okay.
The case.
Well, there you go.
I believe that there is. What? What didn't really make sense?
Okay. You said because you're saying now it was created from a different calculator. That part makes sense because otherwise.
Well, So I think the calculator, and I believe this is true. I could be wrong about this, but I believe the calculator only allows you to set a refraction coefficient for the entire path at all altitudes.
Meaning?
What do you mean meaning?
Like
meaning that the refraction coefficient is constant with respect to altitude. But to create the black swan effect, the article claims, and I agree, that you need a refractive coefficient which is different depending on altitude.
Well, that's okay.
You can't do that in the calculator.
Okay. Well, there you go. So here we have. Well, you can set the altitude. Yeah, the height of eye. I put it as being 1 foot.
No. But you can't set a different index of refraction for different altitudes. You either have to pick one altitude and then one index of refraction.
Oh yeah, you just do one at a time, of course. But in the calculator,
yes, that's my point.
Right. But in that scenario, you could only pick being that you could only pick one at a time. You could still never set a refractive index higher than 1 or lower than -1. Whereas in this thing that you're pointing out here, it kind of would require something as high as 6.
Right. Do you think the limitation in the calculator means it's not physically possible? Is that where the confusion is coming from?
Well, I'm just trying to parse out how this
my calculator can't take. My calculator, for example, can't take powers of 100 to the power of 99 to the power of 99, right? Do you think that number just doesn't exist?
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to map out whether or not this is actually representative of what you can do on the calculator or not, or this is something different.
You cannot. I don't think you could do that on this calculator. But I actually do think this website has a different calculator where you can do that.
But okay, well then we can look at that. But it's just because at the moment, right now, if we were to use that same formula that he provides, if you plug in like this coefficient K of even 3, right? You're getting a negative value in the denominator. What the hell would that even represent on the
a refraction coefficient of 3 means
what would that mean? Like a concave scenario?
It means that the curvature of the light ray is 3 times the curvature of Earth. So a straight light ray would bend into the ground very quickly.
Right, yielding some sort of concave phenomena. Right? Like if you're at 1, check this out, right? For values less than 1.
The Earth. Yes, the Earth would look concave.
Very good. Yes. Very good. Okay, so then that means that in order to actually get the effect that we see in reality, we would need a coefficient of at least almost 1 or greater. So the question that I like to pose is, what scenario?
Only at certain points.
Right. So what scenarios actually yield this? Like real values, not just modeling, but real combinations of temperature, humidity, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, this table provides.
Otherwise, it's just a model. It's just a mathematical,
But to say that the model is ridiculous, you actually have to tell me what about the model is not accurate.
I didn't say
you can't
just
say. Right.
I didn't say it's ridiculous. I'm asking for some real world examples.
Listen. What about the model do you disagree with?
I'm asking for real world confirmation of what we're actually modeling.
He's asking you to verify the model with real world observations. What are you
okay, sure. Excellent. So,
it's not hard, dude.
So if I produce a paper where, I don't know.
Not a paper, observations, experimental data.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I trust research papers and you don't. Therefore, we're never going to have an agreement.
That has nothing to do with it. Don't strum me on what I said.
It absolutely has everything to do with this.
Listen, it's science empirical,
India reset his microphone so we can't continue the conversation, I guess.
Charlie, it's science empirical.
I don't want to do this with you, Indio. I just don't.
Yeah, science.
I don't want you to like grab this conversation by the horns and like destroy it in this way. Not again. Come on.
Well, I have to translate because you don't understand what he's asking for. He's asking for, do we know that the real world meteorological conditions can even exist that would allow this to be possible?
Okay.
That's what he's asking.
Mick, do you accept the concept of refraction existing?
Why are you doing a red herring?
We
have light bends between two different media? Yeah.
Excellent. Do you agree that light bends in a continuum of different media?
That I don't know. That's what's being claimed.
Okay, excellent. So, I mean, you understand that it's just a differential case of the...
It's being labeled as refraction so as to kind of like equivocate the two. And that's what I'm not sure.
Okay. So let me ask you... Okay. Okay. So between two media, you have no issue, right? Like, you accept it.
Instead of delving into theoretics and shit, can you just say that you don't have real-world experimental data to validate the model? Or that
it's just nothing that you'll accept. But I mean, I don't need it because you already said that you've done refraction between two media. Right?
He asked you for it explicitly.
Yeah, if you have it, then
if you keep doing rhetorical gimmicks, I'm going to kick you the fuck out of here. So I'm about fed up.
Just do it already and quit your bitching, you racist.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just do it.
Your narrative shit don't work. Okay.
If you're not going to let me have a conversation with this guy, just fucking do it.
No, you know what he's asking
waterboard me this entire time.
Look, you know what he's asking for.
Come on, no. You're going to get too frustrated and then you're going to drop another hard R here. Come on.
Charlie.
Oh, hold on. That reminds me. You're banned on site. I just remembered. Unless you want to continue, Nick, because I'll suffer for you.
I mean, if he's got if he's got the thing I'm asking for, sure. But if there are, of course not. Well, then otherwise,
that's why he deflected to what you believe and wants to talk about models, etc. Listen, I'll give him another chance. Charlie, you have one job. Experimental evidence that validates the model, right? He wants to know. $5
just to start.
Do the meteorological. You win. That's easy money, man. That's not even bad. That's just free money, man. That's just free money. Like, what are you talking about? So,
where's my gun?
Yeah, I know. You should get a finder's fee. So it's really simple. Want the experimental evidence? Like, yes, refraction exists. That doesn't mean it exists in all possible ways. So we want to know, can the meteorological conditions exist, right? So here's a meteorological condition we know that exists. Negative 70 degrees at ground level and 150 degrees 5 inches above it. We know that doesn't exist in nature. So if there's a refractive condition would be created by that, we know that doesn't exist. So we want the meteorological condition, I don't know how I understand them, and you don't, that would cause this specifically.
I'm working up to it. You guys have to develop the patience in order to hear me.
Go for it.
Excellent. So you said that you don't know if refraction in across two different mediums you accept, but not necessarily in a continuum of mediums, right?
Right.
So why don't we first work on real experimental empirical evidence that exists? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm sure you've already seen this.
Go ahead.
I'm sure all of you have already seen this. This is a video of a laser beam bending in sugar.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen this before, right?
Well, here you have two distinct media, right? And as the density of the water increases with more sugar, it changes the path. That's fine.
Right. But the point is
that you can model with Snell's law and shit. That's fine.
Listen. The point is that you don't have the light beam, the laser beam, going from one line angle into another line. Here you have a continuously bending line. Do you accept that? That's what I mean when I say a continuous medium.
Very interesting. So in a single medium, it's continuously bending.
Yes. That's cool. What I wanted you to accept, right?
Very
you accept
cool.
that.
Let me check that out. I've never seen this before.
Okay, sure.
So and they will dub this refraction in the sense that we're all familiar with, right? Because in this room, it's talked about, Snell's laws, refraction, everything else is kind of like being colloquially, if you will, attributed as being refraction, but it's not because it doesn't adhere to Snell's law.
Mm-hmm. So
that's the tendency.
If you're interested in it, so Snell's law is actually an idealization of some more fundamental physics where it's only applied to the transition between two mediums.
Exactly, one instance.
Yeah, but in general, right, you could have the differential continuous case, right, which is demonstrated in the video that I showed you. And the point that I make is that...
How is that model? Like, is there a equation similar to whatever the sine theta times sine theta 2, whatever, all that shit?
Yeah, so you can derive all... it's not as... it's more abstract, but yes. So there are a number of different theories which have increasing accuracy, which I can talk to you about if you'd like. I actually have one of them tattooed on my ribs, literally.
Okay.
Is that the path you would like to go down, or do you accept that this is a thing?
I'm just going to check the video out there.
Sure.
I don't want to hold up the room there while I'm checking it out there. But
I mean, it's not a super interesting video. It's just a laser continuously bending in like a fish tank of like sugar water, right? So now I'm going to make another claim. I don't know if you're going to accept it. It might sound outrageous. That same effect exists in all fluids, including gases.
Okay.
Do you accept that, or do I also need to demonstrate that to you?
I would like to see that, of course.
Yeah,
but then again, right? So in these specific
sugar water and the sugar water in the air.
No.
Right, like again, this is just like a tabletop experiment, right?
Right. So sugar is a dichiral molecule that changes.
Right. So what we could do.
So sugar is a dichiral molecule that changes the phase of the laser.
Very interesting.
Okay, so what we could do is try to understand. So what we could do, I will straight up tell you, I am not aware of any tabletop experiment that you can run that involves continuous diffraction with gases. I'm not aware of it.
Very good.
So if that kills the conversation for you, right?
Well, we kind of require
if that's what you need. Right? Well, no, actually, because what you could do instead, right, is try to understand what the heck is going on. Like, oh my god, the light is bending.
I understand that. I understand the concept, dude. That's fine. Mm-hmm. But it all boils back to what I was asking before. Right? Once you have a model, you need to go out and experiment, and gather data, and then see if the model fits it. Period.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what we're doing here. That's exactly. You're not hearing me out. That's exactly what we're doing here, right? We see this.
No, but
this,
you just said. Hold on.
You don't have let me connect the dots.
Hang on. Don't cut me off. You just said that you don't have the data to fit. So that's fine.
No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
You're inferring. You don't have a tabletop example of it.
I said I don't have a tabletop example that demonstrates at a tabletop scale, right? Gas providing visible a visible amount of refraction, at least not to the amount that you could just record and put up on YouTube, right? However, just following the same requirements that you gave, right? What you could do is instead look at what you do have, form a model around it, make a prediction about the things that must happen at larger scales, and then go out and observe if those predictions match the model. And that I can't.
No, but that's not. That's not my job, absolutely. Right? But here's the thing: is we got to this conversation after I asked you initially for the data, and we basically got here after you said like you agreed to continue with the conversation, assuming you actually had something, and then here you are providing the sugar water thing, and then finally saying, "Oh, well, I don't have anything else for you."
No, I'm working on steps. I'm doing steps, right? Because you said you didn't believe that refraction in a continuum existed, so then I stopped.
I didn't say that. I said I'd never seen it. I'd never seen it.
Okay, well, right. Well, I would think that's a prerequisite for you to believe it, but okay.
Well, I understand that now. Yeah, I see it happening in sugar water. That's fine. So now let's take that out to the real world in the sort of context that we have at hand. And does this actually map to that? Yes or no?
So do you think that observing it in sugar water opens the door to, hey, maybe there is something that would explain it to all fluids?
And it might. I don't know, but you supposedly have.
Excellent. Let's find out.
Okay, so go ahead and bring that forth, please. That would be great.
So our better theories of physics in the field of electromagnetics are Maxwell's equations, right? Which predict things like Snell's law. You can actually get more sophisticated refraction behaviors from just studying those laws. Based on those laws, right, you have this number called the refractive index, which you can measure from different materials, based on whatever certain experiments, right? The refractive index of the composition of air is very close to 1, but not quite 1. And so in order to measure any significant deviation from a straight line, you sort of have to do it over long enough distances, right? But you could do this with any material, in theory. And so we develop a table of like the index of refraction of all sorts of materials, like glass, water.
We've all seen that in high school, dude.
Yeah, okay, so you've seen it. Excellent. Right.
Yeah,
so
dude.
using those numbers, right, using that data, you can also develop relationships between what that number is for that material under different conditions like temperature, pressure, density, yada, yada, yada. And so you build up this huge empirically defined table, right, of values of refractions for different materials at different conditions.
Okay. Do we have that?
Yes.
Okay, and how was it modeled and how was it verified?
What do you mean, how is it modeled? It's empirically measured. It's a value that's empirically measured.
Well, no, I understand that, but then you build a model off of that, supposedly. Just sort of like
no, you don't. You're not hearing me. The model.
You have the data.
The model is already had, right? Like the data just tell you the values of what the parameters are that fit into the model. In this case, the index of refraction of both materials, right? That's just empirically determined.
Yeah, but then what do you do with those values, right? Because in Snell's law, you have index of refraction 1, index of refraction. You use some multiplication against angles and shit. But that formula, that's basically a model. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. You asked me, under what conditions can you get an index of refraction that's close to 1, for example? That's one of the questions you asked me, right? Well,
no.
We can pick any... No? Am I misremembering, or did I mishear?
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were talking about for material. Yeah, excuse me. In the context of what we're talking about, yeah, with the Black Swan thing, yeah, that's right.
No. You asked me what conditions could possibly happen such that we have an index of refraction, or excuse me, a coefficient of refraction close to 1.
Meteorological conditions.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. You're jumping 3 steps. Please, just hear me out.
No.
One of the things that you could do. One of the I'm working towards it. Jesus.
One of the things that you could do. I don't need you to lecture me or the room on how.
Apparently, I do.
I don't.
No, you don't, because you didn't have it wrong, dude.
Notice we're getting closer and closer there. Baby steps. Is why I think this is you.
Dude, stop jumping in. Let him talk. The only thing you said correct is that air. We know the refractive index of air empirically. Everything else is bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, because Charlie, you're tying in things and you're walking through. You're creating like this massive narrative. And then supposedly we're all kind of anticipating that you got the fucking goods at the end of the line. Yes. You haven't even shown us you have the goods initially and then explain how it got there.
Got it. So you're afraid of following the train of thought. Is that where we're stopping?
No,
is that why we're stopping here?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then follow me. I'm not stopping. I'm continuing to talk. The question now is, so first of all, are there any 2 combination of materials or any continuum of a material that would produce a refractive coefficient close to 1? And if that is the case, are there any meteorological conditions which can produce that combination of indices of refraction? Like those are the steps that the 2 high-level steps that I still have, by the way, within those 2, several others. And if you're going to interrupt me every single time I go through one, we're never going to end this conversation. So
why don't you just produce the meteorological conditions that caused it?
Oh God!
Why don't you just produce that?
Don't interrupt him.
What's so hard about that? Just produce it.
Yeah, Charlie.
So hold on,
Charlie. No, Charlie. Check this out. Check this out.
Everybody sees you fucking shucking and jiving, dude.
We're not asking for hypotheticals that may lead one to that it's possible that this exists. We're asking for it to actually exist. Okay, then,
I'm sorry. This is how it works because you keep saying that it doesn't apply. Listen to me.
Look, here's how you start. You drop the data table, showing that it's true, that it's possible, whatever, in the chat, and we talk about it.
Showing that what's true.
Period. The question that we asked.
What was the question you asked?
You're kidding me.
Whether or not there are meteorological conditions, whether that can cause that.
In that environment.
The issue here is that I'm trying to illustrate you a process.
I don't need an illustration. I don't need a process.
You do.
I do not need a no, don't tell me what I need.
You don't understand it.
The data. I don't need the data, dude. I need the data. Excuse me. I don't need the process. Drop the data table in the chat. Cite it. And then afterwards explain how they got that, and then we can check it out. That's all, man. We don't need fucking storytelling. It's not a bedtime story time. God damn it.
I like you asked me for an explanation. I'm trying to give it to you, but you're unwilling.
No, we didn't. We asked you a question.
You're absolutely unwilling to give it, right?
I didn't ask you for an explanation initially, dude.
Ask a question, dude. You know what he asked for. Stop playing around, man. You know what he asked for. You can't produce
it. Yeah. This is exactly why I wanted to bring this back up, because the other day it almost seemed like this entire thing that we're observing now was at least was avoided, whether it was intentional or not. But now it's coming to fruition, and I had to see it to the end. It's exactly what I expected.
Do you disagree
Charlie, you don't have
do you disagree that there are specific combinations of air temperature that can produce an indiscriminate fraction of one?
I don't
That's what I'm trying to demonstrate to you, but you keep lying out of it. Shut the fuck up for 5 minutes, and I will tell it to you.
Get the data table that demonstrates that these were actually real world examples, and then we can talk.
No. That's not what you're asking for. You're asking for A when I'm trying to give you A. You change it to fucking B.
No, dude, I asked for.
If you don't accept that there are combinations of air or specific atmospheric conditions for air that can cause that index of refraction, then why the fuck would I show you a table that demonstrates those values at all? Because you're not going to believe them.
You missed the second part of the question, then. Because you can create like a theoretical matrix of all sorts of different values that would.
It's not theoretical. It's empirical.
And then the second part of the question was, can these actually exist at the time where the black swan was taken? Kind of like what Indio said before, right? If you have two pockets of air that are like
what? That's an extra condition that you were adding now.
100 degrees or like 100 degrees in difference. That would be there. That would create the effect, but that can't actually exist, right? So it's not enough just to have the theoretical.
So if I don't have the measurements on that day, right, you're just going to say, oh well, you haven't explained anything.
No, man. If you know where to get them, then by all means, man, like go ahead and come back and show.
If I know where to get them, the measurements for that day on that spot. That's a fucking ridiculous request. That's crazy. All that I should have to demonstrate to you that it's possible is demonstrate to you that it's possible for air to be at a certain temperature at a certain height. And that's fucking it. That's fucking it.
Well, hang on. You haven't even shown that this constant curve thing is even possible in gases. You admitted to yourself that you don't know where to look. To produce, to find
because you
an example.
Statistically complain that you don't want steps of it explained to you. Yes,
I don't need the explanation. I don't want the explanation, dude.
Because you're not intellectually curious. Don't you think that you need the explanation to understand some of the fucking points that I'm making? You're using the absence of knowledge from your mind as an explanation as to why it must not be true. When you don't fucking listen.
He's not.
How do you know that you're lying? You're listening to the thing that's
You're a liar, dude.
No, dude, you're strawmanning the entire fucking thing, dude.
I'm just muting him. Charlie, stop lying. He's using your absence of evidence as a reason not to believe it. He understands the explanation. He understands refraction. He understands it perfectly fine. Now, you don't have the black swan. Okay, fine. Do you have any data at all from anywhere that shows that this is possible? From anywhere?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, show it.
I have the data right here. That I have a table of index of refraction of air based on temperature, for example.
Measured.
What?
Measured the measured meteorological conditions of the day. Yeah.
I don't have the measured meteorological conditions of that day on that spot. Like, that's an insane request.
From anywhere. From anywhere.
From anywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
from
why
anywhere.
doesn't it need anywhere? Why not in a lab? They got air, they heat it up to a temperature that measure the index of refraction. What's so hard about that?
Okay. Because we're testing the natural world. We need to know that the conditions can actually exist in the natural world.
Why would the world behave differently?
Why are you interrupting me?
If you're outside versus in a controlled condition.
Does it rain? Does it rain in a lab?
You can simulate rain.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, you can't. Water falling down
You absolutely can.
Rain.
What do you think?
Water falling down is not simulated rain, dude.
God.
Rain
oh my God.
Rain is water nucleated out of fucking dust particles.
Sure.
Okay, that's not
buddy.
fucking water falling down. You don't know what you're talking about. Again, as usual.
Buddy.
But listen, we want to know in the natural world, this model does it actually model reality? But we need to know what reality is, right? To see if the model checks out.
Sure.
Why do you have a problem with that?
Do you think that being in a lab suddenly means that the laws of physics don't apply?
No, but that doesn't mean the conditions outside the lab exist inside the lab, right?
Interesting.
So we don't. Yeah, no one cares about your interesting. Look, you're the dumbest fuck in this chat, and I don't know why you're the condescending one. That's the crazy.
No, well, nobody told the people pay me the big bucks, dude.
Yeah, well, they must be fucking morons if anybody's paying you money to do anything.
I guess so. My bank account's pretty happy.
Yeah, triangulate a satellite. Try that again.
Trilaterate, you fucking moron.
That's not what you said. You said triangulate. Yeah, that's right, dude. You're a dumbass.
No, I said
then you must have...
trilaterate. Earlier today, as an example of a simpler case to the young lady here, I said triangulate. But no, you've heard me many times have this discussion where I clearly explain the process of trilateration, right? Intersecting spheres.
Yeah, I've heard you say all sorts of shit. But basically, throw shit against the one.
No, I've heard you say way worse, and I think you know exactly what it is that I'm talking about.
Yeah, Charlie, you're on borrowed time. Okay, so...
I thought he was talking with Mick. I thought it was talking with Mick.
Like, should we know there that you're...
That's what I've been trying to do this entire time, to be honest.
Yeah, you're a snitch? So you're a snitch, bro, right?
What?
Yeah, that's right, bitch. You're a snitch.
How are you not apologetic about yelling the hard R at a black man that you had in here?
Yeah, I actually didn't yell the hard R. I got a Boston accent.
Oh, really? Should I pull up the clip?
Yeah, I actually just listened to it today. It comes out that way.
Well, I bet you hear it tons of time.
Talk to Kanahaba God, right?
Does it really matter if the guy heard it the way everybody else fucking heard it?
I don't care.
cares?
Well, you know what happened to me? I got like 12-hour fucking demoted. So fucking what, snitch? That's right, snitch. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, of course you don't, because you have no honor. You're a coward. Anyway, let's move on. Do the meteorological conditions that make Astor. Do the meteorological conditions.
Would I treat you with any sort of fucking honor?
Yeah, no, you have no honor. You just don't have honor. You're a piece of shit. Anyway, we're moving on to do the meteorological conditions.
Because yelling the hard R at some innocent black man is totally the honorful thing to do, right?
So what? Dude, don't tell. Listen.
Hey, if that is the hard R, as you claim it is, you just broke TOS posting that shit, you dumbass.
Yeah, why are you obsessed with this? Talk about the information or don't talk.
I'm glad you asked. So
No, that was a rhetorical question. That was a rhetorical question.
You step into that.
Dude,
I'm glad you asked.
again.
Let me pull up my book.
This sounds fun. What's going on here?
You guys talking about butter?
Butter?
Guns and
I heard if you put enough butter along the world, you could slide straight off the edge and off into space.
Whoa. What?
Yep, if you just nay on that beat hard enough, you will fly off onto Neptune.
The comic relief has entered. The comic relief has entered.
I needed that.
Like Mick, it's up to you. I don't think we're ever going to get the empirical evidence out of Charlie to support.
No, it's done, man. It's done, right? This entire exercise, I thought, was to, or initially it was going to just be to investigate the article. Right? I was curious if whether or not it mentioned anything that contradicted the calculator or explained it away or whatnot. I kind of got that, right? Because even Charlie mentioned like in the graphs produced, right in the article, you have indexes of refraction higher than 1. Okay, you can't really do that in the calculator, so it's kind of indicative of like the calculator is incomplete overall. But even with the calculator, if you notice,
well, I was just going to say, like, they are two, like, there's the ray tracer, and then there's the other calculator, right? The other calculator, if you look in the graphic, right, you'll see where it says effective radius. Yeah. So all it does is it takes the K coefficient, expands the ray to like whatever the effective radius would be, and then does a straight ray model. The ray tracer it literally takes a pixel and runs it through, like it does like a vector transformation. So it runs it through and changes its direction as it goes through this distance, and like it has like steps, right? So like if you look at it, you'll see like how many steps you want to use, right? So it'll move a certain number of steps, and then it'll either move up or down on the screen. So So say the pixel started in the center, right? And then like the ray trace says, oh, you're supposed to move down after some distance, right? Move you 1 meter, move down. Move you 1 meter, move down a little more, move you 1 meter. And it just shifts the image. It doesn't simulate anything. It's just.
Did you see my screenshots of what this entire thing came about from?
Oh yeah, further up. There's all sorts of problems with this calculator. Yes, I didn't get a good look at them.
Right. Basically, in the left hand, that's the idealized what should actually happen on our globe of said dimensions and shit with no refraction. The black swan should be cut off basically halfway. In order to actually get to a view of what we actually see, that's the index of refraction that's required. That's why I was probing Charlie on that, because that's an extremely high index. 1 basically means it's planar, right? It lifts the entire thing, so you have an infinite radius. And then when it's higher than that, according to what Charlie was talking about and what the article points out, anything higher than that creates actually like a concave, like an inverted radius, so to speak. So.
Well, I think it's a perfectly fair question to say, hey, do these conditions actually exist in nature? How is that a not fair question?
Yeah, I've been asking a lot of people that. I mean, most people it just goes over their head there. But when he said there's an article,
I just asked him because you're saying everything is refracted up all the time. Like, how do you know that that's the general condition, right? That every time we go to the beach, everything's being picked up over the curve. Like every time, how is that the general condition of the air? Right? And then that would mean that like the rare condition would be ships over the curve, right? That would be the rare condition because that's when it's not refracted and that's when you see the geometric fucking horizon, right? So like, everything's like on its head.
Yeah, it can go either way. That's why this particular argument is kind of interesting because right from the get-go, when they started observing stuff and say, oh, it must be a ball, how do we know that they were just not looking at it in a condition that, like what you're saying, that was like the rare condition? But then they formulated all their stuff based on that, and from there you get your radius and whatnot, supposedly. So yeah, I find it interesting. So I like to use it because, there's maths and numbers and shit.
Well, I just noticed that they like this refraction thing's again tossed back and forth. So we've always go, okay, what's your evidence that something's gonna be picked up around the curve? And then they'll show there's the clay in the butane tank, and then there's the dry ice, and then there's they have to. What I noticed is they have to make an extreme condition with some substance that has a refractive index that's 30% higher than air to even demonstrate it, that it's even possible, right?
Did you see the
refractive index of 1.4, and CO2 it has a refractive index of 1.3, and when they're using it, it's super cold, right? So it's this isn't a natural condition.
Another one that's really interesting. Another one that's really interesting that came about not long ago. I think it was Mez who posted it. You ever see that one where the guy takes a laser, he points it at a white wall, and he takes a hot iron and approaches the laser's path and deflects? That's another one. But that's a difference of 300, 400 degrees Celsius or something? Whatever.
In 1 inch. In 1 inch, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting. Because one could suppose that of differentials lower than that over longer periods, the minute shift could compound and then yield something. But then you're still faced with the empirical evidence, which they don't have. So there's a bit of an impasse in the entire thing still.
It's funny that talking to left, he doesn't even want to listen to what he didn't understand.
Oh, Charlie left 10 minutes ago. I know.
That's what I mean. Hilarious.
Oh, did he just leave voluntarily? Is that what happened?
Oh, Charlie, I heard you on Ladies Night with Charlie, and I heard you say that you've heard him before. Yeah, he's a disingenuous schmuck, dude. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, you totally exposed him. He really didn't want to talk to you, Indio. He was like, "Can I talk to Mick, please? I don't want to talk to this Indio guy."
Oh yeah, I've smacked him around a few times, dude.
That was pretty comical.
You stole my smack.
Light's a wave, right? And he cited some guy, and then I went and found the guy, and I got a video of him saying that light's a particle, and he frickin' spazzed out. It was pretty funny. So I used his own citation to prove him wrong, and obviously he's a condescending fuck when you do something like that. He frickin' went nuclear.
That's
why he exposed himself. He exposed himself.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to investigate the article, because I was sure there was going to be something in there that was going to be juicy, and I think we found it. Seemingly contradictory stuff, or just more theoretics that have yet to be mapped onto reality and demonstrated to actually be valid. So I kept probing him for a model. He's like, "Oh, you're an idiot. I got the indexes. That's all we need." It's like, no. How do you plug those in? Like Snell's law. Yeah, you have your indexes, and then you plug them into some, multiplying by, sine theta and shit like that, dividing by other stuff. Great. Now, what do you do with these ones that you provided? What happens? He couldn't do it. He couldn't answer. So that was fun.
Yeah, it always boils down to the same thing. Okay, is science empirical? That's what I was trying to get out of them. So that they'll say yes, because if it's not empirical, then what are you talking? Then you're violating the entire philosophy of science, or the whole foundation of science is empiricism. So if you just go into explanations and models and theories, that's not science. That's just storytelling. And so you got to have the data to back it up. And if you're going to say, my model predicts this, okay. And he said, yeah, we can do this. And he kept, and this is what Charlie does, right? He always says, yes, I have the information. I just can't show you because you wouldn't believe it. All the time. And he's never shown anything.
He seemed to have almost tried to get away with another one of those when we were asking for him, like, do you have the data? And he said yes. And he was about to produce a table of different indices of refraction for different, things. That's fine. And those presumably were determined empirically, like in a lab setting. Fine, but that's one little bit. We're asking for the full context, data on the full on the output of some sort of test, in the larger context, using these things that are supposedly empirical. Right, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, knowing index of refraction is fine, right? You can test so what they tested was temperature, humidity, pressure, CO2 content, and there might be one other thing. And they tested at a bunch of wavelengths. So it's been tested up to not all the way to infrared, like maybe 790 nanometers or something. But they tested at each of these, right? So there's 2 different formulas that they have. But that's fine. But that doesn't tell us how the light propagates through air. That always tells us what, the refractive index of the air is a certain temperature, pressure, humidity, right? That's all that tells us. It doesn't tell us how the light's going to travel through air. It doesn't tell us how that air is distributed through the earth, right? It doesn't tell us any of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Like at one instance where you have air that's like super cool or standard, and then another little pocket right next to it of said temperature and whatnot. Yeah, you can expect that to behave in a way that you're maybe getting in this setting, but how does that extend to the larger context? Because they don't have the data on, what the conditions were, they can only guess that, it must have been like what we see in the lab because of all these other things that they basically assume. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, their model assumes like a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? That extends out radially, right from the center. That's their model. Spherically symmetric atmosphere that's radial. Like, there's no evidence that exists in nature at all. So what are they modeling exactly? They model something that don't exist. They model an ideal system that doesn't exist.
Wait, can you repeat that last one? What is it? What was it?
Spherically symmetric atmosphere. So there's a vertical gradient, right?
Oh,
Of course,
okay.
the radius, right? So the atmosphere is spherical. It's a spherical atmosphere. It's atmosphere, right? So it's a curved atmosphere, right? So let's say we had a Snell's law gradient, right? So let's say it's 1 degree Celsius for the first 1 foot and 2 degrees Celsius at 2 feet, so on and so forth.
Discrete, though.
That layer is going to be curved itself.
Yeah.
So think about that.
Yeah, I got that. But in that sort of setup, these are discrete.
The light ray can't go straight. It can't. It's literally impossible. If your model is like that, even Andrew Thomas Young says this. The ray in a spherically symmetrical gradient atmosphere can't go straight, no matter what, because the atmosphere is curving.
Wait, even if the light is passing through at the same altitude, whereby it's kind of sandwiched in between 2 different layers.
Well, because if it goes straight, then it ends up then it'll be at a higher altitude.
Oh, eventually, yeah.
The atmosphere is turning down, right? So,
right, it's true.
So the laser ends up going into space, right? So right. It has to curve.
So what is it like? Light would bend towards
the lower density.
Towards the lower density. Okay.
Yes.
But in what direction? Up or down? Like if you have let's say you have two walls of gas, sandwiched in between glass or something like that, and you pass light into it from one side, from the higher density to the lower density. It'll bend towards like what the normal, or does it go down or up?
It should bend. Well, what actually happens, without getting super technical, so I'm sure you've seen diagrams of waves where they extend out like circles, right? So what happens is when there's a gradient, that wavefront ends up twisting. So the direction of the light changes, right? So the phase front gets tilted. So if say it's going horizontal for a section, the lower part of the wave will be in a the denser part of the medium. And like say you had just for ha-has. Say the wavefront was a foot long, and the top part of the foot is in a lower density, and the bottom part is in a higher density. That end will end up twisting it, right? Because the bottom part will end up going slower than the upper parts. So that turns it. You understand what I'm saying? So it'll turn it down. The wavefront, yeah. So it'll twist it down. It's like trying to catch up to something. Like, say you had a ruler and you're making it go through water, and the water was thicker at the bottom than the top, but it always goes only one speed. So the top part of the ruler would go faster than the lower part because the liquid on top is less viscous. So it would end up turning the ruler. You get more drag on the bottom than the top.
So what would that create? Like, instead of just a ruler that just inflects at the surface, creating like a bent ruler, it would create like a U-shape.
It ends up rotating it. It ends up rotating it, right? It's because the bottom part can't keep up with the top part.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, so that's basically what's happening because the denser air at the bottom, right? So the bottom part of the wavefront goes slower than the top part of the wavefront, so that wavefront ends up turning. And because it's turning, and it always goes normal to the perpendicular to the wavefront, right? So as it turns, right now the direction the light ray's heading would be down, right? So in a gradient medium, it'll turn, like it'll make a curved path. That's the idea, at least.
Okay.
But in a spherically symmetric atmosphere, then it'll always turn, right?
Hey, Charlie's back, by the way, I just noticed.
Yeah, I was kicked for pointing out somebody here likes the N-word.
I didn't kick it.
That's not the topic. Don't bring it up again, or else you're getting kicked forever.
Yeah, I know, it's defamation.
We're moving on. Yeah, don't bring it up. About the
sure, would you like to continue our conversation?
Yeah, the actual conversation, which isn't about that. The one that's about the room topic.
Yeah, we were talking about refraction, right? Right, Mick was like,
well, I know.
Demonstrate to me that that the proper conditions have been measured that can generate a refraction coefficient of close to 1, right? That was the question?
Right, in the black swan scenario, yeah.
No. He added that afterwards. Let's work towards it, right? Let's first accept that it's possible, and then we can see if it applies in the black swan scenario.
Yeah, accept the claim I'm trying to prove, and then we'll move on. Fuck you.
Yes, as I said, baby steps, right?
It was a two-part
question. Accept the claim you need evidence for, and then we'll move on. I don't think so. Get the evidence.
What? Accept the claim you need evidence for?
Yeah, prove it's possible.
I'm working towards that. I don't know if you know what a reconstruction is. Yes, sure, whatever.
In nature.
So, Mick.
In nature. Repeat back to me what I just said.
Do you accept this as the formula for?
Repeat back to me what I just said. Repeat back to me what I just said.
For a medium. Or if you
I don't care about your
then let's go into that.
Bro.
Wow, and you really love inserting yourself.
Repeat to me what I just said.
Mick, are you there?
Is this equation in nature?
Mick, are you there?
Yes or no? Is this equation in nature?
Nature's not math. Mick, are you there?
Okay, cool. So we want the in nature.
Excellent. Do you accept that this equation accurately models?
No, I do not. We need the evidence.
Are you Mick? Are you Mick?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, if you don't accept it, we can go into it. If you do accept it, then I can move into my next point.
On the panel, then just don't talk.
Charlie, should you accept it without evidence to verify
everybody in the panel? But this guy just like fucking jumps at the chance to interrupt you.
Charlie, should he accept that if there's no evidence to support the equation is accurate?
Okay, if he doesn't think that the equation is accurate, then I'm happy to present the evidence that demonstrates Well, it's difficult for you to comprehend that the question's being answered if you interrupt me halfway through it.
It was a yes or no question.
Or actually, honestly, I don't even know that would make a difference for you, but...
You didn't say yes or no.
I would have asked
do you accept the equation, or do you not know that equation, or can we talk about it?
Why are you asking if he accepts it when you haven't presented the evidence, dude? Why are you doing that?
I think he's a big boy and he can answer for himself.
Yeah, you try.
I mean, I'm gonna ask something similar, dude. I don't know enough to accept this outright. I've never seen it before. Where did it come from?
Excellent. This comes from a 1936 paper on the study of refraction of air under different atmospheric conditions. And if you don't believe me, I can paste the paper and we can go through it.
That would be interesting.
Excellent. So here is the initial reference where I found it. Right. The P is pressure, the T is temperature, and the delta T over delta Z is just the change of temperature over per unit change of elevation.
Hold on. Here we go. Okay.
But let me go to the actual paper, 1936.
1936, bro. Not even close.
87, dude.
I read this paper like, I don't know, 6 years ago.
It's 1936.
Reciprocals even at the angle papers, 1936. That's the link you posted. Monitoring of the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous vertical angle measurements.
Hold on.
Yeah, dude, this was first published in 2010, bro.
No, it's
cite
not.
a bunch of stuff. That's what it says at the top.
This paper cites the equation, right? The paper, excuse me, not 1936, 1939.
39.
Right, but since you don't believe the equation that they're citing, I guess we have to go back to that, right? See, this is what you're doing. You're like asking, like, you're introducing infinite recursion of doubt. That's fine. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Dude. It's not infinite. It's not infinite, dude. Things have a start at some point.
So let's go to so that's a sequence from 1 to infinity, right? Brock's 1939.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in German. Let's see if we can get a nice translation.
Shit.
You know, every paper you look up, sorry, I've already read it. Even the German one.
That's great. You got a big brain, buddy.
He just
you're trying to play catch up, dude. You're just a pretender clown.
Yeah, he just figured out it's in German. Has to translate it. He didn't know that before.
Correct. No, you're correct. I tend to believe physics papers that have been published and
you're just reading them now
for over almost 100 years.
Yeah, he's
correct.
You haven't read any.
Yeah, so you take them on faith at face value initially.
No, it's not faith. It's not faith.
Yeah, you just said it, dude. I tend to believe.
No, it's not faith.
You just said it.
Listen, if you want to, I don't want to get into an epistemological, philosophical discussion right now, but I can. Do you want to have that conversation? Or would you like to have the conversation about the physics?
Hold on, Meg. Charlie, you didn't read these papers. So you're not basing it upon the peer-reviewed research. You didn't read these.
I have enough confidence that the paper is correct.
What? Did you read the abstract or the conclusion? Which did you read? Did you look at the data? What part of the...
What does it matter?
What did you read? Well, how do you know what it says? How do you know what to believe in? Charlie, I'm asking, how do you know what to believe in if you don't know what it says?
Okay. So it sounds like you want to get...
It must agree with my delusion.
It sounds like you want to have a conversation about the epistemology, which I guess we're going down that route. Then why are you asking me that fucking question, you fucking moron? All right? The reason I believe peer-reviewed papers, all right? The reason I believe peer-reviewed papers is because from when I was a little kid in science class, right? I would read claims in textbooks that my teachers would tell me, and I would go, that can't be true. That's bullshit. So then I would look into it myself. Great. I would do my own research on that subject, and then I would find out, holy shit, they're actually correct. then times later, a similar thing would happen. Teacher would say something, I'd be like, okay, that sounds about right. I would read something in the textbook, and I would be like, that sounds about right. That seems plausible. Then I would read something else that I would think, that cannot be true. That really can't be true. And then I would go and verify it, and then I would do my own research, and then I would see, holy shit, it works out. All right, in order for me to not be catatonic, all right?
Okay, that's enough, Charlie. Enough. What I asked you was, you said, I tend to believe peer-reviewed papers. Well, you didn't read these peer-reviewed papers. So how are you tending to believe them when you don't know what they say? Every word could contradict what you believe is true.
Now you're
going to trust what I said?
Do you not accept that the very first paper that I pasted agrees with the interpretation of that equation, and that paper is peer reviewed?
No, does not.
It does not. You think the paper disagrees with me?
Did you read the paper?
Yes. Yeah, the first one that I pasted, absolutely, yes. You think that paper disagrees?
You didn't even know what the title was. You thought it was from the 1930s.
No, you fucking moron. I'm talking about the initial paper that I pasted.
I'm going to go from memory. I'll just go from memory, okay?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you ask me about the epistemology of it if you're not interested in it? That's so fucking dumb.
No.
Anyway, if you don't accept
mentioned epistemology but you.
Yes, you did. You asked me about what it is that I believe the paper.
You've never read the paper, and you know it.
And I'm giving it.
You don't know what's in it.
I'm giving you the conclusion. So, by the transitive property.
The conclusion.
I know the transitive property is difficult for you guys to understand, but by the transitive property, if peer-reviewed long-standing paper A asserts claim made by paper B, and if I believe paper A, then I must also believe paper B.
Believes it.
No, it is in paper B
please. Yeah, I know that you guys also struggle with language and definitions, right? So,
but you don't know what it says in paper A or B. What agrees with what?
So hold on. Do you at the very least agree that the initial paper that I cited takes that equation to mean what I say it means? Meaning it is the equation that will tell you the refractive coefficient for an atmosphere at a particular pressure, temperature, and change in temperature over elevation.
No, what it tells you is if you have a spherically symmetric gradient, right, how the right way will deflect based upon pressure, temperature. That's what it tells you. Doesn't say anything about the Earth and its meteorological conditions at all.
Correct. I never said anything about the Earth with respect to this.
And why are we care? Why do we care
agree
about
with me? Okay, excellent. So you agree with me that this equation gives you the refractive coefficient for the atmosphere, giving a pressure, a temperature, and a rate of change of temperature with a Z value. Right? I mean, that's what you just said. Nothing said necessarily about the shape of the Earth. Yeah?
Look, it compares the radius of a ray to the radius claimed to be of Earth. That's the coefficient, right?
It can be seen as that.
The reciprocal of the radius of the ray.
Can you point to me in the equation here where the R is?
God.
503 p over t squared, parentheses 0.0343 plus delta t over delta z, parentheses close. I don't see anything about an R. I'm aware that there is another equation that equates this to the radius curvature of the ray and the radius of the Earth. I'm aware of that. But because what is at contention here is the shape of the Earth, let's dispose of that for a second. All right? Does that sound reasonable to you, Indio?
So what's this a formula for? You said it was for the K value. What's it for?
Yes, it's for the K value. In the first paper, it's
Is
X
the K value the reciprocal of the radius of the Earth? Yes or no?
It can also be equated to that, yes.
Okay, that's what it's used for, right? When you get the value, that value will give you the radius of the ray.
What are bananas for, Indio?
Yeah, so you're contradicting yourself now.
What are bananas for? It's not a contradiction at all. It's not a contradiction at all. I know you think
value
it is,
is reciprocal of the radius of the Earth, right? Yes or no?
It could be equated to that, yes.
Okay, what is it if you don't equate it to that?
It can be defined as, for example, 503 times the pressure over temperature squared, parentheses, 0.03
Yeah, what does that mean?
plus delta T.
Yeah, but what does that mean without a radius? But what does that mean without a radius? Yeah,
it is a measure of how much. It is a measure of how much a ray curves.
Oh, and curves. How do they? What is the value it's used to denote the curve?
You don't need to assume any particular value.
The radius of a ray.
For example, you can assume
the radius of a ray.
For
example, the radius of a ray, Charlie.
You can assume a flat Earth. Oh God, Indio.
No, dude, you know I'm right. Dude, you're cooking yourself, dude.
Do you agree that that you can assume a flat Earth and still have a useful value for the for this K?
Yeah, but you're using the radius of a ray.
Of it?
Yeah, but it's still a radius of a ray, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the K comes out of when you compare the radius of that ray to the Earth ray. You take this.
No, in this example, no, it comes out of multiplying 503 times pressure and some specific units divided by temperature square in Kelvin times 0.0343 plus dt over dz.
Yeah, that's fine, but
it sounds like you accept this equation, right? I don't know if Mick has.
Yeah, that's fine, but it gives you the radius of a ray, and it assumes a spherically symmetric path of light.
Mick, do you agree with
don't exist? Yes, it assumes a spherically symmetrical path of light which don't exist.
Mick, do you agree with Indio?
Dude, I'm going to have to be non-responsive. Are you going to keep being non-responsive?
Mick, do you agree with Indio?
Continue with Indio, dude. I'm reading. I don't know enough about this to actually agree or not. The hell are you asking me for? I've never seen this before.
Because you're the one who asked the original question, right? Of what are the necessary conditions for atmospheric conditions for you to observe an atmospheric refraction coefficient of near 1?
Great. So this supposedly would model that. And then the second question is, does it apply to what we were looking at?
Excellent. So the question has been reduced to, is there a value of P and a value of T and a value of delta T over Z, right? That would produce a refraction coefficient near 1. Are you happy with that reduction?
That's the question.
Oh, God.
Jesus
Christ.
It's not the question, though.
I know it's not the question. I'm working towards it. After that question is answered, right? Because if he answers yes, right? The question has been reduced to that. Then we can go and see, okay, where has there been in the atmosphere a temperature of T with a pressure of P with a change in temperature over altitude of a specific value, right? Right?
Yeah, cool. But this assumes a spherically
okay, excellent. You do agree.
Atmosphere.
Mick, do you agree?
This assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
Mick, do you agree?
This assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
Excellent. All right. So now we just need to look for the particular values of P, particular values of C, particular values of delta T over Z, right?
Okay, I'm muting it. Okay, that's it. Dude.
Charlie,
you're going to address this. You're going to address this, Charlie. There's no way out. Okay. You can jerk off about your equations and explanations. Okay? This equation assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere. You don't have that. Nobody thinks they have that. Doesn't model anything. That's why we asked you, do the meteorological conditions exist where you could get the appropriate value? And you pointed to an equation that doesn't imitate nature. And said, hey, I can manipulate the equation to give you some equivalent result. So if it predicts that, hey, something will be lifted up 10 feet, I can give you a spherically symmetric atmosphere model that'll say that it's picked up 10 feet. But so what? That doesn't model anything in nature. So address the lack that this equation models a spherically symmetric atmosphere. Do you understand? Oh, he deafened? No, Charlie's out of here. Bitch move.
Yeah, that guy's a piece of work.
Yeah, like, imagine struggling so hard not to present evidence. Dude, that was like an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even if we had this model and we tried to plug in some values that applied to the black swan, yeah, we're still missing that. And that's the second part of my question to him, which, you know, if we let this continue, he's probably going to skate around that, never producing any numbers that we can actually plug into these models. So, yeah, complete waste of time. Sorry.
Hey, I tend to believe the physics papers that I never read.
Yeah, Lasso has put in the chat there, Globe, because information I can't disclose. Yeah, I heard his whole routine. Like, I don't know when that was. Then he tried to come in here and do that with me. Like, I've got top secret information that, if I could show you, would totally prove the Globe. Like, oh my gosh, guy.
Well, that's not as absurd as the guy that came out from on Ladies' Night that said he can see that the stars are giant balls of fucking plasma millions of miles away.
Yeah. And you can see that they're helium. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny too.
Yeah, that's a Golden Globey for sure.
Now, India, I'm actually looking into this paper thing here, and I see, okay, what you were talking about, the ratio between the radii, that's in section 2.1, right? You got that. But then looking down...
That paper is, listen, you should read that paper, because it goes over it in like the beginning of the paper, goes over the so-called terrestrial refraction, quote-unquote model, whatever you want to call it, in pretty good detail, like historical review, different experiments people did, different values they came up with, right? In the variation in values, so like you'll see some crazy variations in values of like different, like they'll cite the paper, right? And they'll say, well, this guy measured over grassland and got these values. This guy measured over ice and got these values. But they're using this K coefficient value. But that's just matching, right? So like it's just matching it to the model, right? So you look through the theodolite, the little freaking crosshair you think you're supposed to be, you know, or the little marking you think you're supposed to be zoomed in on is moved down like, 3 inches or something. So you punch it into the model, like, okay, what is, like, assuming this model is correct, what would the radius of the ray have to be to move that? Me citing that in 3 inches down. Then they'll say, okay, well, the refractive index was a K equivalent to, 20 or something, whatever it is. So it's not even testing the model, really. It's doing observations and retroactively fitting the model to the observation. If that makes sense.
I was just trying to find where this K equals R, like capital R over R, ties into the point number 2, what Charlie was going into at the X equals 503, et cetera, et cetera.
Didn't you say he pulled that out of one of the citations?
Yeah, so he was trying to dig into the second one, the X equals 503, et cetera, et cetera. But right above it, that's where the ratio between the radii comes in. And I think he was trying to point out that these are two distinct things. Right? Because like the K is not brought into that equation anywhere. Neither are either of the R's. So like you were saying, this thing kind of goes into like a historical breakdown of different things. I think that's what I'm seeing here in 2.1. It's like they're saying, oh, at this point in time, these guys did this and they came up with this model. And then later on, these other guys did this other thing and they came up with this other model as distinct from this first one. I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to reconcile that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it says. This K equals R divided by R, right? This definition is based on a circular arc used to model the often irregularly curved path of light. They're even admitting that it's not, that it's just a...
Exactly. And then below that, right, 2 paragraphs below, that's where the equation that Charlie was trying to expound upon comes in, that doesn't use the K equals R over R.
Yeah, the key that of a particular point in literature commonly referred to as local vector, denoted with X, is connected to the vertical temperature. That just, from what this says, tells you the refraction coefficient at a particular point.
Yeah, exactly.
So in the vertical temperature gradient, so it'll tell you a point in the gradient from wherever the origin of coordinates, say ground levels where you start, right? So based upon this formula, if you plug this formula in, you want to know the temperature at, say, 5,000 meters. The X will be the refraction coefficient at like 5,000 meters, right? If you punch in. Yeah. Because the delta Z is the what do you call it? Is the altitude, I think. Right? Yeah, K per meter. Yeah. So you say X is connected to the vertical temperature gradient, delta T divided by delta Z. That's K per meter, so that's temperature per meter. That's in the parentheses, right? So that's going to tell you so this will calculate, if you want to know any point, you could figure out at any altitude what the refraction coefficient is if you have known pressure and temperature values.
Exactly. So that's what Charlie was trying to dig into, right? And saying there's no R in that. I mean, granted, Charlie did a poor job in presenting it. It was, confrontational shit. I mean, of course, it got heated and stuff. But I think later on towards the end, he was trying to emphasize that there is no R in this particular equation. That was the point. He kept asking for
Can I hop in here for a quick? Hey, what's up, Mick? How you doing, buddy? What's up, India? How you doing, buddy? I just posted a video in the side chat. This video is of me on Lake Ontario, on the west side of Lake Ontario. Wicked conditions, wicked conditions, right? And I'm in Toronto, right? Obviously, I'm not in Mississauga. I'm literally in Toronto. And I am panning the camera from my right to my left, right? And the reason why I'm doing it is I'm emphasizing that you're going to be seeing the lights, right close to me, and the distance is going to vary as I start panning the camera because it's literally the bend of the lake, right? So this is like a 30-mile bend, right?
That's 30 miles away.
Well, yeah, at some point it gets even further depending on which lights you're looking at, because that whole span of lights, they're all different, distances.
Yeah, so the part where you zoom in, there's a little
that's like that's the furthest, that's like right straight across. That's like from north to south.
Okay. Which lake is this again?
Lake Ontario, friends.
Lake Ontario, okay.
Yeah, if you Google it, you'll see the size of the lake, right? And then you'll see what I'm talking about.
And how high are you off the ground? 6 feet or something?
No, a little bit higher probably because I'm on some rocks or some shit, but yeah.
Okay.
But you can see how high I am off the ground, kind of, sort of like.
Oh yeah.
I try to.
Let's say less than 10 feet.
Because before I zoom in, I think I show you what I'm standing on.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. There's about let's say 3-4 feet of rocks, and then you standing. So let's say less than 10.
And here's another crazy part. There's a wave breakers, they built these wave breakers, or I don't know where they built these things, right? And see how they're below the horizon?
So you're looking right above them there? Right over them?
Well, no, but yeah, it just emphasizes the perspective, right? How like it's how
like distance markers, let's say.
Right. Yeah, it's just a crazy nice observation, especially because it is the bend of the lake, right? So
that's pretty cool, man.
You're getting all of it.
Do you know how high the lights are on the other end? Like they're just homes or something, or?
Yeah. So they're not. They're like fucking. What do you call it? St. Catharines is the biggest city. It's like fucking townhouses.
Oh yeah,
houses max. Yeah, the lights. You're just seeing street lamps. Those are street lamps, man.
Oh shit! Okay. So they should technically be a couple dozen.
Well, 600 feet of curvature missing at the across.
600 feet, eh? Okay. Wow.
Over 600 feet. Yeah. Well, supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what the emphasis. The emphasis is if there was a curve at any point, right? If you were looking at these lights, at some point they'd start like dipping away from you downwards, right? But they don't. That's the whole point of this video. It's a flat horizon across, and it's a bend, right, where it should be fucking curving downwards, where the light should be disappearing at some point.
Yeah, I see that. Pretty good shot, man.
It's the S22. I actually I have this in Ultra HD, but Discord lets me only do 100 megs, so I had to convert it down to just HD.
Oh, okay. That's good. It's pretty clear what's going on there.
Well, kind of like the reason why I bring this up is because you guys are talking about lights and distances, and then bending over distances, and I'm here. I'm like, yo, look at this video. It gives you like from like 1 kilometer away to like fucking 50 kilometers away, and you literally get the whole span of it. And guess what? All the light is directly going into your motherfucking eye. There is no bending.
Well, that's because that's what we were talking with Charlie before, who was arguing the Black Swan thing, right? He was saying that basically because I posted up a couple snapshots of the Black Swan values, like the height and the distance and shit like that, into the Walter Bisland calculator there. And in order to actually I'll post it actually again if you didn't see it there. In order to actually get the view that we get, there would have to be a refraction index of almost 1, which they qualify as being extreme. So I was going in with Charlie as to like, well, under what conditions is this actually feasible? And then the argument started like, oh, well, it's technically possible. Look at my model. And then it just got hairy because like, well, where's the real world sample data fitted to this model, or under what conditions to actually create this that we can actually find in any sort of given area, let alone the Black Swan. And it never really concluded, because Charlie, is a bit of a dick. So anyway, I just posted it at
What's the angle, right? It has to be an equal angle, right? From the mountain peak, I'm seeing through the mountain peak. So whatever angle I'm looking at it from Heffron's house to the mountain peak to the star should be identical angles, because identical triangles. They're not identical angles in Stellarium. They're different angles. Now, I think this helps Flat Earth because it shows that some of the assumptions that they use in the gold model about the way starlight works, that there's some fucking direct line of sight to everywhere on Earth, and that there's these crazy parallel, and the only way this works, right, is with these parallel rays, right? We'll just say there's parallel rays, so everybody has like this crazy unique line of sight, and you can just completely neglect that you're on a ball in the first place. Like, so, I think the thing to be learned here is that it's just a model that works. It's not fucking reality. It doesn't say anything about reality. It works for us human beings to do things. And I don't know why it's so hard for people to just comprehend that idea that we can make things in the abstract world that we can take and we can apply to our actions in reality. and they can correlate with each other. But that doesn't make our imaginations about how the world works actually how the world works.
Right. And like so it's an elevation angle, right? So some of us would just stop right there and just say, well, you took an elevation angle, welcome to flat Earth, right? Why are you trying to build on top of it? You know, like some other form of argument, right?
Yeah, because they got the disease, right? They got the fucking, I gotta fucking out-glober the glober. Right? I'm gonna turn it to an intellectual fucking wrestling match. And I'm gonna out fucking smarts, out math, out fucking, you know, there's an element of ego to it. I mean, I had that problem big time, especially in the beginning, and I've abandoned that. I've tried to abandon it. Like at first, I just had to like, okay, if the Glover thinks that these are the tools to determine the truth, I'm going to use those tools and show that he's wrong, or I'm going to use those tools and prove to him the Earth is flat. That's when I thought, at a time when they had any sort of intellectual honesty, and that their only dirty trick was censorship. I've since, you know, I've overcome that delusion, right? And now I know that, like, we can use all the tools. You can have a million fucking scientists or anything they say that they would require as proof, tell them the Earth is flat, and they still wouldn't believe it. Doesn't matter. Because it's an ideology and it's their identity. And it's too much for them, the idea that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, like I pointed it out before to others, like that, like despite you having extensive knowledge, right, and you know, and a memory like an elephant, you've shut down people in a heartbeat just at the most basic of levels, right, of logic, right, where they can't even get off the you know, off the bat. Like they can't even accept that it's an observation that they experience, right? Like if you can't get past that, then there's no point going into any further intellectual discussion, right?
Yeah, they're stuck taxiing down the runway forever. Right? Okay, taxi around the runway to take off, and they're just like doing fucking loops on the runway. They can never figure out how to get the plane off the ground. They can never reach the speed required to take off.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, bro, park the plane, man. You've been freaking taxiing down the runway for 3 days. If you haven't done it by now, you're never going to do it.
Right. Yeah. Where's your courage? Take off. So you think, yeah, ego, yeah, might be a big part of it. I used to think it was that they felt obligated to have to try and prove something or disprove something.
Yeah, there's some of that too. Obviously, it's not just one thing. But there's some of that. I just think, like, the Globers, right? They try to, like, the Earth's a globe because it's an intellectual endeavor to figure it out, and I'm an intellectual. Blah, 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 blah. Look at these equations. And I think those, like Alan and Shane, to some degree, try to outglobe them, right? Oh, your equations? Look at my equations. I'm using equations, but the thing is, they're leaving out the philosophical, logical part, which to me they should make more, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right? If you have some equations that lead to this conclusions, and they quote unquote work, and I have a different set of equations that lead me to this conclusion and they work, you don't have, like, they both work, right? So, like, which is true?
So what are they aiming for a stalemate?
They don't hammer on that. Like, they minimize that part of the argument. They'll say, you don't have exclusive globe proof. And to me, which is true, right? That's an accurate description of what's going on, right? Their evidence is not exclusive to the globe because it could also be interpreted to be a flat Earth, right? Using a different set of, equations, assumptions, a different model, a different coordinate system, whatever, right? Could also lead you to the flat Earth conclusion. But they don't hammer that, right? They just say, yeah, it's not a globe exclusive proof. To me, that's not enough.
That's right.
They should be that.
They should follow up with something empirical to say, well, now we're at this point. How about this, right? And then, yeah, like you said, send it home.
And you tell them what that means, dude. Like what that means. Like what that means, like in like the philosophical sense. Oh, you're running around, you're making all these arguments, and you believed up until this time that you had an exclusive globe proof. But I just showed you that it's not an exclusive globe proof, which means you didn't really think about the problem, and that you're approaching this from like a kind of biased basis. And that maybe you should like reevaluate a lot of things you've drawn conclusions about, right? Because I don't know what those guys' goal is. My goal is to get people to start going, hey man, something wrong here, right? I thought all of these things, and all these things turned out to really not really be they weren't really as strong as I thought they were. Maybe I should look again or something, or look deeper. I don't think just saying it's not a globe exclusive proof is going to lead them to that. I'm not saying it's not true what they're saying. It's just so everybody knows. It is true that it's not a globe exclusive proof. Exclusive globe proof. Okay, it's not exclusive globe proof. But it's also not exclusive Earth proof just because you come up with an alternative method. You're just at a fucking stalemate.
Exactly. Yeah. So who's, like it's...
How is that a win, dude? How is a fucking stalemate a win? It's not. It's a stalemate.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah, someone needs to throw another punch after that.
That's right. That's right. That someone needs to throw another punch after that.
Aces.
And I'm not picking, like, if y'all understand everybody's, I'm not picking on these guys. They got their own little thing going on. And, like, what they're doing is fucking good and great. Like, they like that. I like 95% of it. This is like a constructive criticism. Like, I think those guys underestimate the sociological aspect of this topic. They just underestimate how powerful it is. And that the technical details only bring you so far.
Right. Yeah, it's like remember that the two what are they? Are they YouTube wannabe science communicators? And they're at the whiteboard or whatever, and they're drawing how Al-Biruni measured the mountain. And she goes, all right, so yeah, we got this flat line here, right? And she goes, well, just ignore that, like, right? You remember that video?
Yeah, just ignore the flat line. Yeah, nothing to see here.
Yeah, right. Well, that's essentially what they're doing too. Like, both sides are doing that in this situation, where they're ignoring that they've just made an elevation angle measurement using the Earth as flat. And then going, well, ignore that part. let's compare it to this other thing that the globe says, blah, 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 blah. It's like, why? You just showed it as flat, right? Like, what the heck? It's kind of like the flat earthers are saying, okay, yeah, we'll give you that, you can just treat it as flat even though it might be curved. It's like, no. What are you doing? Like Jaron did that. Jaron did that way back before the final experiment. He was like arguing with like Oakley and that about like, oh, but it's only like a mile. Like you can consider that flat. A mile of a curve of that rate. Just use it like it's flat. It's okay. It's like, what?
Also, here's something. If someone makes a claim and it's not exclusive globe evidence, right? Why would you spend a Herculean effort demonstrating that it's not an exclusive globe evidence? The only time that would be like, at least for me, a reasonable thing to do is to like, for lack of a better word, educate the other person. Like maybe they actually just don't know, right? So you want to get them to understand. But typically, who Shane and Alan are debating are freaking globe fundies, dude. They're gonna just like if they lay out in detail all the like how it's not exclusive globe evidence, they're gonna go hand wave and then just talk shit about them. Like all flat earthers are dumb. That's gonna be the response. They're gonna go, nah, all flat earthers are dumb. Like,
right. McToon and Craig and all them guys.
That's literally their whole shtick. Nah, flat earthers are dumb. I'm not a flat earther, so I'm smart. So, audience, who do you believe? The not dumb glober or the dumb flat earther? I'm right. I think they underestimate that shit. That like I said, the social dynamic. That there's a social element to this, the human element, and I think they just try to like hammer the technical element. Now, if you were dealing with a normal topic, just like, okay, does this light bulb light? Like, how do I light this light bulb? And like, okay, here's the fucking equations for voltage, resistance, for current and resistance and voltage. Like, yeah, like that, like, and you're arguing with someone over that, like, this equation is the correct equation to apply and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, I'd understand that. But that's not this, dude. This topic is contaminated by emotion.
Yep, and no matter what you say, even if it isn't about the Earth, you're wrong because you're a flat Earther.
Yeah, the emotion bleeds into anything you say, man. It becomes like personal. Like I'm so I hate you. You're a flat earther. I hate your guts. Like, bro, you don't even know me. Yeah, but you said you're a flat earther, and I'm pre-programmed to hate your guts.
I mean, it sounds like they're excited to have like, what is he, an astronomer or something? Someone in that field on board with them, right? Okay, that's cool. So he
has a physics PhD, and he works like in the government in a technical capacity. So they're kind of like, hey, I want one of these guys in my campus authority, and that's a mistake too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so he didn't turn into a McToon or whatever, right? Cool, good shit. Okay, no worries. Like,
no, that's a W right there.
Yeah, like, just be happy with that.
Well, like I was talking about sporadic, what they should have did, in my opinion, well, this is just my opinion, and this would have ended a long time ago because they put in a huge amount of effort, which I respect. But it's like they're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Like you're using Stellarium, man. That thing is not really. If you're gonna like, you would never go into, say they wanted to publish a paper, and they said, okay, this is what the astronomical models predict. They wouldn't like cite Stellarium in the paper, right? They would get some actually rigorous professional astronomical software and use that.
Yep. It's like going to laser tag with a Nerf gun.
But shouldn't the PhD know that?
I told them guys that. I mean, I don't know why they don't. Maybe they did try and it didn't match, and they were just like, fuck it, we'll just ignore it. We'll just go with Stellarium.
Yeah, Stellarium is more of a novel piece than rather than.
Yeah, it's kind of like a video way, right?
Yeah.
It's an educational tool or whatever you want to call it. That's why I stopped. Like my video has Stellarium in it, and like I was telling Sporadic, I was debating McToon on Twitter about it. You can see the Canary Islands from 28 North, and like Stellarium says you shouldn't, and McToon's like, well, you didn't account for refraction or all of it. He did all these things I did account for, and then he went and researched it and like dug into it, and like refraction, I guess, is broken in Stellarium in certain versions, in the older versions, and that's what the screenshot version was based on. So I'm like, okay, motherfucker, I'm gonna go get professional astronomy software, and then I'll show you, which I did, and then he ghosted, like I said. And plus the elevation, I think his beef might not have been refraction. It might have been the elevation correction. The elevation correction in Stellarium might be broken. Or they don't work together good or something. It was something that, like I said, I got better software that's more rigorous, that will actually aim your telescope. So it works on a practical basis. You can actually plug your telescope into your computer, right? If you got a digitally controlled telescope, a computer controlled telescope, and it will aim your telescope.
It'll aim it, and yeah, because that's a pain in the ass, right? Trying to do it manually.
Yeah. Stellarium can't do that. I don't think it's accurate enough to do that.
So it'll aim it for you, and you can look through your eyepiece, and boom, target acquired, right?
Yeah, and it also has like even manual controls in the software, so you can like do little ticks. So if it's off, it's not like dead center. You can tick it to the side a little bit, or tick it up, or tick it down. So you can manually control it to a degree. It has like fine control that you can do manually.
Hey guys, if there's a pause, I definitely have the globe proof. I'm getting ready to link it. You guys ready? Somebody sent this to me. My mic working?
Yeah, your mic works, man. Dave, what's up, man?
Oh, you probably heard the story. I'm not going to dwell on it. I'm sticking around as long as whatever created this place wants me to. I'm good right now, but a week ago this time, I was like,
well, I haven't heard the story. Well, just to tell you, I haven't heard any stories. I'm
going to give you this. Give it Reader's Digest. Last Wednesday, I'm doing a grocery order. I got loaded the groceries, feeling fine. Put the car in R. My next memory is waking up in the emergency room. My heart wasn't beating for 15 minutes. Somehow I'm still here talking to you about it.
Thank the Lord you're still here.
Are you ready for this globe-proof Indiana? I finally found it.
Yeah, man. That's why you're here, man. That's why he kept you around there to show this gold proof. Let's go.
You ready? Is everybody ready? I'm trolling you. I got nothing. I'm trolling you guys.
I'm getting a heart attack. Oh, man. Fucking. So he kept you around to troll us. Motherfucker. We're going to have words when I go. As soon as I get to the words.
Since I had extra time, I wasn't working. I made sure I looked really deep for that glow proof, but I'm still got nothing, man. I'm sorry.
And you said 15 minutes?
15 minutes. The doctors down here, at least, I have no idea where they grabbed this number from. Supposedly, I'm in a percentage of like, of all the people that their heart wasn't beating for 15 minutes, 5% actually come back. But I have no idea where that number comes from, but it sounds accurate to me.
Yeah, man. I hope you get better.
I give you some advice, everybody. If you're going to pass out behind the wheel, you need to make sure you're going real slow and you back into a certified nurse that knows CPR. And she can start compressions and get oxygen to your brain. I think it's the only reason I'm talking right now. Back to you guys.
Oh, dude, that's some... That's the Providence right there.
Are you saying divine intervention? This place is a random speck of nothing. Nothing really matters. Don't you know that, Indio?
Yeah, I mean, I heard that. But, I don't believe rumors.
Well, let's not dwell on that. In my opinion, that was definitely some kind of divine intervention. I still have something to do here, so let's pray this globe. Who's next?
Well, it obviously was, because think of all the professions you could have run over.
Yeah, she had me out of the car within a minute or within seconds, they said, and started compressions on me. So, anyway, pretty wild ride.
Well, think if you ran over a geodetic surveyor, dude, you wouldn't have been okay.
He would have been looking through my wallet for my insurance card while I was passed out. Just kidding. Anyway, I'm muting up. I just wanted to troll y'all with globe curses, man.
Yeah, it worked.
I was gonna say that Indio, when I first heard about Stellarium was when I got this telescope where I had to download the app on my phone, and whenever I had to use the inputs, I always ended up turning on the laser and having to readjust because it was never accurate, like you said.
Yeah, it's open source software. Like they're not. I don't think that's one of their end goals. Is to be hyper accurate. I think it's more just like an educational tool, a toy, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think they do their best, right? They try to make it as accurate as they can, but they're probably just, they're not trying to be that accurate.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, and if you're gonna be like, oh, this falsifies the globe, like these guys, they're looking for every freaking weasel way around it, right? You know that. We all know that. Like they're gonna look for any freaking. They're looking for the They're looking for the dark lining every time. So you also get something that they can't throw under the bus, because they'll throw anything under the bus. So you got to get something that they have to accept based upon their own paradigm, in their own way, their own world. Be like, hey, if I can plug this into a telescope and it predicts where the star is, that's got to be your model. Otherwise, you're saying if it does that, your model's wrong,
right? So you're saying I plug this in, the telescope moves and goes right at the star, and how are you going to say that your model's wrong? And that's
the star's a lie.
Is not your model.
I think Kirsch just asked you a question, India.
Oh, what was it?
Are the stars a lie?
You're kind of roboting. Are the stars what?
Are the stars real? Are they a lie?
Why would they? You see stars? How would they be a lie?
Well, I see Earth, being round, so why would that be a lie?
From where did you see that? Where were you when you saw that?
You saw the rounder.
Tripping.
Yeah, on your couch looking at a TV screen? You didn't see that outside, I know that. Okay, so here's the thing. The existence of something is different from the story of what that thing is. So the story is that there's a bunch of dots in the sky and that they're trillions of miles away and that they're nuclear fusion reactions. Okay? Now, that could be a lie, but most likely it's just wrong. But that doesn't mean, if you don't believe that story, that the stars themselves don't exist. They exist. We see them. The moon exists. We see it. The sun exists. We see it. It doesn't mean the moon's a rock. It doesn't mean the sun's made of frickin', hydrogen gas. But it still exists.
All right, so I was letting my girlfriend talk there for a minute. So basically, what you're saying is they exist, but they don't exist within the explanations that are given by science itself right now. So, you accept that they're there, but they are not what the explanations that scientists give now are.
Yes. Yes. There's too many assumptions in their claims of what say, the composition of the sun, the distance of the sun, the composition of the moon, things like that. The age, the distance, the size, the composition, yada, yada, yada. What it's doing, how old it is.
How far it is.
So I go, hey, I don't believe that story of what you think it is. Because, they've been telling stories about the stars for thousands of years, and every culture and every time has their own story about the stars and planets. And I don't believe your story, okay? Because the probability is that your story's probably wrong, just like everybody else's was wrong. Only the arrogance of people in their own era are arrogant. They think that their era, their time, has figured it all out, and all the previous people were a bunch of fucking morons and believed in fairy tales. Well, guess what, dude? In 500 years, everything you think you know about stars, planets, etc., they're gonna say, "I can't believe those idiots thought those fairy tales and myths."
Yeah, it's already happening. I seen
So
a headline.
what you're saying is you're not creating a new story. You're just simply saying the story as it is now is wrong, and I'm not going to make a description of a story. All I'm going to do is disprove the most popular current story. But the story's wrong, and I don't have my own story.
That's not really what we're doing. What we're saying is the evidence for the story they're claiming does not prove the story. It is insufficient.
Specifically in relation to the stars, though. We're just talking about the stars, too.
But I said, along with you saying that, you also don't have your own story. You're not going to say what it is, but you're going to say that it's not that.
Yeah, because all observations of objects in the celestial objects, let's just call them that, are inferential, right? No one's ever going to prove what a star is, ever. Never. Ever. No one's going to be able to go to a star, take a scoop of star, analyze it, and figure out what it is. You're going to look at it and analyze the light and analyze all sorts of things about it observationally, and draw inferences about them. But you can't actually prove the claim because you don't have direct access. So what we're saying is, at least what I'm saying, is I don't have an alternate story. I'm just saying I don't believe your story. I don't have to say your story's fake, wrong, or anything. I just say, hey, you haven't proven your story, and I choose not to believe it. There's no moral obligation to believe their cosmology. You don't have to believe what they say. And like I could point out the problems, right? I could actually say, hey, their story can't be right because this piece of evidence or that piece of evidence. Like the solar spectrum. There's all sorts of problems with the solar spectrum. The thermodynamic uphill of the solar model. Right? It's hotter in the center it's less hot in the middle and hotter outside of it. So it's thermodynamically uphill. He dipped.
He's like, yeah, okay. I want a story.
Give me a story. I need to go to sleep, Daddy. It's like that's literally what I think of. Like, read me a bedtime story, Daddy, or I'm not going to sleep. Right? You're trying to get some booty, and your kid won't go to sleep. Go fucking tell that kid anything.
Yeah, you better make it boring. Yeah.
Yeah, super boring, dude. I'll just do the heliocentric model.
And we are live. Wait, are we live?
Hosted by a brother from another mother.
Facts. I'll be your host this very temporary period. Finished up some 304 activities, and I've got some free time for a little bit. I figured I'd check in. What's up? We're on the PNR server. Very nice.
Dude, were you listening last night?
No.
Good thing, dude, because I was talking mad shit about you.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, CB, dude, you fucking invited me here and freaking ghosted me. Get off that bird and get in here.
That's funny. Were you guys in, you guys are still at home base?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Holy.
Like, put her to sleep, dude. Get on here, dude. Knock her out. No, you can't talk about Flat Earth, though, because you don't want to lose another laptop, so.
Hell no. I'm not trying to be like Flat Lloyd Wright and get my laptop destroyed. Hell no, bro. It's cool. No, it's good to see the community is just super active. I mean, they tried to say Flat Earth was dying. It's not going anywhere. I actually need to add that to the soundboard. That Wolf of Wall Street clip. I'm not fucking leaving.
SpaceX is dying off. They're dismantling Dragon, and NASA's not getting any more money.
So, what are the Globetards saying about that?
Having meltdowns, some of them. Rob Knox has had a meltdown.
Did he really?
We're not done with space.
Wow. Wow, bro. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, are they
Rob
saying
Knox
like,
took
well,
it hard, dude.
he's a tard?
No, he was taking it hard. He was trying to put a brave face on, but I could see it really hurt him. I was trying to like, what are you gonna spam in the chat now that you have no more space picks, dude?
The dragon thing was trash anyway. I mean, even Trump would make fun of that stuff. We talked about that recently. Trump has clips where he's like, Elon's gonna have to explain that shit. Engines coming down with no wings, landing. We need answers, Elon. Like, yeah, we do.
I mean, the last time Rob Noxious was that disappointed is when they announced that Twinkies were going to be discontinued.
Oh, beef, 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 beef. Very nice. So who's like the PNR representatives? Like, how do we get over here? Whose idea was it to come over here? It just naturally flows, or I'm guessing if there's like a globe card in there, we'll just all jump in.
What, you don't like being in this server?
No, I just don't know any of the commands for like muting people or banning people. The soundboard's turned off. It's not that big of a deal. It's kind of it's refreshing, I'm sure, for people that aren't a big fan of the soundboard. We can get like some time away from it, so I can respect that. But yeah, I don't know any of the commands like banning. I just like I'm just here. I'm glad it's popular though. There's no like what's it? There's like no dead air on the flat Earth. It's usually let me not lie. Whoa. Oh, Jay just posted a thing in the chat.
A little bit of a
We
different
went into
mix.
the Trump versus Elon room. If we all went in there, it'd be a nightmare for those people.
Oh yeah, that'd probably go crazy.
We'd be making fun of them so hard, they'd probably have us all banned.
Yeah, true. It's all your fault, you flat earthers. We'd have had what's that saying from Scooby Doo? We'd have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling flat earthers.
Indio needs to go into the room and apologize to them for having their space programs taken away because of us. Tell him he needs to go in and say it's really his fault for even having a server going and having other people, and it's all his fault.
Low key facts, yeah.
Did you say it's my fault?
Who else would it be?
Yes.
I'll take the blame. Fuck it.
You killed the space program.
I killed the space program. Dude, that's like a badge of honor. Dude, do you know how much money I saved the taxpayer? Dude, I just saved more money than Doge. I saved more money
than Doge, yeah, fact. Elon's got to be some sort of troll, right? I mean, is he in the know or is he like a puppet? I feel like he knows some things. I wonder if he knows space is fake. He probably knows that. If I had to guess, I'd say Elon knows he's trolling outer space. Something tells me he knows. He's getting flamed on Twitter and stuff right now for being like on hella drugs and stuff. I've seen a couple posts of him recently where he's like tweaking out, and people are starting to notice, or maybe they've always noticed. But stuff like that's been hitting my feed a lot lately. I think Trump knows. I think Elon knows. Shit, this might be like WWE where like people start beefing on purpose. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some truth to that.
Some Diddy distraction going on.
The Diddy distraction, yeah. That's true. You guys been following that at all or no?
You're out there in Hollywood, aren't you?
Close enough.
Trying to get into some of those parties?
Hell no. The freak offs? Heck no. Those are weird.
You don't got a case of baby oil at your house?
Hell no, bro. The stories about that stuff is hilarious, though. It's not what I think a lot of people thought that Diddy was going around and like smashing a bunch of 304s. He's been sitting in the corner gooning off to his girl getting wrecked by other. It's like, what the frick, man?
I just sent you a DM, CB, a video.
Yeah.
If you when you have the time, it's a long video. It's like 3 hours. When you have the time, just watch it, and you'll see nice relations with what's happening now about Trump.
Oh, okay.
Could be WWE though, man. I was thinking that today.
You were thinking what?
You gotta remember, there's the deep state, right? So Trump is pretending he plays along, right? We're gonna pass this freaking pork barrel laden bill because that's what Congress wants. Musk fucking protests. They create a fake fight. Trump basically throws the match, and then Musk wins, and then the bill doesn't pass, and then they have to pass a different bill and have to concede that they can't get what they want.
Right. It does feel like WWE in here, man. It's starting to give off that vibe.
I sent the video to you too, Indio. It's an interesting, very interesting one with the many proofs there, leaked emails and articles posted in QAnon and some other websites.
You have Archangel that just joined. Welcome.
Hello.
And there is a very important names like Trump, John F. Kennedy's son.
Necros, say what up to Archangel.
Yo, Archangel.
Yes.
Is this your first time here?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. You talked to flat earthers before?
Oh, yeah. I am a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Nice. It's been like a couple weeks, couple months, couple years.
Since I've been here?
Since you've been a flat earther.
Oh, God. It's just gradually, the brainwashing has just gradually washed itself away from me. The globe brainwashing.
Nice. Yeah. I feel that.
No, I come in here all the time. I'm surprised I haven't seen you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. Oh, awesome, man. Well, glad to hear that. You debate globetards, or you more of a listener? Or?
I don't debate. No. I don't care who thinks. I don't care who thinks what about what.
Yeah, true.
I think it's none of my business what you believe. You know, it's like homosexuality. That's none of my business. It's up. Leave it up to the homosexuals.
The Skittle Guzzlers? Yeah, facts. Okay. All right, that's cool. I respect it. Yeah, oh, he left chat. Damn, that was fast.
Yeah, CB, what's your story? What convinced you that it was flat?
Okay. Let's see. Well, I was definitely a globetard, and but it's like
I know,
force
man. I
myself.
know you're chart, dude. I know you 100% believe in Space Australia.
Oh, you say such a yeah. I definitely believed in outer space hardcore. I mean, but looking back now, I used to like force myself to believe that the Earth was spinning and stuff like that, or like the sun was really far away. I remember looking at the sun and being like, I'd have to force myself to think that it was 93 million away and stuff, or um, like force myself to imagine the Earth rotating because of the sun setting and stuff like that, right? I would watch like Neil deGrasse Tyson's Cosmos or Cosmos with Carl Sagan. So I was like super into that, but then I never believed in the moon landing though. So I think that was like I don't know why, but I just thought it was cap. I just never thought that that was legit, even though I believed in everything else. Space travel and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, there's no way they landed on the moon, bro. That's some bullshit. I think Rogan probably helped with that because Rogan was like going against the moon landing thing for a while, and I used to listen to Rogan back in the day before he, I don't know, switched, and then I'm trying to think. So I had, oh yeah, I remember now. So I had a job with some coworkers. We would like after work, we'd go and like drink and like smoke and shit, and then go like watch these videos on YouTube, just like different types of videos and some conspiracy stuff, or just like different, not really conspiracies, but just like I don't know, weird videos on YouTube. And there was some cool people, and that was like right around the time when Flat Earth started hitting my like algorithm, and it started like popping up more and more. And so I was like bold. I felt like I could bring it up to my friends and stuff, and like their reactions were a big red flag for me. When I would talk about flat Earth, they'd be like, "Oh no way, physics, bro, physics." They would just like say like the weirdest stuff, and something about their reaction made me want to like dive deeper into the topic. So one of those guys was a pilot and stuff, and he'd be like, "Oh no, flight paths." Like they would just like say random buzzwords, right? Physics, flight paths, gravity. Like they would just like say dumb shit. And
Logic, science.
yeah, logic, science. Exactly. Logic. It's just logic, bro. It's just physics. It's just physics, science. So I'm like, all right, well, you guys are acting weird. So just started researching it like a little bit more, and like so that was like my entry point, was just their reaction was like, they're acting kind of weird off this subject when they were cool about other things. So that was like 2017, and then 2018 rolled around, and they were like, "We're gonna put a car in space." And like I said, I did not believe in the moon landing. So when they said they were going to do that, I was like, yeah, hell no. This is some super cap. And I remember like pretty sure they had the comments on, or like the live chat for a live stream, and people were like, look, there's bubbles in space and stuff, right? Like there was like people waking up, and I don't know if the bubbles in space thing was like from the car necessarily, but you guys probably remember that. The bubbles in space. Yeah, so like they put the car up, they said they did the car thing, and I was like super suspicious about that. Didn't believe it. And 2018 is when I started listening to like Oakley and like listening to all his morning streams. And like one day he's always like, click the link and join the conversation or whatever. So I finally clicked that link, man, and ended up over at Oakley's server, like Betty's server or whatever, Righteous's server, whoever the hell. And I just sat and listened for a while. And actually what's funny is there was a guy named, I think it was Puppy. You guys might remember like Puppy Lover or whatever, that freaking weirdo. He said something like, we need to wall off 24/7. And I'm like, what is that? And if he didn't, say that at the time, I probably wouldn't have known what it was as soon. But when he said we need to wall off 24/7, I got more curious. I'm like, what is 24/7? And then I came over here, and Wolfgang checked me in, and it was all there. That's all she wrote, man. It was crazy. I remember joining the live stream for the first time, and Jedi was hosting. He was like running through the panel. We got AV, we got Crit, we got da 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 da. And I looked at his roles, and it said he had a referee role. And I was like, dang, I like that. I want to be a referee. I want to like help whatever he's doing. I want to do that. I thought that the referee role was what he was doing, but it had nothing to do with that. I totally made up in my mind what the referee role was. But in my head, I was like, I'm just going to do that. So yeah, man, that was like my entrance into Flat Earth mostly. But I never argued against people. I was never like, no, it's a globe for sure. Blah, 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 blah. No one presented.
What was he doing? What was he doing when he was refereeing?
Never did that either. Never argued one time. No, it's a globe. Nope, not ever. Once.
Never. Yeah, not once, ever.
What was Daddy doing?
Just like saying what's up to everybody in the panel. We got this guy, we got this person. Welcome everybody. How's everybody doing? Like he was doing that kind of stuff.
You wanted to be the announcer. You wanted to be freaking the dude that goes, "Oh, it's ready to rumble." That's what CB was wanting to do.
Yeah. I was like, dude, this is dope. I want to do what he's doing. So here we are now, baby. We made it. But yeah, the referee role had nothing to do with that. But I was like, I want to be a referee.
We might have killed our customer. We might have killed our customer base, though.
Our customer base?
Not made it. Yeah, we killed our customer base off by putting SpaceX out of business.
Oh. Yeah. Maybe. Fuck them.
I was actually talking to a normie about that shit. He was talking about fucking... He's talking about Trump, and I'm like, dude, Trump's really going to have to watch out now, man. Trump's going against Elon. He's going to have one of these freaking I'm going to Mars cultists try to freaking pick him off.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Dude,
we were going to Mars, and then Trump became president.
One of my old buddies said, he goes, yeah, man, you start taking that stuff away, you won't have the invention of, like, MRI machines and all those gadgets you have. And I'm just like, bruh, what the hell are you talking about? They didn't invent all that shit in space. Are you fucking delusional? Like they're up there freaking inventing MRI machines on the ISS or some shit.
Yeah, the only thing they invented was Tang.
Tang.
Hey, what's up, chat? What are you guys doing?
What's up, chat?
What's up? Yeah, I've been meaning to hit you up, CB. So
you got to talk some. Creation Bear just said, he said we made it. Bro, we have not made it. We have not come this far to only come this far. Okay?
Facts.
Kill that noise.
I'm about to lay something on you guys, but I need to go like to a different chat. So I mean, I wanted to go to chill chat, maybe take you and Indio, just talk to you about something that I just came across, and perhaps put a few ideas across the desk.
Hell yeah.
Home server? Go to home server?
Yeah, just
All
to
right.
the chill chat for a little bit. Just
All right. That you want to go to admin mods? I mean, is
Because
it public?
there's people in chill right now. Ivo's over there. Loggy's
oh yeah,
over there.
yeah. I mean, we can go somewhere. We can just have a quick chat. I'm gonna brief you on something.
Yeah, he's an
Go into like the gold chat or something.
Admin, yeah.
Gold chat?
Yeah, or the admin chat, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think admin will probably be better, so we can do that.
Okay, let's do that. All right, bet.
See you there.
Now.
I'm gonna follow them.
Me too.
And I can't see my screen enough to see the channel. Oh, there. No, that's not it.
Where did everybody go?
37.
Hey Mick. Since we have a little quiet time. Did you get to listen to my track? I think I sent it to you.
Not your latest one. Not your latest one.
No, man. Man.
I heard you pump it the other day, though. Kind of curious.
I didn't pump it. Well, I mean, somebody.
You spoke to somebody about it. You're like, oh, I heard that. I'm like, oh, fuck.
It's. I mean, if you like deep house, it's all right.
Okay.
It's indie-emsky.
I'll give it a listen.
I mean, the whole way through, please don't just fucking because I put a lot of work in the transitions and it's progressive. Like it builds up and it drops. Trust me, it's fucking. Right. At some point, it's gonna be so crazy that I had to listen to my track a million times. I actually listened to it so many times. I'm like, the more I listen to it, the better it gets. I'm like, holy fuck, this is so good. But anyways,
yeah.
But that's because that's the kind of music I'm okay with. I've listened to EDM all my life, right? So I can listen to fucking electronic music any day.
I get that. That's pretty cool. I'm working on a couple recordings myself there, classical piano, and you have to listen to the thing like 1,000 times because you're tweaking little knobs and shit like that, to get it perfect. It's hard.
Yeah, it ain't easy.
I'll check it out.
Oh yeah, thanks, Guy. Hey, Flat Earth Dude, what's up, Guy? Holy shit, I didn't see you pop in.
I think he was here before you were.
Oh, I'm sneaking in.
Nice. You snuck in here, bro. I swear to God, that's the one guy that I actually wanted to talk to because I know Flat Earth Dude listened to my song, right? My bad. No,
you're getting good, man. Just keep it up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You didn't listen to it.
Shut the fuck up. Here, I'm going to fucking play it for everyone right now.
No, don't play it here. No, that's not what I want. No fucking way. Bro, don't do that shit. That's crazy. You're crazy, bro.
Right. Let me go listen to it. Fucking mug.
Oh, so you didn't. See, that's what I'm saying. Shut the fuck up. You didn't listen. See, everybody's like, fuck this guy. I'm tired of his shitty music. Fuck this guy. I'm like, okay, guys, fuck it. It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. Hey, music's music. I'm a big critic, so I'll let you know what I think.
Oh yeah, please, man. Don't be like nice. I need you to be fucking like hardcore, brutal fucking critic.
All right.
Welcome to 20.
It's in my DMs, right?
Flat Earth Discord.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I'll double check for you right now. I'm gonna send it to you again.
All right,
bro. You're on my list, bro. Obviously, as soon as I finish a song, you're one of the first people I send it to, bro. There's no fucking way I don't send it to you. Right here. Unless my list is so big that you get lost.
Post it in the chat.
No, I'm not allowed. They told me I'm not allowed to promote my music here, so I don't.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'll delete it.
Yeah. Well, if somebody wants it, I directly message them. That's it. Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry for taking over the chat.
What do you think about that?
The what exactly?
Well, the horizon being observed in orders of magnitude further than is allowed by the claimed geometry of the Earth, the globe Earth.
Well, I do think that globe Earth, like the math of that, relies on having to believe that the Earth itself is a smooth surface, which it is not. It's not a perfect sphere. If it is a globe, if it is a sphere, it's not a perfect sphere. You know?
Right, but you understand that if you were to use the horizon in particular, like what do you think about that?
The what exactly?
Well, the horizon being observed in orders of magnitude further than is allowed by the claimed geometry of the Earth, globe Earth.
Well, I do think that globe Earth, like the math of that, relies on having to believe that the Earth itself is a smooth surface, which it is not. It's not a perfect sphere. If it is a globe, if it is a sphere, it's not a perfect sphere. You know?
Right, but you understand that if you were to use the horizon in particular, like what was shown to you, because I'm not on the page, I'm not on there, I'm not in the chat. So what was he shown, Danny? Was he shown the original Black Swan from BMLSB?
That's right. That's right. And he, and he picked that the horizon was behind the oil rigs. He did see that, so that was good.
But also, yes. Okay. And
But so if you were to use that particular horizon, let's say that we give it at least 10 miles, okay, and we try and use that as geometry for geometry purposes. So we draw a line of sight from the observer's eye, right, or the camera's eye, to the extent of the surface that you can see, being the horizon, before it appears to meet the sky, right, and then use Pythagorean theorem to calculate a radius value of the Earth, of a sphere that you're standing on. It would make it something like a 250,000 mile radius. I don't think you're gonna claim that the Earth is that misshapen. Right.
But also the camera's elevated, right? It appears that this is recorded from an elevated spot.
About
no, but it's a 1 foot observer height in the first image. It's the second one's a 5 foot. This is all documented.
I'm looking at the GIF, I guess. I'm looking at the GIF. I've been looking at this GIF for
You're looking at Riley Criterion GIF at 52 minutes after the hour.
That is it appears from that view that it looks elevated. Like where the position of that camera,
don't look at that. Look at the original one where the. I mean, you can look at that if you want, but this observation has been done over and over and over and over. So the two images we gave you are those. The observer heights are documented there. The first one is 1 foot. The second one's 5 foot. It doesn't matter. At 1 foot, the expected horizon distance would be 1.22 miles. At 5 foot, although I don't even know why. I think they're just being generous in the second one, saying 5 foot when it's actual 1 foot, and the maximum is 2.73, meaning we can even give you some more feet if you want, but it's still way further than it should be. And like T-Dub just explained to you, where that horizon distance is would necessitate, an outrageously huge globe, which is not what's being claimed. So we're debunking this model. It's not even close. It's way, way, way further than the horizon would be expected on this sphere. And we can show you the original video of where this still shot was from. If you're interested in, this person carefully documented their observations, and other people have replicated this over and over. If you cared enough, you could go to California and do it, or you could find a long distance observation closer to you. That's the thing about testable, repeatable, verifiable measurements, is that people can redo the same thing. That's why it's actual evidence that's worthwhile and valuable, unlike NASA's fairy tale sci-fi images from space.
Yep.
I will say, I can understand it being a lot very difficult to believe in that when it's not from this perspective. It's hard to not make that connection. I mean, it's easy to say like, oh, this is not what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But
let me help you out a bit. Let me help you out a bit, brother. Before we go on, I don't want to gloss over a point that was missed. You asked a question. So if I could see this and the Earth is flat, why can't I just keep seeing more and more? Interestingly enough, you can. At that location, there are different sightings of the island behind the oil rigs. It's the only island in that vantage point that is within the range that you can see. What I mean by that is the ambient atmosphere actually has what's called an occlusion rate. That means you can't see through it forever. At about 250 to 300 miles, depending on the day, the atmosphere becomes opaque. That's known as the Rayleigh atmosphere extinction coefficient. Okay? So in other words, you can actually see from that location every single landmass that's available to be seen. And by the way, that's even worse because that island is even further out, right? So you shouldn't be seeing this. You shouldn't be seeing the oil rigs in the manner in which they are. You definitely shouldn't be seeing the horizon where it is. And you certainly shouldn't be seeing the island, which is Anacapa Island, if I'm not mistaken. So you asked the question, why can't I see more? The answer is you can. You can see everything that's available to be seen from that location. Superseding the globe geometry, like our friend said, by orders of magnitude, requiring a globe that would be in the hundreds of thousands of mile radius. So I think it's safe to say it's falsified.
But that is because can you see the bottom of that? Is how much of that island can you see?
Why would that matter? You shouldn't see any of it.
Well, if I'm seeing it now, how much am I seeing? Am I not seeing the base? Am I just seeing the top of it?
Well, yeah, okay, but let's say you can see an island that's 100 miles away, and you can't see the very bottom of the island. What does that mean? It means the globe's debunked. No, it means the globe's debunked. Let me explain. Because the rhetoric goes, I can't see the bottom of something because the Earth's a globe, but the Earth's a specific size. So if I could see the island 100 miles away, the radius of the Earth that we're told is debunked immediately. Now you might say, oh, well, what if it's a gianter globe? Well, the problem with that is if you had a 250,000 mile radius globe, then all the sight lines and angles to the celestials, including the sun, would be different. And so the entire heliocentric model would be destroyed. So one road leads to the globe being destroyed. The other road leads to the heliocentric model being destroyed. And together, that just leads to the entire paradigm being destroyed. So no matter which choice you take, your worldview suffers a fatal blow. You can't have it, dude. You cannot have these observations in your worldview. It can't be done.
Are you saying that island itself is not being at least partially covered by some sort of curvature?
Of what? Like I said, if you want to say that, then you have to appeal to a globe that is hundreds of thousands of miles bigger than the globe you've come to know and love as a child. So that would destroy your worldview as it currently is, correct? The answer is yes. Or, right, you can destroy the cosmology. So either way, you've destroyed something that you were told is true. Either the cosmology in which the Earth exists is destroyed, or the Earth's size is destroyed. Either way, your model suffers a fatal blow.
I mean, regardless of the size and mass of the globe, I do think that the globe itself is like, that's the only thing I know is going to be constant in my head. I'm just trying to
Yeah, I know. That's the problem, dude. You're faced with deleterious, destructive arguments and evidence to your worldview. And then you just admitted, and rightly so, and don't get me wrong, I'm not chiding you for this. This is what we've all been trained to do. Is to still believe it's a globe, no matter what. To make excuses for the globe. To say, oh, maybe the globe's bigger. Or why can't I see the bottom of an island that I shouldn't see at all? Because you've been taught that the globe is the first truth. You were taught that before you could even talk. Most people in the Western world, right? They were shown a globe. They were told by their parents you live on a globe. They were shown space, all of these things, right? Before you even went to kindergarten. And then when you got to kindergarten, they shoved it into your face even harder. They never asked you or presented evidence or, had you ask questions about why this doesn't make sense or doesn't, make sense. Never. That's why you have such a knee-jerk, visceral, instinctual reaction to defend the globe, even though it makes no sense of why you would be doing that.
I mean, I defend it because it makes sense to me.
Go ahead.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So how does a 250,000 mile globe make sense in your worldview? How does that make sense?
Because I don't think that objects in space are flat, circular objects.
That's irrelevant. That's a non sequitur. That's not logically connected.
If I'm basing it, if I can base, yes, it is, because I can base everything around the universe being very similar. The moon is very similar to the Earth in the same way that it's floating and going in the similar direction.
Really? How do you know that? When have you observed that?
Because when I see it every day.
You see the Earth
gone away. It is not left.
No, dude. No. You see the moon do what the moon does. You then changed the sentence to, therefore the Earth does what the moon does. I said, how do you know the Earth is doing what you claim the moon is doing? When did you observe the Earth doing what the moon does? When? I know when. I know when you did. Never.
No, you're right. Never. Because I'm standing on it.
Exactly.
I can't make the assumption that it's moving on its own based on where I am. But I can make the assumption that other things in the universe are similar properties to the Earth. And if they have similar properties...
No.
They don't.
You're retro-engineering backwards, dude. You're going logically backwards. You're trying to make similarities from things out there to the Earth, not the other way around. So
if I'm
in your worldview, just chill for 1 second. 1 second, bro. 1 second. I just want to point this out. In your worldview, if you believe in heliocentric paradigm, the Earth is absolutely unique, unequivocally, absolutely unique among all other things in the cosmos.
Yes.
So it's expected that the Earth is unique. So to say that the Earth is different than everything else, I mean, that's just a given. It's just a matter of how different, right?
So far, there's nothing else that has contained life that we know of.
Yeah, there's one Earth, right? We all agree?
There's one
We're
Earth.
On the Earth.
Unless maybe there's another Earth that has aliens.
Dude, you could speculate till the kingdom come, dude. The problem is that you're making retro-engineered arguments about the nature of the Earth, about speculations about things that are not the Earth. That doesn't even make sense.
Because if we're gonna have a conversation like this, it's like, have you ever heard the story about the chained up men in the cave, and all they see of their life is shadows? And it takes one guy. It's like you can't. It's easier to have this conversation if you're looking at the Earth from miles of miles away. to space.
I understand. So I want to harp on your Plato's cave analogy. What if somebody comes into the cave and just tells you a story about things outside the cave and you believe them?
No. Well, if they were coming out,
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Well, no, wait,
How would you be able to tell? How would you know whether he was lying to you or not? How would you possibly know?
I mean, all I can do is trust the fact that he went out there.
There you go, brother. Brother, there you go. Your worldview is based on trust. Your worldview is based on faith, brother. Thank you for admitting it.
Okay, well, this guy did not come here with the fucking data. But of course, yeah.
What data? What data? Who didn't come with data?
He did not come with data, no.
No, who? Who? I'm asking who.
All right, but also, if I'm in that cave with the shadows, wouldn't it not make sense? After he explains it to me, wouldn't that kind of sink
It doesn't
in a
matter
little
whether
bit?
it makes sense, dude. I can make a puppy dog with a shadow with my hand puppet. I can come in and tell you that it's this great big dog that has all these adventures and he's a hero and he wears a cape. And I say, look at the shadow. It looks like a dog. Therefore, I'm correct. My story is correct. And then you believe me. But guess what? It's not true. See, the thing about Plato's cave, my friend, is it shows that until you leave the cave, you cannot validate the person's claims. So you're attempting to get me to look at the shadows and retro-engineer what the Earth is, to look at other things and retro-engineer what the Earth is. The Plato's cave analogy defeats your claim, not mine. Now, keep in mind, friend, you're talking with me, and I'm happy about that. But I just chimed in to let you know that there was an answer to your question of, can I just keep seeing on? And the answer is yes, you can.
Yeah,
when you're looking out, no worries. Yeah, no worries. But when you're looking out from that location, your intuition that, well, I should just see more, is correct. You can see everything available to you to see. The Hawaii and the other continent you can't see because they're beyond the atmospheric occlusion rate. But the islands that are within the atmospheric occlusion rate, you can see. There are images of seeing those islands. So your intuition was correct, and it was validated by evidence. And so you said if the Earth was flat, I should just keep seeing. I then told you can keep seeing. The Earth's flat, bro.
So how would you say about buildings that have a different sunset the higher it is?
Yeah, what does that mean? So yeah, I understand. Like Burj Khalifa supposedly does that, right?
I think there are like buildings that if you're like high enough, the sunset takes place a little later.
Sure. So let me ask you this question: If the occlusion rate is at 300 miles, and the angle between you and the sun intersects that occluded atmospheric wall, you won't see the sun. But if you raise up and you change the angle of propagation of you to the light, then you're going to see it. Not only that, but you opened up your available angles. So I wouldn't expect anything different. That if you go higher, you see more. Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. So where do you think the sun goes? How do you think it goes around the Earth?
What do you mean? Like how does it, like the mechanism that causes it to do it, or the path?
No, like how do you think? In what direction do you think it goes?
Well, the sun goes east to west, as far as I can remember.
It goes east to west.
Yeah, it rises in the east, but sets in the west, right?
Okay. So where does it go after that? Does it just wrap around?
It travels, right? And then it makes a circuit. It comes back, it goes, it comes back, it goes, it comes back.
So okay, but I'm asking, if you think the Earth is flat, how do you think the sun, how do you think the sun moves around the Earth? Do you think it goes around the Earth, or do you think it circulates around that flatness?
Dude, it might do a figure 8 double helical transmutational loop for all I know. I've never been to the sun. Neither has anybody else. Nobody
We
knows
can
its true
see the
orientation.
direction it's moving, right? We could see it moves one direction.
Oh, dude, you can see the apparent image of the sun. I agree.
You see it moves one direction, though. If it was
Well,
doing
that
a
depends.
figure
Are you
eight, there
talking
would be
about?
different
Are you talking
ways.
about? No, it is doing a figure eight. You never heard of the analemma? No, I'm serious. You never heard of the analemma, dude?
I don't know.
The analemma is a figure eight. The sun traces a figure eight throughout the year, dude.
Well, okay, yeah, but that's different.
But you have to photograph it throughout the year, right? Because you can't see it from one day to the next.
Obviously, no.
Right. So the sun does all kinds of it does all kinds of periodic shapes in the sky, dude. It's not just going in one direction.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, isn't that with like seasons though and time passing?
Yeah, sure. We live in a dynamic system, right? Where the celestials and the sun and the moon.
Over a few days, what would we see though?
I don't know, dude. It depends on what time of year and where you are on the earth.
But I'm saying like it's fairly consistent. It's a
I'll tell you
slow
this, bro.
change.
Yeah, we know it's consistent. We know it's consistent. Like, for example, 3 weeks ago, in the house I'm working on, the sun's path was on that side of the house. I know this because I could get shade on that side of the house. Now the sun arcs on that side of the house, and I have to get shade on the other side of the house. And that only changed in the period of a couple of weeks. So let me ask this question. If the sun is on that side of the house, and now it's on this side of the house, therefore what? The earth is a globe? Therefore what? The earth is flat? No, it has nothing to do with it.
No, it doesn't indicate that. No, I agree with you. That's a completely different argument. That's just saying like, no, that indicates something else. It indicates that the direction that we view the sun is different over that. But if you believe in the globe theory, then it explains something different. And that's why...
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? Guess what? I understand you. But guess what, dude? Explanations are meaningless without validation. So the explanation in a globe paradigm is that the Earth
So you don't
being a
think
globe
there's anything...
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Right. The explanation in the globe paradigm is that these effects are caused by the Earth being a globe. In order for that to be true, the Earth would have to be a globe. And in order to arbitrate whether or not the Earth is a globe, you'd have to measure the thing, right?
Okay. So there's nothing... Okay. I mean, I see your point. There's nothing observable to us that you feel like... But you don't think there's anything that feels like a strong indicator, like a good argument for the curved Earth.
Yeah, there's one argument for a curved Earth, dude, and that's demonstrable curvature. That's the only argument. Everything else is an explanation of phenomena. Yeah, it's the only one that can arbitrate the proposition, dude. So no matter what, measurements is what it takes. Because if you measure if you say it's a globe, but we go out and we see flat water everywhere, we shoot lasers over it, it's flat. I mean,
I feel like my strongest argument against flat Earth, because I'm not trying to argue unless I had a stronger way to, back this up, because I'm trying to flesh out my view on it. But the only the only thing that's really
the strongest, bro.
The thing that like kind of is that I feel like we don't have a reference point for a flat Earth other than observable to this, but we don't have a reference point in space. We can't. There's nothing that would that we would feel like would be like a flat.
We do. No, we do, bro. We do.
What is it?
It's sea level. Sea level is the ubiquitous throughout all of human history, throughout all of antiquity, throughout all of historical literature, the standard for the horizontal orientation of the world in which we live. They're synergized together. It's experienced that way. Everybody understands horizontal and level. Everyone. From the time you're a child. In fact, it's well known in psychological literature that children operate as if the earth is stationary, flat, and level. Just like it appears. Just like it measures. So yes, we do have a reference point, and that is horizontal. That is what we do. That is how we operate. That is how we know how to stand. That is how we know how to walk. That is how we know how to see. That is why our eyes gyroscopically orient themselves to horizontal. Everything about us is synergized with horizontal. Our biology itself is synergized with horizontal, dude. It's almost like this place and us were designed to be horizontal.
What I'm saying is that
I have a. Go ahead,
in the observable universe, there's nothing that I can see in space that is like.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like something that I would.
Yep, I agree with you. Yep, bro, you're right. So you just conceded. Let me explain. You just said logically, by necessary consequence, that there's nothing like the Earth. You are correct. There isn't.
That's okay.
You got him. You got him good.
I mean, not necessarily, but yes, in the sense where I'm on Earth and everything else is out there and far away. Of course. And this thing is huge, so I can't look at it from that perspective. But at the same time, there's nothing logically to think that anything else would look like this. Would look like that.
Correct, dude. Correct. You just hit. Okay, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Sorry, let me help you. You just had a Freudian slip, or you said it on purpose. I don't know. But here's what you just said. There is no logical reason that anything else should look like the Earth, or by proxy should inform us about what the Earth looks like. And I agree with you. So now you have two concessions. You have two concessions.
But if you were on Mars,
hold on, friend. Hold on. You have two concessions about logic that demonstrate that your only experience of the local Earth proves to you that it's nothing like anything else. I agree with you. We're gonna be friends, bro. At this rate, dude, you're practically gonna be my best man at my wedding.
I do. I mean, I think if flat earthers, globe earthers, whatever the fuck, if anyone agrees, if they all agree on something, it's that Earth is very unique. It is special, and it's the reason we are here on it right now. And to say that we completely understand the way it works, it'd be a lie. I can't tell you how it works. I mean, you can't tell me how it fully works.
You're right. I can't tell you all this.
We have reference point, and we have valid reasons to believe the way we do.
No, dude. Listen, non sequitur logic strings are not valid reasons. Everything else that I see, I think is a globe. Therefore, the Earth must be a globe. Is a logical train wreck. It doesn't follow, and it's probably incoherent.
I'm not saying that I can see the globe. I can't obviously see it as a globe. But if I see
it's not about that. No. That's not logical, dude. There's no logical necessity that other things that aren't the Earth, being whatever they are, tells you what the Earth is. You cannot square that circle, bro.
Yeah, and if I may,
but then what reference point do I have to assume what the Earth could look like?
Being on the Earth. So, because it's analogous to you walking into a forest, being surrounded by trees, and thinking, everything else I see here is a tree, maybe I'm a tree, right? Now, you could follow that logic train, right, and go, but then I have to compare. So I compare the trees. What do they look like? Right, and then look at you and go, this is what I look like, that's what they look like. There is no similar.
But that would make sense if I didn't have a reference point for what a human was.
So that's what we can. We can do the same with the logic train, following that logic train of looking out into the cosmos and saying everything else out there appears this certain shape, right? Maybe I'm on something that's of a similar shape. So then you start looking for those similarities. So you look at that thing in the sky, it looks like a disc. You could conclude that it's possibly a sphere, which would dictate that surface has curvature. So then we look for curvature on the surface that we're on. And if it doesn't display or measure to have any, or even like observe, measure, to have any, then it's not that.
I wouldn't say it's not that. I just wouldn't say that you would need better claims to say that. Because to say, oh, I agree. I'm not here to try to convince you the Earth is a globe. Yeah, unless I knew how to. I feel like it would be very. I'm just trying to understand your point of view because I feel like it'd be very hard to argue with someone whose mindset on flat Earth theory, unless I had a drone, unless I had access to a way to view the Earth from a different perspective, from a different point of view.
What drone, dude? What? Yeah,
I don't know.
dude.
A drone from the year 2050.
Let me help you out. Friend. Let me put it into perspective for you.
Satellite, realistically.
I just want to ask a question, and I'm gonna answer the question. You don't have to answer. I'm gonna provide the answer, but I'm gonna pause for dramatic effect. So, how many people in the history of mankind have allegedly been to a place where they could turn around and see the Earth in its totality? Okay. The answer is about 20. And they're all supposedly the Apollo mission astronauts. Those are the only people who have firsthand knowledge, allegedly, of what the Earth could or could not be from the vantage point in which they could see it. Everybody else has never been far enough away from the Earth to be able to see the whole Earth. It's that simple. And that's just a claim. I'm not even saying they did or didn't do it. I'm just saying there's about 20 people that claim they have been far enough away.
Right.
Everybody else has not been far enough away. In fact, the ISS can only see about 3% of the surface territory of the Earth. So people that allegedly go to the ISS, right, and allegedly see the Earth and say, oh, it's a globe, they don't even have sufficient information to be able to tell you that. The only people that do are the Apollo dudes. And if I remember correctly, there's only like 3 of them left alive, dude. And guess what? None of them have ever sworn testimony that what they said they saw was true. In fact, when they were asked to swear on the Bible, they punched the dude in the face. So there's no like corroborated testimony or actual skin in the game testimony from any of these dudes.
Right. I mean, I think if I was in that position of Buzz Aldrin, I'd say, like, who do I got to prove?
Yeah, well, he didn't say that.
Yeah, that's what people usually say when they're telling the truth. Yeah, and they don't feel defensive. But when they're liars and they feel defensive, yeah, they might punch somebody in the face. Absolutely.
Probably. It was also his, like, livelihood.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but guess what, brother? It wasn't in a vacuum that somebody just came up and asked him that, dude. It was guys that were on the auspices of a publication known as A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, where the director of that documentary had footage of the astronauts in a capsule doing what blatantly, obviously appeared to be faking the photos from space that they took of the alleged Earth as a quote-unquote ball. Okay, very interesting that he had that footage of them doing what looks like faking a photo.
I mentioned that earlier. I think it was with this guy. Also, I might add, right, you said livelihood. That's interesting because Buzz Aldrin in an interview said that he got paid basically nickels and dimes for going to the moon. Like, he didn't get anything beyond his just expected pension from being in the military or being in the service, right? And that any other money that he made off that is of his own bat. So he has to arrange interviews, write books, etc., get them published, all that sort of stuff. So it's not really his livelihood. I would say it's more like his legacy that was being offended and challenged, right?
Well, let me ask you this question, too. This is another point that a lot of people have missed because it's not really that common knowledge when it comes to this, is that if your son was going to the moon and you were his mother, right? Because we know, like, you know that trope about Asian moms, how they always try to one-up each other, say, my son works for NASA. Oh, yeah, well, my son invented the cure for AIDS. Oh, yeah, well, my son went to the moon. Don't you think she would be proud of her son going to the moon? Like, what an accomplishment. My son is going to the moon. Well, guess what? She wasn't. She supposedly killed herself in grief and anxiety over the fact that her son was about to be famous. Does that even make sense? Also, we have another alleged astronaut called Gus Grissom who said, we can't go to the moon, bro. We don't even have the technology to talk to each other on Earth, let alone from here to the moon. That ain't happening. He died in mysterious circumstances. And guess what? Bart Cabral got that evidence from his wife, paid, and he published it, and it was like they changed the test capsule, right? And they made it so that basically he couldn't get out. And then they supposedly ignited the thing on fire and he died because he was a whistleblower. So yeah, there's all kinds of scandal attached to this stuff. But let me tell you what's certainly not attached to it, and that's any demonstrable proof that they actually did what they say they did. And definitely no testimony.
Yeah, he was totally murdered, and his family fought for years to find the proof to show that that he was latched in from the outside. He couldn't get out when the capsule caught on fire, and it was there was a pure oxygen environment, which it never should have been. The government agents swarmed his house, took all his documents because he was a whistleblower. Because he was in the first days of NASA, they actually used to hire like serious military guys that knew what they were talking about. Yeah, he didn't want to be part of a fraud. So they murdered him, burned him alive, along with his two associates there. And, people after that maybe thought twice about speaking the truth.
Well, yeah, and then, the other guy got uppity. He was like, you know what? I can't take this. I was totally going to lie, but they killed Gus. I'm telling. So guess what they did to him? They killed his mom. And you know what's funny? Is when the guys came back from the moon missions, and you look at them, supposedly the greatest thing to happen to humanity since the resurrection of Jesus, right? And guess what? They look like the most miserable pieces of garbage you ever saw. They look like somebody just shot their mom. Oh, wait a minute. They did.
Yeah, I've got the article for you. I'll post it in chat. The family sued. Multiple investigations followed. Several design flaws, including a pure oxygen atmosphere inside the cabin. And the hatch door was difficult to open, preventing the crew from escaping.
And it wasn't just that they designed the capsule poorly, friend. It was that they altered the design of the capsule prior to this test intentionally so that Gus would be trapped inside and die. They reversed the way the door swings. So instead of swinging out for you to easily escape, it swings in. So it's like a cluster screw when you're trying to escape. All kinds of things, dude. Like, there's so much scandal attached to this. But then again, what does it matter? Because whether they claim to have done this or that, or they claim to have gone to the moon or not, it doesn't change the fact that we're standing on the Earth. We can measure the Earth directly. Sea level is sea level, and when you measure water, it's flat. And if the entire surface of the water obeys the same physics, which it's assumed to do and known to do, then that means the Earth's flat. It's really as simple as that.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that last part.
Yeah. Sea level is the standard for level, right? 70% of the known territory is covered in water. If you measure the water and it's flat, then you can extrapolate that physics over the entire 70% of the surface. That means the Earth's flat. It's that simple.
It's based on leveled land, though. That's a paradox because the sea level is part of the Earth.
What?
The sea level is the Earth. It is part of the water is part of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So sea level is a liquid, right? It's based on a
It's a
liquid.
liquid, but it's also Earth. It's also part of Earth.
Right,
It's
which is
there.
my
It
argument.
goes.
That's my argument, friend. So the physics of water, we know that according to Pascal's principle in hydrostatic equilibrium and common sense, that the surface of water is flat and level. In fact, friend, it's been the gold standard for the definition of level since the history of humanity. Okay? So if you measure water and it's not curving, then you can extrapolate a uncurved level across 70% of the earth. Like you said, it's part of the earth. Therefore, 70% of the earth is level and flat, regardless of topography of the land, which is measured from sea level to the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, 13-mile differential, dude. So a 13-mile differential over 192 million square miles of level water, being 70% of that, means that the entire surface relative to sea level is between two horizontal planes from the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. That means it's flat, dude. In fact, it's very, very, very flat.
How can you prove that, though?
It's simple. You just go out and measure water, demonstrate it's flat, and then extrapolate the rest.
But how do I know the Earth is in curve?
I can tell you how you can do that. You go to a big lake, use a telescope horizontally, and try to find curvature. How about this lake? The largest one at the South America continent. No curvature found, like almost 70 miles away.
Okay.
You can go in July, it's the driest month of the year. Good weather conditions to do observations.
Okay, but for as far as I know, the waters that are resting are just going along with this planet.
I debunked gravity holding water down, remember?
Okay, what do you think gravity is? I really want to know what you think gravity is.
Listen, I concede with you that the surface of water is oriented as the same as the surface of the Earth. Now, how do we know that orientation? It's very simple. It's called horizontal, right? And if you are trying to level something and you're making it a variance between two parallel planes, and that tolerance is 192 million square miles versus 13 miles, okay, and the orientation of the water is horizontal, that can be demonstrated by measuring the water and showing that it's flat. And water is literally the standard of horizontal. Water is horizontal at the surface. That's known. That's a fact. That's unequivocal. That's definitional. Can't be argued. So you go and measure it, you demonstrate the water's flat, you extrapolate the physics out across the surface, you end up with a flat surface, oriented horizontally between two parallel planes.
My brain's hurting me.
How can that's in this with like it was a telescope. It was 4.2 feet from water level. If you make the counts, it's 2890 feet of missing curved.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Edgelord said his brain's hurting. Like, we've been putting a lot of information in here. Hopefully you've saved some of these links and stuff.
I mean,
so
I'm
you can
trying
look
to
over them, but yeah, I got
definitely
you.
trying to understand this. I'm not just here to like argue about it because I don't understand enough about flat like Earth theory. I'm really curious to understand it before I have any.
I'll help you understand.
Judgment
Yep,
on
I'll help you. I'll help you out, brother. So you're having a hard time understanding that water is flat and level, and that if water is flat and level, then the entire Earth's flat and level. So here, let me help you out. So when I go to a foundational site that I'm going to build a building on, okay, so what's the first thing I got to do? Survey it. Right? What's the second thing I got to do? Decide my height level. What's the third thing I got to do? Level the terrain to level. Right? So I want the house to be 3 feet above the road. So I survey and I find out this hill is 5 feet high. And then there's a little ditch that's 2 feet below that. So I need to add dirt here and take away dirt there. And then I just keep making the dirt level until it's level. Now, if I'm going to pour cement in there, right, cement is just going to flow out, right? And it's just going to kind of fall down into a square in my form. and it's going to reach a height, and then it's going to stop. And that height that it reaches, if I put a string line around it, it's going to be level. And then if I take water and I fill on top of the cement, the trough of water that I put on top of the cement, that will be level. Okay, so I want to submit to you, friend, that you know what level means. You know what horizontal means. You know this for a fact. If somebody tells you, can you level that picture, you don't go over to it and put it crooked. You put it naturally horizontal. You know what these words mean. You know how this is. You know this is reality.
I mean, I understand that perspective. I mean, I understand that. It feels like that. It feels like common sense. On that level, it feels like common sense. Of course, you know.
Absolutely.
Of course, it is level.
Yeah, perfect.
But
So now scale it up. Scale it up from out. Hold on, friend. Scale it up from outside my job site. When does level not become level? When does horizontal not become horizontal? Everywhere I've ever gone, friend, it's always been horizontal. Everywhere I have ever gone, it's always been level. There's never been a difference. So can you tell me when it stops being that and it becomes something else?
Well, the Earth is not a perfect surface, so it would not assume to be like.
Yeah. So if that's a claim, but that's not what I asked. What I asked is when does that change?
When does it?
Or where?
When do you start to see?
When or where does horizontal change?
If you're like high up.
Right, so if I'm working on the 100th floor of a skyscraper, all of a sudden I don't have to make the floors level? I have to tilt them or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
But I'm saying if you're high up, I'm going to say I would assume that the horizon is farther.
Okay, so if you're high up, the distance to you seeing the horizon, which is horizontal, which we've already been asking the question, right? So you're just seeing horizontal from a different vantage point. So how does that change what horizontal is by nature?
It feels like I feel like I'm like a two-dimensional creature is trying to describe to me what a circle looks like, because you're not going to see it from that perspective. It's that it's like the more like if you were to extend.
I don't care, dude. I don't care that I asked you when.
Like, okay, let's say you were on. But let's say you were on like Mars, which is not as big as Earth.
No, dude. No. You're not going to be allowed to go anywhere but the Earth. I asked you. Everywhere I go, horizontal is horizontal, level is level. I've never been on a job site where it was otherwise. I've never built a building where it was otherwise. So I'm asking you, on the Earth, when does horizontal stop being horizontal?
It never does. Realistically speaking.
Right. Correct. And the standard of horizontal is the surface of water meeting the sky. The surface of water, right? The highest surface of water that's all over the Earth meets the sky. That mean line is called sea level. And that sea level is horizontal by definition. And if you can measure water and demonstrate that it's not curving, then that means that there's no curve to the whole surface of water. And so that means that all the Earth is measured off of a horizontal mean line to the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, dude. And if you draw that out, you'll see that only equals one thing, and that's flat.
I'm sorry. The Mariana Trench and what?
Yeah, the Mariana Trench is supposedly the deepest part of the surface of the Earth, and Everest is supposedly the tallest part of the surface of the Earth. Both measured from sea level. They have a 13-mile swing from tip to trough. So the highest tip to the bottom of the trench in the ocean is 13 miles.
Okay. What does that tell
so
me?
If you have, well, let me put it in perspective. So if you build things out of metal, especially fabricating, you'll buy what's called a surface plate. And a surface plate is an engineered piece of granite, usually, that is designed to be very flat on the surface. And so it has a tolerance on the surface. Now, if you look at it through a microscope, you can see microscopic crags and stuff. But it's actually flat out to like the 4th or 5th decimal place, depending on the quality and the amount of money you're willing to spend, right? So it's like 0.00045, I think, or 54 on the Starrett surface plates that they sell. They're like $8,000 for a piece of this granite, dude. Super flat. So if you imagine the Earth being one of these surface plates, the Earth would be 1 decimal place less flat than a Starrett surface plate, than an engineered flat surface. Because 192 million square miles and a 13-mile differential on the surface, all off the horizontal sea level, is a very, very flat surface. Not quite as flat as a surface plate engineered by Starrett, but rest assured, still very, very flat.
Yeah, it's not, perfect, I guess.
Right, but guess what? I agree with you. It's not perfect, and that's why the definition of flat that we use in humanity, not in idealistic geometry, is the surface tolerance is between 2 parallel planes where the extent of the width is much greater than the extent of the height. That is the mechanical functional definition of flat, and the Earth fits that definition.
You can go deeper. What if you went deeper than Mariana Trench?
No. One more time, bro. Follow me. Surface.
The surface.
Yeah, so for example, a surface plate that you buy from Starrett could be 2 inches thick, it could be 10 inches thick. The thickness of it is not really relevant to the surface that you're going to be measuring your metal against. So you could buy a 10-inch thick surface plate, but it's still going to be 0.00054 flat, the same as a 1-inch thick surface plate. Because it's about the surface, not about the depth of the whole structure. You see what I mean?
Okay. But that's, yeah, I guess. But if nothing is perfectly flat, let's say you have something that's not perfectly flat, and it just keeps going for a long period of time. What do you think is going to happen?
What? I don't even know what that means, bro. Keeps going. You gotta define it. Define it a little.
Let's say you have a line. Like, let's say you're drawing a magical line, and it's not a straight line, but you're like, I want it to keep going. It'll probably change. It'll escalately, like. I'm just. I don't know.
Yeah, bro.
You guys ruined him. Yeah, you ruined him.
You've broken my brain because I can't argue gravity. I cannot argue gravity because none of you know.
Yeah, we know. No, what? Doesn't matter, dude. Gravity proves the Earth flat anyway, so who cares? Anyway, what I'm trying to point out to you.
How?
Just listen for a second, dude. We already took gravity off the table. Let's just not talk about it. What I want to talk about to you is if you take water and you tilt it, what happens? It flows, correct? It flows to the lesser equilibrium point. So we know that you can't have a line of water that is going up and going down unless it's a wave. You follow?
Okay.
So there is no slightly flat line of water that ends up curving at one end. It doesn't even make sense.
It's not that. But if you believe in what I believe, in my perspective, everything in the universe.
Hang on. Yeah, hold on. Let's be clear. In your faith. I don't want to discredit your faith. So in your faith, I agree with you. In your faith, you're correct.
All right, whatever you want to call it. It is. Our things want to settle, right? Everything wants to settle. Water wants to settle. In this universe, things want to settle.
Okay.
And that's like if you were to have a giant ball of and just pour water on this ball in space, that water is going to want to settle. No matter how big that ball is, it's going to
I
want...
debunked your water ball in a vacuum of space about an hour ago. You keep forgetting that, or you're
but that's
resetting or
different.
something.
That is different. That's different.
It's not different.
I'm not talking about just a random asteroid. I'm talking about something that has pressurized.
I'm talking about Earth.
No.
Debunked in outer
It's something
space.
with an atmosphere.
All right, don't get too hectic, friends. But don't get too hectic. How about we stop talking about stories and we actually talk about reality? So when I take a ball and I pour water on it, it flows off the sides. Now, if I take a ball that has a hole in it on the top, like what is those balls? Bowling. The bowling balls have a finger hole. Now, if I orient the finger hole to the top of the ball and I pour water into it, guess what happens? It fills the hole, and the surface of the water reaches equilibrium, horizontally arranged and flat. So thank you for proving the Earth is flat. You are correct. If you pour water on a ball, it proves the Earth is flat. Good job.
Okay. All right. Let me.
Friends, don't sound exasperated, bro. Please. What I just did there is I went to demonstrable reality, not stories. So I would like you to come back with demonstrable reality, not a story. Would that be fair?
I mean,
yeah.
Does water not? I mean, water's just gonna want to fill every vacuum, I guess. Not vacuum, but every vase, every cup. Doesn't matter what the size or shape is.
Water takes the shape of its container and will be level upon the surface. If the surface is open. Yep.
Yep, and air pressure holds the water down. Remember, you learned this about an hour ago?
Mm-hmm.
So the water on the surface is level.
It's leveled relative to this planet, yes.
It's level, which means horizontal. The surface of the water is orientated horizontally, perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, but that's visual.
No, that's measured. That's what we use it for. That's what it is. Horizontal is gained from the surface of the Earth. To be level with the world is to be parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, I got a problem. Did you just say that water level is visual, dude? So when I use a water level to level a house, I'm just doing a visual thing. I'm not actually leveling it. How does that even make sense, bro?
Okay, you know what those like? Okay, what about are you talking about like? You use like one of those bubble things, right?
No, that's a spirit level. A water level is when you use actual water, either in a trough or in a tube, because both ends of the end of the tube where they're held up are going to reach equilibrium and be at the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right. So
what do you think? Hold
on. A bubble level. Hold on. Real quick. A bubble level demonstrates level. A water level demonstrates level, and a water trough used for leveling demonstrates level. So water is level, bro. It's definitional.
This is like, I don't know.
Basic plumbing. This is what this is. Basic plumbing. The flow of water.
Basic plumbing. Yeah, the flow of water goes. Okay, if you believe what I believe, the flow of water goes along with the gravitational pull of this planet.
No, that's you inserting a story when observing the phenomena of the water flowing from high level to lower level. Like from one river at altitude down a river to the sea.
Oh, yeah. No worries, though. No worries, Jedi. Check this out. Watch this. Friend, I agree with you. In your worldview, you're correct. Now, how are you going to prove it to me? Simple. Go out, measure some curved water, bring it back to us, and show us. Now, the problem is you can't do that. We can go out and measure flat water. Then we can extrapolate the physics that you claimed, that gravity and water and the orientation of water is linked to gravity. And so if that's true, then that means that when I measure the water flat, there can only be one conclusion, that gravity operates in a manner which causes water to be flat. Therefore, gravity proves the Earth is flat, because when you measure water, it's flat. And based on everything I already said, you now know the answer to the question of why gravity proves the Earth is flat. Now you know.
But that I don't think that.
Hey, listen, friend, you told me that gravity makes water. Hold on, brother. No, just
because
follow
that
this
is
logic.
observation.
Hold on, brother. You told me gravity is what causes the water to be the shape it is. When you go out and measure water, it's flat. Therefore, according to you, gravity is causing the water to be flat. If that's true, then according to you and your claim, gravity proves the Earth is flat. That's your claim, not mine, bro.
Do you believe in gravity?
What do you mean by gravity, dude?
Do you think things fall?
Okay, if you say gravity means things fall, then
I'm not saying gravity means things fall. But I feel like you don't believe that things fall for the same reason the scientists believe things fall.
Oh, there you go. So now you've parsed it out into two different categories. Let me explain. At first, you said things fall. Then you said the reason why things fall. That's the difference. Everybody knows things fall, dude.
Okay. Why do you think things fall?
Coherence. Because things not falling would be retarded. And this world is designed to be enjoyed by rational minds, created by a rational mind, and a retarded world wouldn't make sense. Therefore, the will of the creator of this world is the reason why he ordered the world in the manner in which it did. So the reason is intelligibility of the world we live in.
You just mentioned the creator as if that's a further explanation, like an observational reason.
No, it's called intention. Things that have intention, dude, right, have reasons that are intended.
But I don't know that this thing has intention to exist.
What do you mean, dude? It's self-evident. But that's neither here nor there.
I don't know it has a reason to exist. Is that what you're saying? I feel like you worded that in such a way that was...
No, dude. No, friend. Hold on a second. Hold on, brother. That's the question you asked me. If you want to ask me a different question, what am I supposed to do? Yes? Why don't you try asking me the question you actually want to know, instead of me guessing what it is?
So you believe that this world was created?
No, dude, it's self-evident that it's created. I don't have to believe it.
Okay.
But what does that have to do with the point at hand? The point at hand is...
How can you prove
think
that?
You know... Hold on, friend. You think you know the cause of gravity. You think the cause of gravity is a giant ball. That's your claim. You think giant ball caused gravity.
No, I didn't say... It's not ball.
Okay.
The answer isn't ball. It's mass.
Okay, it's not ball? Okay, so a flat Earth mass causes gravity. Okay, then what?
It builds upon itself. And I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
I don't know, dude. You told me that gravity causes the water to take the shape it does. We already told you that water measures flat. So if gravity is doing any of these things, then, and you say mass is the cause, then mass causes the Earth to be flat.
Well, the more mass an object has, the more gravity it has.
Right, so the more mass the Earth has, right. So the more mass the Earth has, the flatter it is. That must be why all the water's flat. Makes perfect sense to me.
He reset. You reset, dude. Yeah, you reset. You're back to gravity makes things flat. And
yeah, but everything has a gravitational pull. It's been measured.
No,
it has not been measured.
No.
So I don't have gravity. I don't have a gravitation.
So you can just forget about gravity. Think about something else. Think maybe there's invisible elves holding you down since you want to float away so bad. But it isn't some magical strings from the center of Earth pulling and tugging on you.
No, it exists because it had a reason to exist. It exists because it insists upon itself to exist. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
What?
You're saying it was created.
Yeah, this place was created. Air pressure proves that. Sorry.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess so. Not like I don't know what you're talking about. I want to know why you believe things fall on its own.
Okay, can you explain?
There's no basis
how about you explain why eagles go up?
Nobody said they fall. Nobody said they just fall for no reason, dude. Who said that?
Then what causes them to fall? What causes the action
helium
to fall?
balloons to fall?
Yeah, check this out, friend. What if it's the case that none of us actually know the cause, including you? Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, but that's
what if
not an answer.
None of us. What if? Hold on a second. What if nobody knows the cause? What if alleged scientists who claim they know the cause actually don't know the cause because they don't have any experimental validation for their causal claim? What if it's actually the case? What if? No. I'm saying, what if it's actually the case that nobody can actually tell you what the cause is? What if that's the truth? Would that be a plausibility?
I wouldn't. I mean, if everyone's freaking wrong, I mean, sure. Everyone could be wrong and no one could have the right answer for me, but then that just gives me reason to find my own answer.
Well, how would you find your answer? What method would you use? Is there any kind of like methods that humans have used for these types of questions?
I mean, that's where I mean, if you believe what I believe, yeah, we have the tools to measure why things fall.
Methods. No, methods. No, there's no tool to measure why things fall, dude. There's no why tool. There's no tool that exists that's called the why tool, bro.
Obviously not. No, you can't figure out why. There's no way but
the tool points to a tiny elf. Yeah, it points to a tiny elf, and he's got a little string, like you are a helium balloon to the tiny elf, and he's holding on to you. That would be the why.
No, check this out. Hold on, friend. Radwin's claim is just as valid because the only thing Radwin could do at that point, if he followed your logic, is just measure the speed at which the tiny elf is pulling the thing. Right. And then say, the tiny elf is pulling it. Yeah, go ahead.
He pulls them roughly at the same speed. It fluctuates here and there. But he's an elf. Give him a break.
Yeah. What if he didn't wake up on time that day and he's like groggy and he just pulls it a little faster today?
So my explanation is perfectly logical. It's as logical as mass attracts mass and just pulls shit together by magic.
I mean, I understand that, but that for me, that is not for me, flat Earth theory is not a satisfying answer.
What? Flat Earth isn't a theory; it's a measurement. We went over this about two or 300 times.
But you can't tell me that the entire planet is this. It just works like that. But the entire thing works like that.
Space is fake. It's not a planet.
You can observe it. No, I mean, I'm not going to discredit the fact that you can observe it from where you're at. But to say that it does, that you can't see it from how far it is.
Right? You have a radius of your ball Earth. You know that value, the number of your radius? 3959. I just debunk you that in the Black Swan you can see at least the horizon is 10 miles. If you count, just 10 miles. Okay?
Yeah,
you know what that means?
He didn't want to do the math. We went over the math with him. He didn't like that part.
Yeah, but let me finish. So you know what that means? I just posted the math. It means that the radius is 67 times larger. We did debunk you already a long time ago. Okay?
I mean, that's fine.
Your radius cannot be 67 times larger. Okay? It's finished.
True. I think what we need to do, friends, is this kid.
I'm not trying to win this. Honestly, here's my thing. I'm not trying to win this argument. I'm really just trying to understand it. And that's why I'm trying to say, like, well, I disagree because of this. Because I really
You're fighting against understanding it, actually. You are fighting
I am.
everything to not understand it. You're trying to not understand it.
I mean, I'm puzzled by things because I don't understand.
You're puzzled by
where they're coming
reality.
from.
You're puzzled by everyday reality. What you walk through every day is now puzzling to you. Water being flat is a puzzle. It was never a puzzle before, but now it's a puzzle.
Yeah, because you know what I heard you say.
Yeah, because your worldview is very different from mine.
No, well, it's not actually. We experienced the same thing, right? But what I heard you say a moment ago was that you said that flat Earth theory is just.
T-Dub, you got charged headphones or something that's just dying on you?
Sorry, man. Sorry, I'll mute up. It's all good.
It's really bad.
Yeah, Edgelord, we get it that this is challenging your worldview, and you've been a very good sport. So I think it's cool. Yeah, you just
yeah.
And perhaps before you came in here, perhaps you didn't realize that there was quite a bit of substance to this argument debunking the globe. And so I'm glad that you're willing to examine the evidence, and hopefully you keep doing that.
I'm willing to understand it. I will read this, but I do have to, I will read about the math stuff. Not trying to
You might want to stay away from the math because that's a dead giveaway. You won't be able to work that out, and that'll make you sit in a corner and rock back and forth. So you might want to just deal with flat and level water, just easy stuff.
And maybe I'll come up with an equation that debunks it.
You won't.
But
you
until
won't.
then,
I did post it. You
maybe
did
not.
pay attention. I did post it. I'm going to post it again from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. Distance to the horizon. That's your formula. You go do observations and try to work it.
What were your plans for tomorrow? Because you're not going to get any sleep tonight.
This isn't something that's. Trust me, this isn't something that's going to keep me up.
Yeah, I've done this 1,000 times at least. Just this speech.
Yeah, so what Miguel has posted there, that's the
you've
math
made
that
it.
we've been talking about there, about the horizon and so on. What were you going to say?
Reading it. I was gonna say you've definitely challenged my view of how I would argue this conversation, because I've not been trying to strongly argue it. Of course, I feel like that's clear, but I feel, like you said, there is a lot of substance I do not understand about it, because I don't know.
No, you understand everything. You're just trying to figure out a way not to understand it, and I'm correct.
Yeah. Am I coming through any
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound better. You sound better, T-Dub. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, because earlier you said that for you the flat Earth theory it just isn't a good enough explanation, right? And I was thinking to myself, okay, to me that sounds like what you're saying is the idea that the Earth is flat is not a good enough explanation for the reason it observes and measures to be flat, which is just nonsensical to me. Like, you really need to think about what you're saying.
But it's not perfect flatness. If I view it, it doesn't observe to be perfect flatness because of the terrain, because of the sea level. The sea level is constantly changing.
Yeah, we have
it's the same from last 100 years. It hasn't changed. It's just an average. Zero is the average of the high tides and low tides, etc. It's just an average number, but it's the same zero. The zero never changes. Doesn't go down 2 more feet because the water's evaporating into the ozone and flying into outer space, and the sun's heating up everything. Nope, that's all false lies and drama.
So it doesn't. There's no high tide. So what is high tide and low tide?
No.
Then? How does that affect? How does
Yeah,
that
long period waves. They're big waves, long
How do
period
they
waves.
occur?
Air pressure.
Actually, I can
Hot
say
and cold pressure pressing down on water.
I can say a new thing from University
day.
of Southampton. Sorry,
How would you say to people
they did found chambers. Okay, on the ground there's chambers, and there's a mix of salt water and sweet water. So yeah, there's a lot of going on with tides.
That too.
There are zones that you don't have tides. They call it tidal modes.
And you know how you know that that's pressure pressing down on the water? Because when I remove the pressure from the top of the water turned into gas. If I add pressure, the water will move around. If I can add more. If I had a huge tank and I blew air down on one side of the tank of water, it would go down and the other side would make a wave, wouldn't it?
There's even wind. I'm gonna post it. Lake Erie. They call it shake. I don't know how to say it. I did post it.
Yeah, I live on Lake Erie. That's when it gets really windy, we see all kinds of crazy shit on the lake.
Exactly. I even saw a video. Some winds.
So if you go from where the E is in Lake Erie and go down by the blue well, no, not even that far. Probably where the white line crosses straight down from the E. That's about where my house is at. I can see that lake basically with my drone if I go up high enough.
The other day, we were talking at our main server with Corvo. In English, it's Crown. He's a Portuguese. He's living on Panama. AI was there too. He's a flat earth Portuguese guy living at Panama.
So yeah, it's a dynamic system. I mean, you've got temperature and fluctuation stuff happening within the ocean waters, right?
Yes, I did.
And it's driving movement of the waters, currents, right, and eddies. So there's other reasons which explain why water can dynamically move around and seem, the way it does.
Even air,
Kingsley, you're hot marking. Kingsley, can you hear us?
Yeah, wind is a primary reason why surface currents occur. So, yeah.
Even I did post it. Eagles, if they want to get more high altitude, they go to this, let's say, between quotes, thermal updrafts. These columns. So as the hot air is rising up, and at the same time there's cold air coming down. But they use these thermal updrafts to go up, just flattening the winds, and that's it. They go up. No gravity, pulling down.
Did you have any questions, other questions for us, Edgelord? What are your thoughts?
I'm just trying to analyze it.
Sure. Analyzing is good. We're in favor of that.
What do you think black holes are?
You know, it's pseudoscience. They never took a sample to test it, so it's pseudoscience. Another fairy tale story. You know, you can see it's CGI animation on television. You know, it's CGI animation, and they're doing assumptions on top of assumptions.
Oh yeah, I don't think it looks like that.
Yeah, you see, yeah.
I don't think
when you saw a black hole, it was on television, CGI animation. Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
You saw animation.
There are also pictures of data.
Yeah, did they took a sample and to test it? No. So they are doing just assumptions.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's just assumptions.
Yes, you know, I did met a physics guy. It was 25 years ago, okay? And the guy said, you know, even talking about the sun, they have wrong assumptions about even what is the sun. So, and that guy, 25 years ago, I was a Glober. And he did said, you know, they found a barrier. And it makes sense, you know. How can you have gas pressure without a container? That's it.
Yeah, some of these other questions about the fantasy realm of outer space. It's not just flat earthers questioning that. There's a lot of so-called mainstream scientists who notice that these people are not using the scientific method. They're not making verifiable observations. Yeah. They're just kind of wildly speculating.
What about
there's a
the sun? Do you have a different view on why it burns? Or
it's irrelevant. Why making assumptions? Why making assumptions? If you want to test what is the sun, you know, you have to have a sample to test it. So what's the point of making assumptions?
Yeah, let me hit you real quick.
Predict what it could happen to it? I don't know.
Yeah, cool. Let me hit you real quick, bro. Are you aware that the latest hotness that the sun is made of a giant liquid metal? You ever heard that?
I mean, the core that's like iron and stuff like that.
No. No, that's the lore of the heliocentric model is that the Earth has an iron core, not the sun, dude.
No, but no. I think it's once the sun starts gaining iron, it changes. But I know that it has like a core.
Right, so you're not up to speed on the latest hotness then. Gotcha.
But which are you talking about?
You gotta look into that. Liquid metallic sun. Look that up. Research it. It's going to be interesting for you. And some of the guys who are going down that track, what they basically did is they listened to the story that everyone else says. But by spectral lines, you can determine what the sun's made out of, what it's doing. They looked at the spectral lines and they found out, wait a minute, these spectral lines can't possibly be congruent with the story that I was told. So the sun must be something else. And that wasn't flat earthers that did that. Okay. That's just regular dudes that are involved in the sciences who have advanced degrees who are interested in the topic. You know, you can look it up.
So it's liquid metal hydrogen, like the entire sun, you think?
no, dude. Why don't you go watch their stuff and see what they have to say?
Who am I watching?
Dude, what? I gotta do all the work, bro.
I mean, I don't know. This is not something I researched because it's not my.
Bro, I am planking. Do you know what that means? That means I'm holding my body perfectly horizontal off the edge of a roof, using my tiptoes to grip the edge of the roof so I can reach 5.5 feet out to paint this little spot right here. Okay? I can't be bothered to pull up a link right now, okay?
All right.
Yeah, you knew what horizontal meant when I said it there, didn't you? Please don't do that, Ayoy. I'm sorry.
I mean, I've been pwned, I guess.
No, bro. It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
about,
you've
it's not
been.
about you getting
Go
pwned.
ahead.
Hold on, real quick. It's not about you getting pwned. It's just you're learning new things. You know, your eyes are opening to new ideas. It's not like anyone's trying to pwn you, bro. But
I get it.
That's the same thing I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, you're being, your eyes are being open to like new ways of looking at things, and yeah, what he was just talking about. You could research. He gave you the terms. You could research about the composition of the sun, and yeah, if you're interested in black holes, there's a lot of people challenging the concept of black holes and dark matter that are not flat earthers, because some of these things are purely mathematical constructs and they don't have anything to back them up. I mean, in fact, just the whole concept of dark matter in particular was just, a mathematical construct invented because they were recognizing that their equations weren't really working. So then they just came up with this kind of little cheat to explain it. I mean, that's all they do. They just come up with stories and they.
In a way, it is based on something they don't understand, and we still don't understand it if it is even like how you believe it is, if it is even a thing.
No, bro. Did you miss what she said? It's not about they don't understand. Here's what the problem is, bro. They made claims about the nature of the universe based on what you believe is gravity. They then made all these grandiose claims about how the universe works. And it turns out that their claims don't jive with their idea of what gravity is because there isn't enough mass in the entire universe to get the result that they need. So rather than concede that they were wrong, they just made up an exotic form of matter to fill in the mass, dude. Completely out of their butts.
I mean, I don't know about that. But so they just base it off of nothing? They just pull it out of their ass? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, it's based on their original claim that their genesis story of how the Earth got here is that gravity pulls the accretion disks into globes because it all came out of the Big Bang's butt, and then it needed to gravitate together, yada, yada, yada. That cosmogenical religion requires certain things to happen in the future, like for the universe to operate a certain way according to their claims. The universe doesn't operate the way according to their claims. So rather than abandon their retard claims, they decided, let's just make up something to fill in the gap. Even though we've never measured it, never seen it, never anything, but we need it to save our worldview, therefore it exists.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically what we've been trying to get across from you the whole time. I think it was Overlord or somebody was saying that to you earlier, Edgelord, that the reason why some of this stuff is kind of scrambling your brain is because you're so married to this globe idea that you have to try to figure out a way that it can still work because you just want to cling to that because it's a fairly common human condition that people don't like to admit when they're wrong. And, that's basically what's happened in a lot of these scenarios.
I don't feel wrong. I feel like I'm have trouble grasping a new idea, that I need more time to understand why people believe in this, what is exactly, like, obviously I'm getting that, but also this is something I need to research more because it is something I don't understand on the level that I understand my own world.
That's good. That's what we would expect anyone to do in their right mind, not just take our word for things. Research, do their own investigation.
T-Dub put some videos there. He did some nice research for you about other ideas about the sun.
It was just a simple YouTube search.
Hey, this has nothing to do with the guest that's present, but did you guys ever notice how when Glovers are trying to talk to us, they're experts at Google, but when we tell them to Google something, it's like they lose their minds and the ability to do so?
Yeah, it's often the case, yeah.
I mean, when I usually ask where people got it from, it's because I'm not. It's because I want to understand like what information they got from, rather than like. Sorry, I'm looking at the video as well. The reason I ask for like, oh, where'd you get that from? Is because like I don't want to like look something up and feel like I'm getting the wrong kind of information. I'm like, is this even what they're talking about?
Sorry. I was going to say earlier too, like, there's a whole group out there who they like the idea of an electric universe, right? So they don't conform to the mainstream view of cosmology. They think that it's all electrical, plasmatic and electrical. Like even that they think that the craters on the moon were formed by electrical impulses or electrical pulses of some sort, like lightning or whatever, rather than meteor impacts. All sorts of weird stuff. Like, yeah, there's all different sorts of views out there once you start looking into it. It's just a matter
I totally
of,
forgot about that. Yep.
Yeah,
I was actually reading a book called The Electric Universe. I think that's what it was called. Like not long before I came into Flat Earth, and then I don't even know where that book is. Probably in a box somewhere.
I mean, there's academics too that I guess they get to a certain point in their life, they feel like they've got nothing to lose, right? No reputation or a well-established career to put on the line, and they start, talking about what they really think about or theorize about, right? And so there's some of them, sort of people out there too, because often it is the case that an academic might have an alternative view, something that is contradictory to the mainstream, and they won't voice it. They won't publish any material on it because in fear of their reputation being sullied. They want their tenure and all that sort of stuff, so they don't voice those opinions or their research or whatever it is that they're thinking,
Yeah, hold on, friend. I don't want you to get it twisted that what he just mentioned was just opinions. These guys actually have research. They have tests. They have all kinds of papers, data, evidence. They don't publish because they're afraid of being criticized by heliocentric religious zealots who will punish them for going against the status quo. In fact, there's numerous documentaries out there you can watch where professors will talk about how they got blacklisted because they went up against Einsteinian theories or Darwinian theories. Not that they're any kind of scientific theories. They're theories in the sense of, I imagine this is the way the world was. Because there's no scientific evidence for either any Einsteinian paradigm or Darwinian paradigm. But if you publish against that, you're scrutinized into a level you're blacklisted. Numerous people have been that way. Fired from jobs, denied tenure, etc., etc. So it isn't the case that this quote-unquote science is just dispassionate and searching for the truth. No, there's an agenda, there's a bias, and people who go against it suffer consequences.
Yep. So even though you're told that academia is the free and open exchange of ideas, that isn't actually the reality. It's the mad search for grant money and then conforming to the ideas of a very, very narrow mindset in most fields.
Yeah, that's a good post there too, Sesu. That is something that you should take on board too. Sorry, what's your name? Edgelord. That often we get these theoretical physicists and experts in their field, cosmology or whatever, coming out and saying things such as what's been posted there in the side chat by Sesu, the last post, where they'll emphasize just how just how lacking in knowledge they really are, and the a large portion of what they're doing is purely speculation. For the most part, it's pure speculation. Very little of it is anything that you could take into a lab and verify. You know what I mean? Scientifically.
What would you say they have a basis for where they have their system?
Like what? Yeah.
Like, it's not perfect, but there is a basis where they're getting their data.
For what? Specifically?
What data, bro? You mean like data of how old the T-Rex is? So the Tyrannosaurus Rex is supposed to be in the millions upon millions of years extinct. Yet Dr. Mary Schweitzer found the T-Rex with soft tissue inside. That means it can, with blood, that means it can only be 50,000 years old, according to the decay rates of those biomaterials.
That's a different argument, but...
Well, guess what happened to her? She tried to talk about it. Guess what happened to her? She got blackballed. So a lot of these scientists that you think have data, dude, they're fudging it because they want to conform. They have predispositional, religious, philosophical, and personal biases, right?
Would you say you have no bias?
No, nobody doesn't have any bias, dude, but it's a matter of how you go about scrutinizing yourself and the information that you have available to you. So, for example, most Globers don't scrutinize anything. They just attach themselves to some establishment or some authority, and they say that those guys did it. I'm going to trust what they say. That's pretty much the standard run-of-the-mill human being these days.
Yeah, because if majority is tested a certain way, then then the norm seems to be correct. Which is why a lot of people...
No, it's not the case, dude. It's not the case that it actually is tested in the way which people think it is. People are taught science. They're taught the veracity of these types of endeavors. They're then told that these other things are science, and they take the merits of science and they put it on a bunch of nonsense. And they don't scrutinize it themselves, so they think they're being presented with something that went through scientific rigor and actual measurements and actual experiments. But what they're actually getting is a bunch of stories from retards who are trying to get more grant money.
I mean, that in itself, I don't know. That sounds like a biased view of it. If you're calling people who study this like for long periods of time, retards.
No, dude. Look up the peer review crisis. Look it up. 99%. I think they said almost 99% of stuff that's peer reviewed isn't duplicated. That means it's just a bunch of people agreeing with each other without actually testing each other. Okay? There's demonstrable evidence that what I'm saying is true, dude. So it's not a bias, dude. So that's the difference. You think what I'm saying is a bias, but I just looked at the fact that people are not actually doing science. And they're saying they are, but they're not.
Yeah, just in the area.
No, you go first.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to put in the chat, like back in 2008, Ben Stein came up with this documentary, Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. I think my daughter was in middle school back then. I took her to see that because she was college bound, and she did become a nurse and everything, but we went to see it in the theater. Quantum Eraser, one of our Flat Earth compatriots, just did a review of it, but anyway, if you're interested, there's a lot of good information in here confirming what AI Overlord and others were saying, that this one focuses in particular about evolution and how a lot of what is proposed in there is not scientific, not verified, and so on. But it's a common misconception that it sounds like you have, that, you know, if there was evidence for all of these various challenges to the mainstream pseudoscientific, mostly political and monetary-based narrative, that, you know, that people would be protesting that, but that's not the case, because this gives several real examples where people try to challenge some of this dogma, which is mainly just a belief, and they are, like Overlord was saying, blackballed, can't get a job, so on and so forth. And all they're doing is quietly saying, oh, well, look at this evidence over here that doesn't seem to back up what we're proposing here in the university, and they're just not allowed. They're just not allowed to do that. And that's just one field, you know, in the area of biology and evolution in particular. But it's the same thing with a lot of other fields as well.
Speaking of blackball, I think Quantum Eraser is qualified enough to be cited on this topic because he's a biochemist. So you can actually go to a website, globeterminator.com, and you can look into all of his claims and his proofs of all of his claims. So globeterminator.com.
I was about to say that or not. He's got evidence, it's not just claims.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Put that. I mean, I could put his site and then, you know, the video you guys did analyzing that documentary. I think that would be good. That's a good source. I'll put that up there.
Yeah, but don't forget, friends, that documentary needs to be watched just by itself. Then watch some scrutiny after the fact, because it's actually well presented, and the people who are talking are just like, a lot of them are just giving their stories of what they faced trying to go up against this paradigm and how they were, you know, basically shunned, blackballed, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what else? At the end, for all of you out there who might be interested, Ben Stein punks Richard Dawkins hardcore. Makes Richard Dawkins look like an absolute fool. It's hilarious.
Is that where the movie from which the clips where we see him interviewing Dawkins is from? Because I've seen little clips of him interviewing Dawkins, right? Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so he basically gets him to agree. He's like, oh, so you agree that, you know, life on Earth could be or may be or you know, probably is intelligently designed. And Dawkins is like, yeah, I could see that point, but only if it was intelligently designed by aliens that evolved somewhere else. And then Ben Stein was like looking at him like, dude, you're just kicking the can down the road like a chump, bro. You just got played, fool.
Right, because then you have to explain their intelligent existence, right? So there was a race of aliens even greater in intelligence than them, that designed them.
Yeah. And it gets worse because Dawkins went on after that, many years after that, to basically admit that he will not accept any evidence for a God. He'll remain an atheist because any evidence that points to God he will dismiss. He basically said it. So literally intellectually dishonest. And by the way, all the four horsemen of atheism, they all had a falling out like that, with the exception of Hitchens, who died before he could become a full retard. Bloom.
How is him refusing any evidence for God intellectually dishonest? If he's because he's just stubborn to just ignore it completely.
No. The nature in which he said, the manner in which he said he would refuse the evidence. It's like a logical deduction that even if he had true evidence, he would intentionally explain it away with some other mechanism. Like, oh, it's a delusion, or oh, it's just me. I'm on drugs, or whatever it is. No matter what it is, he will deny it.
The question you just asked answered your own question. So you asked if how is it biased that he won't accept evidence of something? Like, that's a bias right there on its face.
But I mean, like, not even considering reading. I don't know.
There you have it.
I just think, like, could you even scientifically prove that? Well, the existence of a God.
Yeah, it's easy.
Oh, there's another thing that you can visit, globeterminator.com. He has scientific proof of a creator. There you go.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, there's also many other actually practicing quote unquote career scientists who also have similar proofs, and a lot of it's based on the semiotic relationship between information and the knower. Okay, so the sentient mind and information in the knower are essential to reality existing in the first order. That means you must have sentience first before you can have subsequent reality. So you can't have matter, time, energy without sentience in the first order. Now, you may say, wow, that's exactly what a theist would say. No. You see, the problem is I didn't just quote a theist. I just quoted an evolutionary biologist who wrote a book about it. It's funny how that works. So atheists, I don't know if he's an atheist, but he's definitely into evolution and into all that mumbo jumbo. And he came to the conclusion, after looking into all the science, talking to all his physicist friends, etc., who all believe in evolution, that when you actually do experiments on time, matter, and energy in decreasing states, you end up finding out that sentience must exist before those things can exist. That's his conclusion, not mine. So if you want to be on the cutting edge of science,
I don't know how you scientifically come up to that conclusion.
Yeah, dude. I'm glad
your own
asked.
personal observation.
I'm glad you asked. Why don't you read his book or watch the interview? I'll tell you all about it. It's called Lex Friedman Interviews. He interviews Donald Hoffman, and he talks all about it. And his book is called The Case Against Reality. And if you watch the interview with Friedman, he'll explain it all. How sentience must exist first before the material universe can exist.
Again?
Lex Friedman is the host of the podcast. He does podcasts like this. He's kind of like a Joe Rogan type of guy. He does all kinds of different people on his podcast. But he's a little more serious in the sciencey type stuff. And he invites a lot of scientists, cutting edge dudes, physicists, guys who invented things, all this kind of stuff. And the guest is Donald Hoffman. So if you watch that episode, you'll be enlightened. You're going to love it because part of the reason why he comes to his conclusion has to do with space-time, which you think is the cause of gravity. So you have to believe what he says because he's a scientist and he believes in gravity like you do. So I guess it's checkmate.
Well, I mean, I don't have to believe in anything he says. I could definitely take into consideration. I'm not saying that, like, I mean, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. Definitely something to look at.
Let me tell you why he thinks he's so right. Let me tell you why he thinks he's right. Do you want to know why?
Okay.
Because his conclusions are based on experiments. Not based on opinions, but experiments.
That's the science bit.
Does he
In fact, I
explain
think his
science?
Yeah, he talks all. Dude, it's like a 3-hour interview, dude. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm just watching like a 16-minute bit.
Dude, you got to watch the entire podcast, bro. What is this, lightweight
Where do
hour?
I find it? Because I looked it up on YouTube and it's like not the first.
I don't know. I
no,
just put a
think it's
link
the
in there. I
first-
think
it's the
that's
first
the what? Is it this number 2,
Yeah,
number
that one right there.
3?
Donald
Yeah.
Hoffman, reality is an illusion. Now, listen, the sentence reality is an illusion is a sentence that says that if reality is an illusion is of the mind, then in order for reality to be an illusion, the mind must exist in the first instance, right? So right there, you got a clue to where he's going with this. Yeah, so he arrives at eternal sentient agency is the necessary condition for the material universe to exist. Okay, that's his arrival, his conclusion. Now, does that mean he automatically says, oh, therefore I believe in specific theism? No, that's not exactly what he means. But you're just going to have to watch it if you want to know more.
Is he a flat earther?
It doesn't matter, dude. I told you he's an evolutionary biologist. And evolutionary
No, I know. I'm
biologists
just
are
curious if he is.
Listen to me. Hold on, bro. I just want to point it out that evolutionary biologists are literally God tier in the heliocentric worldview. So this guy is like the meat and potatoes here, okay? No, he's not a flat earther, dude. For goodness sakes. Not that it's relevant.
No, it's
In fact, yes, friend, but if you didn't notice that I highlighted what I was saying by saying it and then saying I'm not quoting a flat earther or I'm not quoting a this or that, I'm quoting an evolutionary biologist. Now, to be fair, I didn't really make it too explicit, but I was quoting a hostile witness. In other words, it's a person who doesn't agree with my worldview, but his conclusions are congruent with parts of my worldview that are deleterious to the mainstream heliocentric worldview. So I use it as a foil to demonstrate my points.
Okay.
Because like a lot of people come in here and they'll laugh at me when I say like sentience must exist before the material world can exist. They, oh, that's just what a theist, stupid flat earther would say. I'd say, no, dude, that's actually a quote from a evolutionary biologist who is a scientist and believes in the heliocentric model. So you should be bowing down to his science power.
I mean, if it's any if it's any fairness, I do have some like I do speculate on that if a spirit or not a spirit, what you would call it, a consciousness it exists before this. If it's like if our consciousness is like, and this is just what I'm thinking off the like pulling out of my ass, if it's just, you know, repurposed energy that our consciousness is. I don't know if that's anything he's talking about. I'm just saying.
No, it's the other way around, dude. No, it's the other way around. It's the material, the material, temporal, and energetic world is a repurposed form of the energy of consciousness, not the other way around. Consciousness exists eternally. And then the manifestation of the physical and natural world comes from consciousness. Not that the physical and natural world exists eternally and the energy within it give rise to consciousness. It's the cart before the horse, okay? You see what I mean?
Like it's there, but it's not how we perceive it.
No, it's like this, dude. Either everything started dead. Well, there's three options. Either the physical and natural world is contemporaneous and eternal with sentient agents, or the physical and natural world came first and sentient agents came later, or sentient agents exist eternally and then the physical and natural world came later. That's pretty much the three main big points that are going to be talked about, I believe, in this podcast. And so he's saying that according to the data from the experiments, the only conclusion that we can reach is that sentience has to be eternal because it's the grounding for the physical and natural world. In other words, friend, you can't even have time itself without sentient agency existing in the first instance. So you can't even have events without sentient agency existing in the first instance.
Even someone like, I don't know if this sounds off thought, like, or this goes along with it, but I do remember this, like, quote from deGrasse Tyson that was basically like, the way that we perceive reality is not reality. It is, how our brain is processing the outside world.
Who else is supposed to witness reality? Who else?
I don't know.
Okay, so we're the most intelligent beings on Earth. We are witnessing reality and actually applying a method to figure out cause and effect in nature. So we are the most qualified people to tell you what is causing these effects in nature when we can figure that out.
Yeah, but we're still not perfect in our.
Didn't say we. I wouldn't say that we were.
No.
I would say that we're the most qualified.
Okay.
Miss Nail's point. I was trying to explain that what he said in information and intelligence is at the bottom of everything. That must exist for reality to take hold. The laws require the information that's carried within these physical structures to then do this, that, and the other in the way that we see them must have come from intelligence because the information's there.
Yeah, and the information has to be something that can be transported from one intelligent being to another. Otherwise, it's meaningless. So the reason why it has meaning is because we are intelligent beings that can understand it. So where is it coming from?
Information is transmission of knowledge and intelligence.
Precisely. Exactly. That was better worded than what I said.
Yeah, and the convention has to exist simultaneously, right? And be known by the sender. Otherwise, it's irrelevant to the receiver, right? So that begs the question that in order for it to exist at all, the sender must pre-exist. So the sender itself is preordinate to information. And since we know that the sender must be intelligent, then that means that intelligence, or the sentient agent itself, is preeminent on all reality. And guess who agrees with me? Lex, the guy on Lex Friedman's podcast, who's an evolutionary biologist. And I said the word evolution, and therefore he's a scientist, and you have to believe him. I rest my case.
I just have one question. What is evolution?
Exactly. I rest my case.
Are you asking, like, serious or?
Yeah, seriously, what is it? And if you can define it very properly and concisely, then I would need you to give me the scientific theory of evolution. after that?
I mean, I could say that evolution is the state, the change of living things over a period of time, but not necessarily like, but it's like a gradual change.
So now you're going to have to
hold on,
give
Flatsy, hold on. Flatsy, hold on a second. No, hold on, friend. Hold on. According to that, I'm getting older, so therefore I'm evolving.
No. That's not what it is. What evolution is when, like, okay, let's say you have a kid, your kid has a mutation, like whether it's maybe white hair, purple eyes, I'm just making shit up, and that becomes an inherent trait. And sometime in the future, that kid has other kids, and those traits become passed on. And that is a way of mutations coming around. What evolution is the phenomenon where a living thing passes on mutations that end up changing that species to become very, like, over a long period of time and gradually affecting
Can I step in?
Sure.
I do want I need to ask a clarifying question, because in the whole paradigm of what you're talking about, some things are dormant and things are dominant. So what is being passed on can either be something that's dormant or dominant. These genes that you're talking about are expressed in certain ways given the reproductive status. So it's not necessarily a mutation, because a mutation would mean something devolving, right? So it would mean something is wrong.
Not necessarily. A mutation is not a devolving.
But you got to consider what I said before. Consider what I said before, because genes can be
traits are it's different. It's different. I understand that. But what I mean is these things it's something that is passed down. Evolution isn't something that is a living thing. It's in itself changing, but their offspring having different results.
Okay, so what instance? Yeah, okay, so what instance is a mutation something that's positive?
When it affects you in your environment and you
something observed that's positive, something that you can observe right now, a mutation that we have right now that can be observed, that is a mutation that's positive.
Thumbs.
No, I'm saying observed to occur, like occurring mutation.
No, well, it's not something you can observe like that, because it just changes over time. I guess one thing you can kind of see is like we have tailbones, but
changing the DNA sequence.
So
when the DNA sequence changes. The mutation, that's the DNA sequence changing. It's not observed over time arbitrarily. No, it's when the DNA sequence changes. Something turns on or off.
Yeah, and that's passed down.
Yeah, okay, in that way, yeah, over time, but the sequence is observed as the sequence changes. That's what a mutation is, right? A change in the DNA structure, a change in the information. The information is yes or no.
Sure.
Cool. So changing something, saying yes or no, is evolution, because the components that are there designed to turn on and off are turned on.
But repeat the last part.
So the components that are there, the information and the structure that is able to turn on the DNA structure. So when it turns on and off, you say that's evolution. The information that's designed to change has changed.
Yeah, well, the design.
The information.
The information is
Where
changing.
did that come from?
Of course. Where did evolution come from? Where did that DNA change come from?
Part of the trick within this question, hard to define evolution, and you're already down in the idea that this information is mutating and changing over time because the information came into existence somehow.
Because the DNA was altered. DNA. Okay, think of your body as like a giant computer, and code is being processed.
Yes,
code is constantly being processed, so that way the next computer has the same whatever, and a mutation, regardless positive or negative, is just a malfunction in a certain typo in this code, and it ends up becoming
evolution.
Wait, what?
Malfunctions of devolution. You said a malfunction.
No,
It's
whatever.
not evolution.
Like, I'm just saying a change in the DNA, right?
Yes.
A change in that code.
The information. Yeah.
A change in that code. It just happens, and it probably happens.
It's designed to do that. If something's wrong, then that would be a devolution. Right? The chain of information is broken, doesn't work properly. But if it turns on and off like it's programmed to do so, then what you're saying that's evolution. No, that's just doing what it's programmed to do.
I see your point. No. I see what you mean. Because I would agree that it is doing what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to thrive and learn and adapt to its environment, and it does that. Well, not like evolution itself, but it ends up becoming something that is designed for the benefit of the creature.
Okay. So we're trying to determine whether evolution is the cause of changing biology over time. How we crawled out the sewer, for example, breathed air with lungs, looked with eyes, and how we adapted to our ever-changing environments. So how are we defining evolution?
How are we defining evolution? How would you define it?
I'm not making
Dude, hold on. Hold on, bro. He said it already. He said, if the code changes to be something that's advantageous, then it's designed for the benefit of the creature. Oh, wow. So you just proved there's a coder and a designer. Good job.
I could believe that. It's just a metaphor.
No, dude. Code, information, and design, are from minds. That's it. That's how it works. That's what they do. That's what it be. By definition, dude. Not even up for debate, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean...
Also, noticed you very first started with a living being, and then just described how it changed over time with using what its mechanics that it's supposed to do, that it's designed to do. And then when they point that out to you, it's like, well, okay, now what do? You have to go back to life began in a first instance. You don't have it.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue whether it was created or not. I'm agnostic. I'm not going to say one or the other. All I can say is I do believe in evolution. I believe that there is some way to. What do you mean?
You haven't defined it. Yeah, and a belief is thinking something without evidence.
I'm not a big voice here, but I'd say let's maybe leave him alone. Let him digest the first thing he's having trouble with. Not to leave him alone, but not kill everything.
Hey, I understand, dude. I understand what you mean. So, for example, if we talk too much about evolution, he's going to go away thinking about evolution rather than thinking about it was just demonstrated to him that water's flat and level. I understand.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, bro. How about this? How about this? How about you ask the questions and we'll give you the answers rather than the other way around?
Relating to flat Earth.
Yeah. You know, like how flat is it? You know, how'd you find out it was flat? What led you to the conclusion it was flat? Think questions like that, maybe. I don't know. Just a hint. You don't have to follow that script.
Can it be based on belief? Do you have a certain belief about the properties of Earth that you don't find in this study?
Me personally, no. All the properties that I think how the Earth operates are perfectly congruent with the Earth being flat. As a matter of fact, I told you earlier that even gravity, no matter which gravity you pick, regardless of the view about which gravity you're picking, is still congruent with the Earth being flat. So pretty much everything is congruent with the Earth being flat.
How big do you think the Earth is? Or do you think it's just something that goes on?
I err on this side. Look, I'm a specific theist, and what that means is that I have a claim about the specific God that exists, and that's the God of the Judeo-Christian paradigm or the Bible. And in the Bible, the God of that scripture says, if you know the earth, how big it is, and you stretched a line across the whole earth, why don't you let me know, sucker? I'm paraphrasing a little bit. So in other words, God himself is basically telling mankind, no, you don't know the bounds of the reality. You don't know how things work. I'm God, you're not. Sit down, shut up.
It would be stupid to make a claim to the size of the Earth, or what either the entirety of reality from our minuscule point of view.
I agree your point of view is could be minuscule.
Compared to God who created it, yeah.
Sure.
Now, I would submit to you, friend, that not everyone in here is a specific theist that's a flat earther, and nor do they share my worldview. But I think they would all agree that it's logically untenable to think that a world which we haven't fully explored, that we can make claims about the full extent of it. I think every flat earther would agree.
Is there anyone here that is a flat earther and an atheist? I mean, I don't want anyone to call that doesn't want to be called out. I'm just wondering.
No. I mean, I might have seen one in 10 years struggling, but I think the conclusion when you turn around and ask the question, when you understand the Earth is flat and contained and blah, 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 when you ask the question, how did that get here then? You're kind of only left with that one answer that intelligence creates. It's kind of antithetical to the idea that the ball that came from a Big Bang, I suppose you could argue, exploded into existence all by itself. So nature created everything first, and then the biology and the consciousness came afterwards. You could argue that from a ball perspective, but on a flat Earth perspective, it's really do so.
Yeah, we've had 5 members of our community that were atheists and flat earthers. 2 ended up getting married. 1 ended up spazzing out and doing who knows what the heck. The other still hangs out in our main server trying to philosophize. And then the other one, I can't remember exactly who they are or what they did.
He's just he probably just got.
Anyone in here think it's density that causes things to go down?
That what? What'd you say?
Anyone in here thinks it's density that causes things to accelerate to the ground?
Nah, it's lack of buoyant force.
Trying to figure what you mean by that. You think?
Does anyone in here think density is the reason things accelerate towards the ground?
I heard what you said. I'm just trying to think. How is that what you think?
No.
Oh. Is that what you
Density
think?
doesn't cause anything.
Is that what you think we think?
Would I be asking the question? Does anyone think that? If I knew you think that?
And why ask that question?
Yeah. So then why ask?
Because I don't know what you guys think causes things
I know.
to accelerate to the
I
ground.
know. I'm not saying that you do or don't know, but that's why I said, do you think that we think that? Not doesn't matter if you know or not, but is that what you think we think?
Some people have said that in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody say that density causes things to fall to the earth.
I have heard that in here. I definitely have heard. So I'm not saying everyone believes that, but people have said that in here.
Okay.
That density causes things to fall to the earth.
Yes. Yes. Here have said that.
Then you're misunderstanding the person.
Yeah, that just doesn't even make how can that make something fall? Or is that what you're asking? Is that what you're trying to? Do you want an explanation from someone else's thoughts?
I think it's a pretty simple question. Does anyone in here think density is the reason things accelerate towards the ground? I think it's a pretty easy question to understand.
Yeah, I guess nobody in here does because no one has said yes.
Okay.
So I think that's the answer you're waiting to hear.
Well, I mean, it'd be better if people would say no, I don't think that.
I mean, let me help you. Everybody, a bit chaos on the mic.
I mean, everyone doesn't have to talk at once. You know?
Someone say my name?
Yeah, I was calling you earlier, India. I was wondering if
I was on a phone call, so I'm here.
No worries. No worries. I was saying that I was going to ask you if you saw that video that Peter made and tagged me, you, and Alpha.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched the video, dude. I'm not listening to him freaking. I watched like 30 seconds of the first one, and then I ain't watching this. Oh, dude, I can't say the word. Starts with an F and ends with a T and has two G's in it. Let's put it that way.
I got
I ain't
you.
watching that fucking shit, dude.
I got you. No, I added that Sarah McLachlan "Arms of an Angel" song to it. It's funny. I put it on my TikTok and also on my X.
Dude, I was like, listen, I'm like watching it, right? I'm like, man, why is this dude got the camera all the way on the ground? And I'm looking, man, I'm like, that ain't, like, that dude put the fucking camera on the ground so no one knows he's like 5'3". That's some bullshit, man.
He's hiding
No,
his
seriously. Yeah, dude, I think he's hiding his height. Because I looked at the chair, I'm like, that chair ain't that big. And then I'm like, okay, but see if his feet touch the ground. They barely touch the ground, and I'm like, what the fuck? The dude's like 5'3". He put the camera on the ground to hide his height. I'm like fucking Batman detective, dude, for camera shots. Like especially people like him, because he's all dressed up, right? That was it. Like he thought about that. He didn't just like, oh, I'm gonna make a video. I'll just throw the camera anywhere. He thought about the whole framing. He probably spent like 6 hours trying to frame that whole thing.
He put the globe next to him. He set up a desk.
Yeah, made sure the lighting was right, got the right angle. Like he was doing all sorts of shit.
You know, I think you're onto something. He might be small because he looks small in that chair. It looks like, like when you put a kid in a chair and the kid's small in it. You know what I mean? Like, it does kind of look small in it.
That's funny though, because no, go ahead. I get what Alpha was saying. How it's like it's sad. I kind of feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, dude. Like you said, he looks small.
Hey Nate, who did you hear say that density causes things to fall to the ground?
This was a while back, but I'm not lying. I'm not saying anyone here. I really don't remember the name. It might have been Nathan. I don't think I was talking to Nathan Oakley about this. I don't want to point anyone out.
I do
Yeah,
think it's just a misunderstanding of the conversation, to be honest.
I do strongly remember we were talking about gravity, and then their explanation was, well, it's density, not gravity. And yeah, that's kind of how the conversation went. I don't remember who it was.
No, I get. No, I hear what you're saying, but I think it's you're just misunderstand. They're just saying that it's density and buoyancy and stuff like that. That's the reason why. Like this thing's more dense than this, so that's why it goes down. Like I think that's probably what they were saying. Whoever was saying it. Yeah, I think that's a misinterpretation. But that's not what causes. Like it's not. There's you can't say what caused it. We don't know, but I guess that's where the argument comes in, right? Because you guys say we know what does that, but you're just saying that. Like you don't know that. And then gravity is just a word. You can say, snowflakes does it. It's just a word. But you're trying to claim, or Glober will try to claim, this is what caused it. Like you don't know that, and there's no valid experiment that can prove it. Because there's.
I just want to ask you what you think causes it.
Gravity. I don't think scientists can prove gravity right now, but I do believe them. Obviously, I can't prove it.
Right. Well, that's kind of that's why this exists. That's why there's this two sides of a coin where Globers believe in gravity, and that obviously there's a lot of Globers that still believe mass attracts mass, even though that was proven to be, even in your own paradigm, they proved it, quote unquote, to be wrong. It's still a falsehood. That's like a falsehood, debunking a falsehood. But I'm just saying, you guys are just stuck on this whole thing, and this is why this argument is always here.
What do you mean they proved it wrong?
So like they use mass attracting mass. They use mass attracting mass. That's the claim, right? That's the falsehood. And then they use another falsehood, bending of space-time, warping and bending of space and time. So they use one falsehood to debunk another falsehood, but they're still both falsehoods. You get what I'm saying?
No, they also say
is there like a paper from what institution did this testing? I'm curious.
What? Einstein? What do you mean?
You're saying Einstein contradicted himself then?
No, dude. See, do you even know the paradigm, bro? Okay. Who came up with mass attracts mass? Let's start there. Who did that?
Was that Newton?
Okay. So then, and who came up with the bending and warping of space-time?
That would be Einstein. But
okay. So then Einstein said, no, guys. It's not mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time. And there gave birth to the theory of relativity.
Sure, that's fair.
That's why you have. That's why.
What I'm trying to tell you is they're incompatible.
Okay, that's fair. We didn't understand it well during Newton's time in like the 1600s or whatever. I think science is constantly evolving, right? It's constantly improving upon itself. So I can accept that Newton was probably wrong about a lot of things.
They didn't use science.
But I guess my issue is, did we prove that gravity is wrong now? Like, what institutions that are respected by like the general public has now? That's kind of the thing, though.
They've never proved it was right.
I know they never proved. I know that about gravity. We don't understand it all. At least that's what they say.
And I'll tell you why. Because if you ask them, what's the experiment that causes like an object to fall? No one can say. No one can say what that experiment is. They conflate the cause with the effect. Right?
Well, my question
what causes time to fall? Gravity. How do you prove gravity? Drop something. That's circular.
My question, though, is from before with, I can't remember who said it, but that we proved that gravity was actually incorrect, our understanding of it. That's kind of what I heard, but.
No, the description of what, like, falling objects do, that is correct. That's little g. You don't need a theory of gravity to determine that. You just need to drop shit and measure how it falls.
I know, but I think an important claim was made before, saying basically that our own scientists disproved gravity, and I'm just curious if someone could lead me in the direction of where I can find that. That's what's important to me. I want to.
It's not proven.
I know. Well, they were saying it's wrong or whatever. That someone said that like 5 minutes ago or so. Not even.
Yeah, the
real problem is it's not a scientific theory. That's the problem. It's just crap.
Right. Well, I know. But what's important to me is now hearing this from people who believe that the Earth is a globe, and that's basically the claim I heard, is that people who are scientists that have been saying the Earth is a globe are now saying that gravity isn't real or whatever. I'll go back
They admit it's wrong, right? So they admit it's wrong at large scale. They admit it's wrong at small scale.
Sure.
Right.
So can you point me in the direction of them that?
Well, I mean, they're still like looking into it, right? So one of the alternate theories. Well, if you just type in like Google, right? Type in alternative theories of gravity, and you're going to get like 100. And they all technically work, right? They all make like the same predictions, but they have a different fundamental premise, right? They're founded on different principles.
Okay, so then we're going back on that statement then that the people who said that gravity was a thing are now like. It sounds like people claim that the people who are claiming that gravity was a thing is no longer a thing now. That's kind of what it sounds like, or what it sounded like from the person before.
No,
so I'm kind of
the problem with so the reason we're having a problem with the discussion is because conflation of the cause with the effect. We know the effect. We can observe things doing all sorts of things, right? We make the observations. We can plot them on a graph. We can do data fitting. We can make kinematic models. We can make dynamic models that fit the description so you can make predictions. But the explanations behind these descriptions, why any of it happens, all of those don't have any evidence to support it. Just because you have a mathematical description and you add a story to the words of the mathematics doesn't validate the explanation is true.
That's fine. I think we're talking about different things though, because I heard a claim
because
before
all you're saying
that,
is it works.
I heard
I'm saying you're saying it works, so it must be true. No.
I'm just asking about where the evidence is that the scientists who originally said that gravity is a thing are now walking back on their statements.
There's no scientists
that's easy to find, dude.
Oh, okay. So then
I'll give you an example.
Wrong.
Eric.
Well, we can talk about other stuff, but I was just curious about the scientists walking back on their statement of gravity.
Well, I'm going to give you a specific guide, specific theory, right? That is being farted around in the mainstream. So it's called emergent quantum gravity. Is the name of it.
Emergent quantum gravity.
And the name of the guy touting this theory, his name is Eric Verlinde, like Verlinde, Verlander or something like that. And it's kind of a heterodox theory. I'd say maybe, hasn't like the problem is the ability to test it, right? So a lot of these you have to be able to test the theory. So there's lots of theories, so like a lot of them aren't testable. Even the current ones are not testable.
Yeah, so I was saying that no scientists because they're not scientists. They're theoretical physicists and astronomers and whatnot.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just curious about the they that walked back on their statement. That's what I want to look into.
It wasn't a walk back. It was.
Or just said that it was false.
I'll give you an example where it has to be false, right? Where the current theories have to be false, and they know they're currently false. Is the rotational curves of galaxies, which is why dark matter exists. Dark matter exists just because the theory is 80% wrong.
Dark matter exists because their theories are wrong, you said?
Yes.
How is that the case?
Because the galaxies should be rotating at a certain rate, in the rate at which they're rotating, based upon the visible mass, it would fling off stars.
Why should galaxies rotate at a certain rate? Because
if you have a mass, right, you can calculate how fast it should rotate from the mass. How fast the outer stars should be orbiting the galactic core based upon their mass.
The rate in which something orbits around another mass is dependent on its size?
Depending on the mass.
I don't... Do they even make that claim about our own planets?
Yes. It's a mass velocity relationship, right? So check this out.
It has no bearing on the distance that the object is from the mass that it's rotating around, you're saying. So it doesn't matter how close an object is from the sun.
The speed that you're going determines how far away you are from the center of mass. It's completely a velocity equation. So if, say the ISS, you think it's going 17,000 miles per hour, 250 miles per hour. If it's sped up, it would be in a higher orbit. If it slowed down, it would be in a lower orbit. So they can measure how fast are these rotating.
Right.
Okay, they're rotating this fast. The only way they should be held in their orbit, right, at this distance from the galactic center, is if there's this much mass, right? And they go, fuck, dude, that mass ain't there. We don't see it. They go, okay, there must be some dark matter there. This extra mass that no one can see.
I don't think things orbit around an object based off of its mass, though, solely. It definitely... I'm looking it up now, too. So I'm seeing... At least the scientists are claiming that Mars, of the 8 planets that we recognize in our solar system, is the second least massive. But Mars rotates around the sun the 4th fastest out of the 8. So that's not a direct relationship of mass and speed to the object that's orbiting.
4th fastest out of the 8, and it's the 4th furthest away.
It is the second least massive and is the 4th fastest to orbit the sun.
And the 4th furthest away.
Yes, sure. But we were talking about mass, though. Like I said, yeah, distance matters too, but what I was just hearing was the mass of an object is dependent on its speed only, not its distance.
Well, it has to be the mass. It has to be the mass of what it's orbiting in its mass. Because the formula, right? What's the formula? G times N1 times M2, mass 1, mass 2, divided by R squared.
Squared or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, so the mass has to matter.
I agree the mass matters, but yeah, no, the distance matters too. So I guess that's why things have different rotational velocities.
Distance is determined by the velocity and the mass. Dude, this isn't like debatable. You can just go read up on it.
The distance that an object that's locked by another gravitational pull is dependent on its mass. I don't think there's a direct relationship to
mass and velocity. I said it like 5 times.
Oh, mass and velocity. Okay, mass and velocity. Okay, that's fair.
I told you, they look at the rotational curves. How fast is this star going around the center of the galaxy? Oh, it should be going this fast. We see it going this fast. Well, if it's going this fast, then there has to be this amount of mass holding it to the galactic in the galaxy. They don't see that amount of mass. They see it 80% less than what they should see.
But couldn't the other variable that changes why it's moving at that speed be the distance that it's orbiting around the sun or whatever object it may be orbiting around?
Yeah, but that distance correlates to a rotational velocity.
Yes.
Yes, and that rotational velocity is too fast for it to be at that distance.
Okay. Could you point me in?
It should be.
It should be
flung off, and I mean, you could. Even for this, the wiki page would even be good enough. This is not controversial. This is what their modern the modern cosmology believes in. Not.
This is not. This is
I
how
didn't
they
make it
quote.
up. This ain't my idea. Yeah, this ain't my idea.
This is how they quote unquote discovered dark matter, right? Because there's a problem with the mathematics.
Yeah, every time something's wrong, it's a discovery. Didn't you know that?
Yep.
We discovered our theory is wrong. No, we discovered a new feature of our theory. It's like Microsoft. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
It's ironic when you look into it.
You say moronic? Yeah, I agree. Moronic.
Yeah, it's the gas it doesn't naturally clump, right? It doesn't need just come together, and then the gravity from the gas and stars, it isn't enough. So then they just like invented this mass to plug that void, and they called it dark matter.
What about the ether? The ether.
What about it?
I think it's pretty similar. Like you say, I kind of know about it, but not really. If I would know really about it, I would be there.
Oh.
I guess the question too with that is what makes it wrong? Because I don't know too much about dark matter, but is it a theory right now that it's dark matter, or is it?
It's just you can get free energy by magnetism, and then you can operate that. We could say by doing it by buildings, and with some, for example, it's called orange mercury as well.
What?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't answering our friend's question.
Well, he spoke about black ether, or black matter. Sorry.
Dark matter.
Dark matter. Sorry. Yeah. So it's kind of you can create that by magnetism energies, by the power of the magnetism. Such an abstract thing to understand, but once you see it, you can understand it.
It's just something that
dark matter is a gap filler. It's something they thought of to kind of explain why things don't add up. So they can kind of throw it wherever they want and say, oh, it doesn't work because there's this much dark matter here.
I think the important question is how they discovered that,
Well, okay, it's not something that's discovered. It's something that's theorized because they realized that there wasn't enough gravity from the things that they were saying. The way they say that gravity works and the way that time and space is bending. So just like Neil was saying earlier, like there wasn't enough. So then they had to create, like they theorized, oh, well, there must be this invisible matter that we can't see because it has to make sense in their paradigm. Just like,
well,
go ahead.
No, sorry. I mean, I understand your point is really nice, but my point is kind of different. It's about like gravity is like a theory created to make people believe about the globe and about the space. Like in past terms, we could say that thanks to the gravity, like thanks to there is no oxygen outside in the space, the water in the water can stay stick into the globe. Because if you throw water into a sphere, it doesn't stay stick to the globe. So they say that there is no oxygen outside that can stay, like, can help the water to stay stick to the sphere. It's a bunch of fucking fake theories made by that.
Hey, today the real problem, because if it was a vacuum,
who's everyone's favorite bodybuilder in here?
Water boils in a vacuum, brother. Forget the sticking; it would never be there in the first place.
Yeah.
You can prove it like with an anvil. That's how you say anvil. You put anvil into mercury and it doesn't float. So that proves there is no gravity that, like, they tell us. Of course, you throw an object, it goes down, but
It does float. You got it backwards.
Yeah, it does.
This is a weak ass straw, bro. This is weak.
no, man.
Yeah, except it's partially submerged. So why is it partially submerged?
Well, it's a long thing, but it proves that there is no gravity, as they tell, because the anvil, because of the volume and the mass of it.
Yeah, no, the anvil and the mercury still get submerged despite the mercury being more dense, right?
But it's still not dense enough, though. Right? The anvil.
It is not. Well, it is not. I agree. It is not.
Because if it was, it would sink. If it was, it would sink to the bottom. Okay, like putting a bowling ball in the pool.
Yeah,
that's what they say. Same as 4 to 5 kilometers will say curvature. There is none.
You're roboting, bro.
Complete float on top of mercury. It wouldn't displace it at all.
You're roboting for most of that.
Yeah, man. Can you say again?
Yeah, if there isn't another force acting on the anvil to cause it to be partially submerged, and if there's only density, then the anvil would float on top of the mercury. It wouldn't be partially submerged at all.
That's what they say. That's my point. Same with the curvature. To 3 to 5 kilometers, they say that it will be a curvature, and there is no curvature. They impose a lot of systematical things to measure, and it's not like a clear one. You know what my point?
Well, it's explained. It's explained as the reason why you're talking about, Darkin, is there's a pressure that is pushing down on things, right? Pushing down on you, right? That's what they tell us, right? We live in
the G-force as well,
where there's a pressure all around us, right? A pressure that's created by the gradient, by the way, in a container, by the way,
in a container, because there is a dome.
And now we're back to pressure.
There is a dome, bro. What about Fishbowl project? What about high jump?
Yeah, what about the pressure that we breathe?
The pressure that we breathe? No, man. Well, that's different.
Yeah.
Hold on. What about all the astronauts who have...
Hold on.
Tell me.
I'm trying to help you. I'm not going to be able to help you if you keep talking through me. You're missing the point.
Tell me.
Yeah, I will. So we're breathing gas pressure, aren't we? What's the cause of pressure?
You asking me?
Yes. What causes gas pressure?
That wasn't in the fake flat Earth script.
Is the amount of the heart pound.
Energy.
Say that again.
Sorry, my English is not like crazy good. It's my third language or something. I'm saying
You tried to say that last time.
It's like the amount of the blood of the heart who pumps.
What?
Oh,
wait, what?
Yeah. You're saying the cause of the pressure, but you don't say about the earth.
I'm talking about gas pressure. Any gas pressure.
Okay. I thought you said about humans,
What's the cause of gas pressure?
It's all about particles scalding in a container.
Bingo. So we have gas pressure. That means there must be a container to cause the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
Where's
And
the
we
container
reduce the volume
separating
of the
the different
container
air
as
pressures
well.
of the atmosphere?
Or we increase the temperature as well. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, we did it.
All right.
How come the higher pressure air isn't shooting up to the lower pressure air
You can
higher
thank
in the
physics
sky?
for that, mate.
Yeah. Go on.
Are you
Go
asking
on.
me or who? I study marine biology, bro.
Why
I
is
just
the
know
higher
physics like
pressure
basic
air?
physics and normal physics,
Why?
bro.
Why is the higher pressure air not shooting up to the lower pressure air above?
Can I answer this one?
I thought high pressure goes to low pressure.
The answer is it does. That's why there's gas pressure up in the sky, because it does do that.
Funny, I'm on the ground right now. There's lower pressure air above me.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
feeling
what I
the
was
air
about to
just
say,
shoot
bro.
up.
What
Oh, so
about
you're
the
asking
ground
why
under
there's
the sea?
lower pressure?
Okay. So you're asking us what causes graduated pressure. Okay.
I'm
First.
asking why is the higher pressure air not going to the
Yes, the
lower
same
pressure
question.
air in your container?
That's you.
In your
That's you.
container, why is the higher pressure air not going
Thank
to the lower
you.
pressure?
Yep, I get it. Thanks. So you're asking what causes a gradation in pressure. Okay. First answer is going to be
No, I'm not
fixed.
what's causing it. I'm asking why is the higher pressure air not going to the lower pressure air?
How and why? Yeah, how and why? Yeah, what causes it? Why does it do this? Fuck's sake. First of all, you're going to need a fixed volume for the gas to press against to achieve pressure. Then you're going to need mass put in and taken out of the system, and you're also going to need energy, temperature within the system.
Who's your
I have a
favorite
question for that,
bodybuilder?
bro. Can you manipulate that? Do you think that in these
No,
days we can
I didn't
manipulate
hear
that?
a reason as to why the lower pressure air isn't shooting up to the higher pressure air. I didn't hear any reason in any of that.
Because of the energy within the system.
I explain. Why is the higher pressure air not going to the lower pressure air?
Can I try? I'll try.
Okay,
so, since Earth is a dynamic system, all of the air comes from the ground, right? So there's air coming up from the ground constantly.
Good point, brother.
Well, since there's always more gas on the ground, there will always be more pressure on the ground because that's where the gas comes from.
You're not telling me why the air isn't equalizing in your container.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's a dynamic system.
Dude, he did.
You're forgetting about plants, bro. About the plants as well.
It's a dynamic system.
Yes, as you said. Yes, he doesn't listen to you, bro. It's a dynamic world. That's why the pressure is like that, man. He literally explained to you, and I'm a Spanish guy.
You're done with talking. Okay.
No, he's not explaining to me why he's not explaining.
Yeah, it was explained. You're just playing pretend. That's what you're doing. No, you're playing pretend.
No, I'm not.
Steelman, what he said
No, I'm
to you.
not.
Steelman, what he said to you.
That air is being created in the lower parts, which is why it doesn't equalize in the higher parts.
Okay, it's being created at the so there's a source.
That's what I said.
There's a source where the air is created. Obviously, there's going to be more air at the. Like, say you have a hose spitting out water, right? And it's diffusing, like in a spray. Obviously, the density of the pressure at the hose tip is going to be higher than away from it. Obvious.
Does air get diffused into the ocean?
Where do you think oxygen from?
Does air get
Yes.
So air gets put into the ocean, so that's going down, right? That's going down.
No, it gets dissolved.
Not up.
It gets dissolved.
So the air is going down into the ocean.
No.
You can carry water, right? Carbon dioxide, soda water, right? Dude, you can't be that stupid.
You
really can't.
Where do you think oxygen?
Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, the air is going down into the ocean.
No, where do you think oxygen is produced? Where's oxygen produced, dude?
I think
Is it right for everybody else?
Yep. When you look into a bottle of soda, do you see
stars. I said stars produce the oxygen.
No, phytoplankton in the sea produces oxygen. It goes up.
Wait, no. The plankton are taking the oxygen out of the water.
No.
They're not making it.
No, wrong way around. That's where...
they're taking it out of the water.
You require citation for this.
Okay, plankton aren't plants, dude. They're not doing photosynthesis.
Yeah, plankton take the... Yeah, the plankton are taking the oxygen out of the water.
Okay, are they emitting any gases?
Yeah, sure.
So
but they're getting it from the water.
And those gases are probably being dissolved back into the water?
Maybe some of them are. So maybe some of them are, floating up to the top. But the fact is, air is constantly getting diffused into the ocean.
Do you know how
so that's air somehow? Air is still getting diffused into the ocean, and that's air going down.
But you know what dissolving is? What that means? Physically?
I'm not saying dissolve. I'm not saying dissolve.
But that is.
I'm
but
saying
it is
diffuse.
being dissolved. But it's being dissolved.
No, it's dissolved.
It's being dissolved. CO2 gets dissolved into the ocean.
No, it's not.
Yes, it does. It depends on the temperature. No, dissolved.
Go ask him again. Go ask him again. Sorry, India, go on.
No, I'm just saying, dude. Dude's just... Okay, it's not my fault you're ignorant. But gases get dissolved into liquids. Okay? And how much it's dissolved depends on the temperatures and the pressures.
No, all gases come from the ground, the surface, either the ocean or the ground.
What I'm talking about is there's going to be a constant dynamic system where sometimes the gas is being dissolved, sometimes it's being released. Absorbed, released constantly. Depending on the temperature, pressure, other factors, right? Currents, you name it. It's a dynamic system. Dude's asking why, hey, well, why is the Earth, why is the pressure equalized as if the whole system is static and closed? It's not.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too. Like,
So why is the gas going down into the water?
he already told you.
Nobody said it was going into the water. You said that shit.
Yeah, because it is.
Where's gas produced?
Then why is it going down into the water? Why did you? Why, if you think that, why did you ask us?
Oh, I think that's really more because of so I'm trying to talk. Yeah. I think it's because of the molecular connections, like the nuclear bonds that the air forms with the water molecules, and that's how it gets diffused, like for carbon and oxygen and stuff. But why the air is there? So, like, I mean, that's gravity that causes it. It's the nuclear force that causes that before any of this other stuff.
You were a robot. Where is gas produced?
All over.
So all over the ground.
Stars.
Sorry.
Stars.
Let's be more specific. Where on the Earth is gas produced?
All over the place.
What, up in the sky?
I mean, tall trees produce gas, yeah.
The trees up in the sky?
Yeah, there are trees in the sky.
or are they at surface
I'm
level?
I'm looking at a tree right now. The leaves are in the sky.
Listen, going to lose my patience. The tree's growing out of the ground, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, good. Okay, so is the gas being produced in the sky, not by a tree in the sky, the sky?
Is the gas being produced by the sky? No.
Cool, awesome. Will we agree that the gas is produced within and on the surface of the Earth?
The majority of it, yeah.
Yeah,
The majority
of it, yeah. All gas is produced by trees, biological and chemical cycles,
all gas is not produced by trees.
Animals, biological life on the surface of the Earth. Or a bird might fart. There you go, that's in the sky. It produced gas in the sky. So the gas is produced on the surface of the Earth. It goes up to fill space. No, it goes up.
Gas gets produced in space too.
So gas is produced by absence of anything?
Huh?
You said space.
Yeah, gas is produced in space.
Okay, if you're going to talk about your story about things that are exploding in space, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the gas on the Earth.
You asked me where gas is created.
Yeah, on the surface of the Earth. That's where it's produced and reabsorbed. So there's going to be more gas pressure where the mass is being produced and reabsorbed.
And why is it not in your container? Why is it not equalizing?
Okay.
You already got the answer 5 times now.
Yeah. So for the sixth
No,
time,
you're still not telling me why it's not.
No, we did. You don't understand the answer. That's a you problem.
It's not constantly rushing up.
Yeah,
no, because you're not explaining. You're not telling me why air is not constantly being pushed up. Like, no, you're not.
Yeah, I did.
Because we are constantly in a dynamic system. Temperature is never equal in the entire volume where those gases are. So it's because it's a dynamic system, it won't equalize.
Look, this is just a golden stick, right? This is
would it try to equalize though? I understand you're saying like it never will equalize, but would it try to equalize?
Yeah.
The day where they will. The day when.
Is one of the ways it would try to equalize by having the higher air rush up to the lower, denser air?
Yeah, the day when it's not anymore a dynamic system, it will equalize. When the temperature will be homogeneous everywhere, so every gas molecule will have the same temperature as the other gas molecule, it will equalize.
No, I'm asking if it's trying to currently equalize right now.
Dude, it's thermodynamics. My goodness me, it's thermodynamics, yeah.
Okay, so why are we not seeing like constant air?
Hey, listen.
No, we're not.
Oh my God.
Yes, we are, dude. It's constantly happening.
No, we're not.
Now somebody else is jumping in. What do you think wind is?
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah,
thank you. I was going to say wind.
Not really.
Say that. Thank you.
No, because then, wind is air pressure moving from higher pressure to lower pressure. Why is there not constantly a wind of the higher pressure, lower elevation air being pushed up against the lower air pressure above it? No, there's not.
Oh my gosh, bro. Listen. There's constantly, it's dynamic. So it's constantly going from one to another, but ultimately you're actually helping our argument or our position, because you have to understand that this dynamic system of that even taking place is only because, one, we're contained, and then when the air is going up and then it's dispersing, but then it gets to a point where now it's so far from the ground, and then all of a sudden you have this beautiful thing that happens to where it creates this gradient. And you're saying, why isn't the bottom air rushing to the? It is rushing up. That's what's creating the gradient that we see today, because then you have even the higher you go up, the colder it gets, right? So the molecules are less excited, and then they're slowing down. So then when they're slowing down, then that's why you have a thinner air, because now there's less of them. And then it goes back into the dynamic system that comes. Dude, what are you talking about, man?
Finish him. All right, so this
Let me
container,
try. Let me try.
it must be touching the ground at all points to seal in everything, right?
The ground.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, like this container that you guys are talking about, it has to seal all this air in. So like it has to be like meeting the ground and completely like solid, right?
It's a container, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me try
So
it.
why have we never found it?
Maybe we have. What?
Oh, really?
I don't know. We're talking about hypotheticals. You're saying no one's ever found it because no one's told me on the 6 o'clock news. Maybe somebody has found it, they just ain't told you. I don't know.
Well, check your double standards also, because you haven't found curvature or found gravity, but now you need to find the container.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cavendish experiment. Just sharp, vivid horizons on the ocean. Ships disappearing bottom up. Reciprocal zenith angles. Higher mountain peaks appearing lower in your view than lower mountain at the peak. What else? What else is there?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's not
all those things represent a globe.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
All those things just represent.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You think when you were just rushing that list, you would just run with that? No, we can break down that shit one by one. No, it's not. So welcome to Flat Earth.
What else? I mean, how many more do you do?
Just in Flat Earth doesn't exist on a globe because the globe doesn't exist at all. So those things are just in your imagination. It's not something that you can validate.
I mean, sure, you want to say that.
So seeing a boat disappear isn't finding curvature, ding dong.
And sure, you won't understand that because of cognitive dissonance. It's something normal. I won't expect more than you.
Longitude lines isn't fighting curvature either.
Dude, I can't believe you just use reciprocal angles for fucking proof of the world. That's ridiculous.
Longitude lines converge as you go from the equator, which
dude, I know
only.
I can't believe
it's geometry. It's just geometry. It's just geometry.
No, how do you know that on the Earth?
How do you know that? Yeah, it's just geometry.
No, we understand the geometry.
It's been measured. Okay, it's been measured.
With what?
Oh, with it used to be with,
in your dreams.
It used to be.
You don't even know how much
it used to be with. It used to be done with things like chains. Now it's done with more fancier stuff. We use satellites, we use GPS, GNSS receivers,
stuff that you get from Narnia.
Total stations.
Fantasy stuff. The one that you get from Narnia.
It's not fantasy.
Yeah, fantasy stuff that you said. Huh? Yeah, more fantasy stuff.
No, not fantasy.
Yeah, it's something fantastic.
This isn't productive.
He doesn't even know what a longitude line is. He doesn't even know what it is.
Yeah, sure, you're kind of small.
Yo. Who's everyone's favorite bodybuilder in here?
What?
Sister.
Who's everyone's favorite bodybuilder?
Obama. Like building bodies, like.
Yeah.
Your sister.
I got a decent amount of bodies.
Oh, mine's Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh. Who?
Thought of him already.
I give that a 0 out of 10.
This dude, he was already debunked on half the shit this morning, just like NBC reset just now.
There's a term we've come up with, folks. It's called claim stacking. That's exactly what you just saw in 4K there. I'll post an image in the chat.
This dude don't even know the claim. He just knows the title of the claim. He didn't even read the article.
I mean, I was asked for all the different things that represent the spherical Earth, and I just listed them.
No, you weren't.
No,
No, you weren't. That's not what you were
You
asked.
don't even know. You don't
absolutely.
even know how they represent.
No.
You don't even know how they represent anything you said.
You said I need to find the container, which is a weird double standard because you've never found curvature, you've never found gravity.
No, we have.
No, you have. You just said both going over the horizon is finding curvature. You sound stupid.
Not really.
Yes, you do.
No, not really.
Hey, Darkin, you don't even know what reciprocal zenith angles are, bro. Like, why do you keep misrepresenting it because McToon said it? Like, he don't know either, dude. You guys are both cooked. Like, do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that reciprocal zenith angles? Do you understand that they are just opposite in orientation when you're doing a survey? Like, dude, you say you're a surveyor, and how do you not know this? They are just opposite in orientation to where together they should make 180. Now, the problem that they do though. No, dude.
No, but
they always. Hey, listen. They always make 180. Hey, do you just shut up and listen?
But they don't.
Listen.
But they don't.
Holy fuck, dude! Just listen. They always make 180 when you physically have it transferred. Okay, when you physically do it. Okay, not fucking when you say they don't is because when they formulate. So when they go, oh, we're going to add our Earth curve correction, then that's going to be greater than 180. But you have to realize though, that is something that you add. You formulate that curve. You don't measure it because when you accurately do it, right? When you actually set it up and actually transfer those, it will be 180 without pencil whipping it. And what you guys don't get is that okay, so let's say that is obviously not going to be perpendicular to each other because you're establishing they're on different elevations. That's why you have a reciprocal angle.
Different elevations.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Let me tell you.
Well, like
yes, that does matter. Yes, that's
they absolutely do not.
Dude,
they do not.
How are you a surveyor?
Matter.
How are you a surveyor? You don't even know what the fuck you're doing. You don't even know what the fuck you're doing, bro. Listen, when you have an angle from point A to point B and it's different from B to A, that's called the reciprocal zenith angle. So and they're together, like one's at, I don't know, fucking make up a number, 92 fucking 0.3, right? And then that means the other one, the other angle is going to be the equivalent to where it's going to equal 180 overall. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. And you say you work there. Let's say it's 87.7 degrees on one. That means the other one's going to be 92.3 because together that makes 180. But that's how you're establishing that change in elevation. So you can literally do the math and figure out the elevation. You are not a fucking surveyor. You're a fucking pretender clown, bro. You're just getting exposed right now. And the point is that if you were to take those the two theodolites that are set up that you've created a 90-degree position when you establish level, then what you would do is if you took benchmarks from their eye, okay, from their lens, okay, and you transferred those lines horizontally, then because you're setting them both up at 90 degrees, both of them they would be perpendicular because you create a square, if you will. You can, but that is to show you that's still parallel. Your baseline is still there according to elevation. So you can't say the reciprocals. You don't even know what the fuck that is, bro. But McToon and those other fucking morons keep saying, "Oh, reciprocal zenith angles prove a fucking globe." No, they fucking don't. You don't even know what the fuck they are, dude. They're just. You're wrong, dude. I'm getting fucking frustrated. I gotta go on mute, bro. I'm about to fucking sock a wall.
Fatality.
Bro, this is crazy, dude. Who's next?
Yes, sorry if that whooping and that cooking shut down the room for a second, but maybe and there needs to be a moment of silence, maybe just that way that everything I said marinates, and even the Globers can be like, wait, hold on, okay, I get it. Maybe I don't know. I know all the flat earthers understand. Like we get it. Like you guys fucking don't understand what that angle is. You're idiots.
In boxing terms, he worked him into the corner, and you just unleashed a deadly combination on him, and we all just dropped our jaws. It was awesome, man.
Falcon punch.
And bro hit him with the Falcon punch. Damn.
I'm just getting frustrated, bro. Like I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to pull away from flat Earth for a day or something because I'm tired, especially or maybe just this guy, like him and other Globers that are just they say it with such confidence, and it frustrates me more, Duncan. You fucking have your little picture of a guy wearing a fucking construction vest. You come in here and say you're fucking working for a surveying company, and you don't even know what the fuck you're. That pisses me off, dude. Like because that is just being you're spreading disinformation, dude, and that's not cool. Like you need to be called out on that and like check. Like, dude, shut the fuck up already. McToon too, with his dumbass fucking. He doesn't even know what the fuck. He never set up a fucking theodolite in his life. He's a fucking idiot. You just guys just got to stop fucking making those false claims, dude. You have to understand what that angle even is. It's just the opposite position that to where it's making 180. Why the fuck would that be? Look at the definition, you dumbass. Look into it. Go read your fucking book. They're not saying, oh, they come up to greater 180. No, they fucking don't, you idiot. They're always equating to 180. It's when you fucking mark it down and then create a curve that isn't there, and then you don't call that a reciprocal zenith angle. You guys are all just fucking wrong, dude. I'm tired of it. All right, my blood pressure's going up, bro. I gotta chill out.
Do we let him respond? What do you guys think? Let him respond or move on?
Give him the opportunity, I guess.
All right, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in his little speech, he said that even if one angle is 87.5 degrees, the other one would be 92.5. If that was the case, then those 2 points would be at different elevations, meaning you don't need to do the test at the same elevations. So he proved himself wrong.
No, you fucking idiot. Oh my God. That's why I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. Okay, when you can take your position and you see the angle is this, okay, right? This is my angle to that point that I'm shooting. And then you can go on the other side and then you shoot it and you go, oh, look at this is my angle. Okay, that is explaining. This is how you are fucking determining the actual elevation from one point to another. That rise over run, right? Like stairs, like going up a fucking mountain, you fucking moron that's never built anything in your goddamn life. You're a fucking pretender clown, dude. You're an idiot. See, that's why the problem. You and McToon and all the other dumb fucks are saying if we put two theolites on a flat surface, we're going to have diverging fucking positions. So then that's why no, you dumb fucks. That's not even why you would set up a theolite. That's not even why you would even calculate that, bro. What's up?
APOC, if I'm looking at a thing and my angle, my zenith angle is 93 degrees, am I looking at something at a different elevation?
Yes, obviously, you fuck.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay, so can you do that test then if you're looking at a different elevation?
No, this is my point to you, you idiot.
Wait, you're saying that if we do the reciprocal angle test looking at a higher elevation,
no.
Like
Hold
if
on,
one
look
is
it. You're
93
already
degrees,
wrong.
the other one, won't.
Look, you're wrong.
Wait. The other one, if just let me finish. I'm almost done. If one is one if one is 93 degrees, would the other one be 87 degrees?
Yes.
So you can do the reciprocal zenith angle test at 2 points with different elevations.
No, what the dude? That's the reason. Oh my god, bro! What are you not fucking grasping? I'm telling you.
You said that you're not allowed to do the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Listen. No, you fuckface. So stupid.
That's
You're
what
breaking up. You're roboting. I didn't even hear what you said right now.
Well, I'm sorry. You
want to leave and rejoin, mate. It's terrible.
Elevation points. You said it can't be done.
Dude, okay. I don't know if you didn't hear me or you don't. Go ahead, Jedi. What were you doing?
No, just tell him to leave and come back.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad. But if you can hear me, I'll just say it. What I already told. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you, because I don't want you to say, "Are you telling me?" Listen to what I'm telling you, okay? When you are establishing, and why in the fuck am I telling you? You're the surveyor, right? I'm the one that just worked with surveyors. I'm the one that just did set up the theolites. I'm the one that did take shots, but I'm not a fucking surveyor. But I know how to fucking use the equipment. I had to pass a test to get out of my fucking punk school years ago when I became a journeyman. But I know the equipment. I studied what you actually do, okay? What and why you do it. When you're setting up the theolites and you look from point A to point B, you can use math to determine if you know your elevation from point A, okay? And you have a fucking angle, all right, to that other one, right? And then you shoot back and you'll say, my reciprocal zenith angle has to be 180. So I could logically fucking think that if I got 87 on this side, then logically I should be at 93 on this side. And then it will be if you transfer it fucking accordingly with a true benchmark. I'm not saying you have to go and pencil whip it or let me add for Earth curve, because that is where globers are saying we know it's a curved Earth because our reciprocal zenith angles are greater than 180. But the reality is no, they are not physically greater than 180. They are actually calculated and formulated to be greater than 180. And the problem is that if you were to take your angles, okay, and you said, oh, I'm going to add for Earth curve, so then here we're going to go, this is what it's going to be, then you're going to be bigger, okay, on one side, which actually brings me to an idea. That's probably why when you transfer lines for over 4,000 feet, they don't add up to the NGS disk in the ground, because they have turned the Earth away from you and dropped it, when technically you actually have the correct elevation because you transferred it manually. So there was no greater than 180. No, you actually did measure along that angle that would be 180, no matter how you look at it, from left to right or right to left. But you're trying to combine the glober position into reality, and it doesn't work, bro. Even by definition, it doesn't work.
I just get, because my phone's about to die, can I just get a yes or no? Can you do the reciprocal zenith angle test of 2 points with different elevations?
Did you not? Holy fuck, bro. That is what it, by definition.
Out of everything you just said, I'm not sure where you stand.
Okay,
I'm not sure. So it's just a yes or no question.
Okay,
can you do the test?
Pay attention.
It's a yes or no question. It's just a yes or no question.
Oh my God,
can you do the test on 2 points of different elevations? Say yes or no.
Okay, first of all, it's not a test. You're not testing anything. That's what you're pissing me off.
Whatever you want to call it.
Because you're
Fine.
because you're trying
Whatever
to make.
you want to call
Okay,
it.
look at.
Can you
Now let me tell you again.
On 2 points of different elevation.
Listen.
It's a yes or no.
Listen. By definition, the answer is yes. By definition, when you have reciprocal zenith angles, that means they are at 2 different elevations. So you're going to have 2 different angles, but they're going to equal 180 still. Even still, they're going to equal 180 because they're still being taken from the parallel position of that baseline.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, they would be 180. I agree with you.
No, oh my fucking god! All right, yeah, I have it enough, bro. I can't fucking stand.
If the Earth was flat, they would be 180.
No, you fucking idiot! It's not if the Earth was flat. It's the fact that they are taking a position that's you have 2 level points, and they are derived with their elevation. They're derived from sea level. So you have a baseline, a parallel position to that baseline. So they know no matter how the fuck we're looking at each other, we have to equal 180. Wanna know why, you dumb shit? Because within this 90-degree position on that side, 90-degree position on that side, that means we have a full fucking left to right of 180 fucking degrees. So if you have one pointing down this way and